Chapter 51. A day's plan begins in the morning. AI-chan is going crazy. 2/4, new book, please everything. The next morning. The warm sunlight shines into the room through the window, onto a large bed. On the large bed, Mao Uxi-yan slowly woke up, looking around at the familiar and unfamiliar environment with a blank expression. Soon, she found that Zhang Yan, who had already woken up, was looking at her with an inexplicable expression. Shua. Ma Uxi-yan's pretty face turned red, and she immediately hid in the quilt shyly. My 5th generation, I want to take a sick leave today. As an Anbu ninja who protects the Hokage, Mao Uxi-yan's strength has reached the level of a special jonin, so it is a joke to say that she is taking a sick leave. It's just that now it has finally reached the level of 15 years. The wish of coming here, and Zhang Yan have achieved a happy ending. It's not too much to act like a spoiled child, right? Of course, if Zhang Yan doesn't allow it, Mao Uxi-yan will not be spoiled. Ninjas have their own system. Hearing this, Zhang Yan chuckled. Of course it's okay to ask for leave. But an hour later, Zhang Yan, dressed neatly, came to the Hokage's office through the Flying Thunder God technique. Shikaku is still a reliable one. It seems that he needs to be given more responsibilities. Wait for Tsunade to come and solve the problem, and the cabinet system can be used. After simply flipping through the neatly arranged and well-handled documents on the desk, Zhang Yan nodded with satisfaction, secretly praising Nara Shikaku, the high IQ military strategist, for being really good, and decided to give him more responsibilities. At the same time, the Nara family's mansion. Dinner was served. Nara Shikaku, who had been kneeling on the washboard all night, took the tableware gratefully and enjoyed a delicious breakfast. His performance earned a round of eye rolls from Nara Shikamaru. He looked down on this henpecked father, and he definitely didn't want to be like this in the future. If Zhang Yan knew what he was thinking, he would definitely say, I'll help you. At the same time, in Zhang Yan's villa, Habara Ai wrapped herself in a quilt, looking at the ceiling with a look of despair, and at the same time, she didn't forget the dynamics of the group chat of the Gym Leaders Union, and there was still time. After taking a shower last night, when she was about to change into pajamas, Habara Ai found that she was really stupid, and she found a fatal problem. Her body did change back, which was a good thing. But her system space only contained clothes she wore as a child, and she didn't prepare adult clothes in advance. So her current situation is a bit. But in this situation, it is not easy for her to ask for help from others, especially Zhang Yan. Although she is now staying at Zhang Yan's house, there is a difference between men and women. What she fears most is that Zhang Yan will find out about her. It is also difficult to ask for help from others. But compared to the dilemma of not having suitable clothes to wear and being discovered by Zhang Yan, Huiwen Ai, after serious consideration, still plans to ask the female members in the group for help, asking them to red envelope a set of clothes first. Therefore, her attention has been on the union group. The arrangement of the Super Dimension Union is very humane, and the time when he pulls members into the union is all the same. In most cases, the daytime and nighttime of all members are very consistent. Therefore, those who need to sleep will sleep at the same time. It is 7 o'clock in the morning now, and many people should still be asleep. Of course, they may also be grinding memory copies. Huiwen Ai plans to just watch and see who the first female member who pops up in the group is, and she will ask for help. Sometimes, Coco's plans can't keep up with changes. Bang bang bang. The door of the guest room was knocked. Who? Ai Huira asked reflexively. She was afraid that it was Zhang Yan who came to see her. She couldn't see a man now. And what if Zhang Yan got wild and treated her? Well, I have to say Ai-chan is still a little narcissistic. Hello, Miss Huira. My name is Mao Uxi Yan. Mr. Yan asked me to send something over. Hearing the vigilant voice of Ai Huira, Mao Uxi Yan outside the door spoke to reveal her identity. Hey! After hearing the voice and confirming that the person coming was not Zhang Yan but a woman, Ai Huira was relieved. In order not to let people see the flaw, she squared the quilt to cover her whole body, leaving only her head outside, and then said, "Come in." Bang! The door was opened from the outside, and Mao Uxi Yan, with long purple hair and fluffy pajamas, walked in. "This is what Yan Jun asked me to prepare for you. There is also breakfast in the restaurant. Miss Huiwen can go and eat after you change your clothes." Uzuki Yujao looked at Huiwen AI and didn't mean to say anything more. She put the things in her hands on the bedside table and then left the room. Hey! When Uzuki Yujao left, Huiwen AI breathed a sigh of relief and looked in the direction of the bedside table. This man is quite attentive. Huiwen AI smiled. There was a complete set of women's casual clothes on the bedside table, from inside to outside, from top to bottom, nothing was missing, which was exactly what she needed most now. But the next moment, she realized something and her face flushed. Zhang Yan, you are so big, perverted. Chapter 52. AI-chan was fooled, and Naruto was excited. 3/4, new book, everything. AI-chan. In the Hokage's office, Zhang Yan, who was thinking about how to spoil the plot for Naruto, frowned and found that Huiwen AI had sent him a private message through the union system. Huiwen AI, very, you are a super big very. Zhang Yan. Huiwen AI, don't pretend, you are a super big very, big pervert, a voyeur. Zhang Yan, how did I peek? Huiwen AI, you actually come to ask me, you bad man, I want to go back to my original world, you are too dangerous. In the villa, Huiwen AI had already changed into a set of close-fitting clothes. Her cold and proud face was flushed, half of it was because of shame and half of it was because of anger. After receiving the clothes sent by Mao Uxi Yan, she was very satisfied with Zhang Yan's thoughtfulness at first, but after changing into clothes, she suddenly realized. She and Zhang Yan had not met today. How did Zhang Yan know that she had recovered her original body? How did Zhang Yan know that she had recovered her body but had no clothes? Finally, all the clothes Zhang Yan prepared for her were very fitting. How to explain this? Isn't this too unscientific? After some reasoning, there seems to be only one truth. Zhang Yan was peeping at her. AI felt that she was violated and immediately went to Zhang Yan to question him. Zhang Yan, AI-chan, you're not talking about clothes anymore, are you? Huira AI, you still dare to say that? Also, don't call me AI-chan. Zhang Yan, okay AI-chan, as for the clothes, you misunderstood me. Huira AI, misunderstanding? Hat. Huira AI said she didn't believe it. Zhang Yan, remember the woman who sent you the clothes? She is the Anbu ninja who protects me. She will tell the owner about the situation in my villa, including your recovery. Huira AI restrained her expression. She didn't sleep last night, but spent some time finishing the memory copy of Naruto. Of course, it's a joke to say that she finished the memory copy. The Super-Dimensional Union has special rules. Members in the Union can accept all the contents of the memory copy in an instant and understand the situation. Of course, many members who are usually bored will watch it slowly as if it were a TV series. Huira AI spent one night watching the plot of Naruto to kill time. Therefore, she already had enough knowledge about Hokage, and naturally knew what Hokage meant, and what the Anbu meant by being serious. Did she really misunderstand Zhang Yan? Hehe, then how do you know the size of my clothes? After thinking carefully, Huiwen AI had half believed Zhang Yan's words, but she still had doubts. Zhang Yan, same size as yours? You have such a good figure. Huiwen AI, what do you mean? Zhang Yan, the clothes you are wearing are new clothes that the woman who sent you the clothes has never worn. She is nearly 1.7 meters tall, and I believe you have this, but she has AC somewhere, do you have it? Huiwen AI. Well, she found that she seemed to have really blamed Zhang Yan. Because the equipment did seem a little big. From this point of view, Zhang Yan seemed to know her size. Her height is indeed close to 1.7 meters, so from this point of view, everything is a coincidence. Ahem Zhang Yan, let me ask you, can I practice chakra? The fair face of Huiwen AI, who found out that she had misunderstood Zhang Yan, turned red again, but this time it was simply because she was embarrassed. After a night of understanding, she had a very clear understanding of the power system of the Naruto world, and knew that the power foundation of this world was a thing called chakra. And to refine chakra, it seems that the chakra seeds emitted by the sacred tree are needed. Shy and curious, she cleverly chose to change the subject. Change the subject? Tisk tisk, it's really easy to fool. Zhang Yan chuckled and put down the documents in his hand. Of course he saw Huiwen AI's body, and he saw it very clearly. Because he saw it, his desire was aroused, so he found Mao Uxi Yan, his childhood sweetheart, to do something that was a matter of course. Of course, the truth about these things cannot be told to Huiwen AI. At the beginning, Huiwen AI found out because he had already found an excuse and deliberately teased her. Zhang Yan, have you decided to refine chakra? If you have, I can give you chakra seeds now. What Huiwen AI cares about is just a small matter for Zhang Yan. He has already conducted research and found that the super-dimensional union can solve the problem of chakra seeds. Of course I want it. Huiwen AI's breathing stagnated. Why wouldn't she want the power to become stronger? And with the super-dimensional union, she can also reach a very high level like Zhang Yan. Ding! Acting President Zhang Yan sends you a red envelope, please receive it. Zhang Yan sent the red envelope very straightforwardly. It was just a few years ago. Huiwen AI heard the prompt sound of the union system and immediately chose to receive it. Ding! You received the red envelope from the acting President Zhang Yan. Ding! You received a chakra seed, which will be able to be integrated into the body and then be able to refine chakra. Ding! You received the basic ninjutsu Sanshin Jutsu, substitute jutsu, transformation jutsu, clone jutsu, and you can score points to enter and upgrade. Ding! You received a copy of the chakra refining method. Zhang Yan presented a chakra seed and refining method, as well as the basic Sanshin Jutsu. As for stronger power, he will decide based on Habara AI's performance and talent. If Habara AI has talent in becoming a ninja, he doesn't mind training her well. The former is also a member of the super-dimensional union, and may bring him unexpected surprises. He brought Habara AI from the Conan world, not to be a nanny. Bang! Just when Habara AI opened the red envelope, the door of the Hokage's office was suddenly opened. Naruto rushed in with a group of people. Brother Zhang Yan, I'm here, tell me my life story. Chapter 53 Habara AI's Transformation, Live Broadcast Spoilers Naruto 4/4, New Book asks for everything. Fusion. In Zhang Yan's villa. Habara AI sat cross-legged on the bed and immediately fused the things she got from the red envelope. A chakra seed instantly sank into her body, and then, the chakra refining method and the use of the three-body technique all appeared in her mind. As long as she trains step by step according to the information in her mind, I believe she will soon become a genin. Of course, if she cooperates with the Navy 6 styles she has learned, her current strength is already stronger than many ordinary genins. The only thing she lacks may be combat experience. I still have a few points left, maybe I can spend some money. AI Habara looked at her points and found that there were still some left. She didn't rush to start refining chakra, but decided to see if the union's strengthening function could help her. Chakra refining technique. Beginner, 100 points. Primary, 200 points. Intermediate, 300 points. Advanced, 500 points. Top, 1000 points. Three-body technique. Beginner, 100 points. Primary, 300 points. Intermediate, 500 points. Advanced, 1000 points. Top, 2000 points. Seeing the points option in the strengthening column, AI Habara showed an expression of as expected, you can buy proficiency, as expected, points are king. The fact that both chakra refining technique and three-body technique have proficiency did not surprise AI Habara. Chakra refining is a method of extracting chakra, which is to extract spiritual power or power from cells. It is easy to understand that anyone with chakra seeds can practice it. Different people have different levels of mastery of chakra refining, and the speed of refining is certainly different. The reason why some ninjas from big families surpass ordinary ninjas is because they have experience inheritance, which can help ninjas refine ninjutsu earlier, better and faster. Of course, it is not ruled out that some big families have exclusive refining techniques. After all, the world of Naruto still pays attention to bloodline. This is just like the exclusive skills corresponding to different physiques. Of course, for an ordinary person like Huiwen AI, only ordinary refining techniques are needed. As for the three-body technique, there is naturally a level of proficiency. If you master the basic ninjutsu well, you can also complete Hwalet. I don't have many points left. The chakra refining technique is the foundation of life. It can help quickly accumulate chakra. Buy the intermediate level first. As for the three-body technique, just learn to use them all. After hesitating for a while, Habara AI spent a total of 600 points to improve her proficiency in chakra refining technique to the intermediate level, and then improved the three-body technique to the entry level. Swish! A large amount of information poured into Habara AI's mind, and her mastery of chakra refining technique and three-body technique increased again. After digesting all the information, Habara AI began to use chakra refining technique to refine the chakra in her body. On the other side, when Habara AI began to refine chakra and embarked on the road to becoming stronger, Naruto opened the door of the Hokage's office and rushed in. Looking at the group of people coming in front of him, Zhang Yan couldn't help but smile. You all came in a very orderly manner. Naruto did not come here alone. Behind him were Jiraiya, Kakashi, Tsunade, Shizuan, and Hayashi Hyuga. Zhang Yan was not surprised that these people came together, because this was his masterpiece. He deliberately arranged for another member of the Anbu, Tianzang, to notify these people one after another and asked them to gather in the Hokage's office. Tianzang is a code name, and his real identity is Yamato. What surprised Zhang Yan was that the people who followed Naruto, as well as the other members of the 12 little warriors of Konoha and their team leaders, all came. From this point of view, 80% of the important characters of Konoha village have come. But if they come, they come. It doesn't matter. System, start the live broadcast for me. Zhang Yan silently said in his heart, asking the Super Dimension Guild to start the live broadcast. The next moment, all guild members received a system notification sound. Ding! Acting President Zhang Yan starts live broadcast. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches. Acting President, you are so mean, I was still sleeping, you woke me up. Marshall Peak, woman, can you not be so blunt when you speak? This leader's beauty sleep has also been disturbed. Anyone who affects my beauty is unforgivable. Acting President Zhang Yan, mute warning. The atmosphere in the Union suddenly became quiet. I want to govern. Good morning, everyone. Ying Zheng finished reading all the memory copies in the Union last night, knowing that many people in this superdimensional Union have the strength to dominate the world he lives in, so he is not arrogant because of his identity. Zhang Dong Little Overlord, good morning, His Majesty the First Emperor, good morning, everyone. Yin Xinyu, you can see it as soon as you arrive. Zhang Yan's handsome face makes me so happy. 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat, is the live broadcast going to change any plot? Gaujin Liulai asked the point as soon as she appeared. Acting President Zhang Yan, I want to broadcast spoilers. After explaining, Zhang Yan turned his attention to Naruto and said with a smile, it's more appropriate to let senior brother Jiraiya tell you what you want to know. As he said that, Zhang Yan glanced at Jiraiya. Sexy immortal, tell me, tell me. Before Jiraiya spoke, Naruto couldn't wait to come to him, his face full of expectation. Let me tell you. It's really a headache. Jiraiya scratched his head helplessly. The handsomeness of the fourth generation, Zhang Yan had already started, and he had no intention of hiding it. Let me think about where to start. Jiraiya touched his chin, looking like he was thinking seriously. After a while, he glanced at Kakashi. Kakashi, how about you say it? Everyone. Chapter 54 Prince of Konoha, Take the Blame, Danzo. 1/4, New Book Seeking Everything. Master, you should do it. Kakashi rolled his eyes. He refused. He was embarrassed to tell Naruto that he was the disciple of the fourth Hokage. But his master surprised many people who didn't know the truth. Jiraiya is actually Kakashi's master? Sasuke couldn't help but frown. Now Naruto is practicing with Jiraiya. Although they are not master and apprentice in name, they are master and apprentice in reality. If he just follows Kakashi, wouldn't he be one generation lower? Since you call me master, don't refuse. You come. Jiraiya refused again, hoping that Kakashi would explain. To be honest, he was too embarrassed to mention Minato Namikaze now. Over the years, he has been traveling around the ninja world because of the prophecy of the Toad Sage, trying to find the Child of Destiny, while also looking for Orochimaru and investigating the intelligence of the Akatsuki organization. For 13 years, he has not returned to the village. After returning to the village, he knew what his grandson Naruto had experienced in his childhood. As the master of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, that is, the master of Naruto's father, he felt very guilty and regretted that he should not have trusted Orochimaru. Hiruzen never came back to the village. If he had come back once, Naruto's childhood wouldn't have been so miserable. Especially when he saw that Naruto was so optimistic and his name was Naruto, he felt even more guilty. This guilt was for Minato Namikaze and Naruto. Kakashi said he didn't want to say it either. Although he was better than Jiraiya, for various reasons, he didn't care much about Naruto, so he also felt a little guilty. When he mentioned the fourth Hokage, he was also embarrassed. "Oh, why are you two so hesitant?" Seeing the two of them shirking their responsibilities, Naruto, who was impatient, couldn't stand it. Yesterday, when he learned that he had a father, and that his father was the fourth Hokage, who was known as the hero of Konoha, he was shocked and delighted. For this, he could also find Sasuke and the others to show off. This was also the reason why Shikamaru and the others were here now. They were curious. Originally, Naruto, who was an orphan and was called the incarnation of a demon fox, was actually the son of the fourth Hokage who saved the village from the nine-tailed demon fox. This was too unbelievable. In fact, Naruto was also puzzled. He didn't understand why his father sealed the nine-tailed fox in his body. He didn't understand why she, who was obviously the son of a hero, suffered such treatment in her childhood. However, he firmly believed that his father, who was regarded as the hero of the fourth Hokage, would definitely not cheat him, so he wanted to find the answer. "Forget it, let me tell you." Seeing that Kakashi and Jiraiya both looked embarrassed, Zhang Yan, who knew what they were worried about, decided to act as the commentator himself. "Naruto, of course, has parents. Your father is the fourth Hokage, named Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato is the disciple of senior brother Jiraiya, so he is my nephew. Namikaze Minato. I'm dead and someone is taking advantage of me. Kakashi is the disciple of your father Namikaze Minato, and I am his great-uncle." Kakashi rolled his eyes. Zhang Yan was obviously younger than him, but he was 2 generations older than him. He was speechless. It can only be said that Zhang Yan's operation of asking the 3rd generation to accept him as a disciple was too cool. "Naruto, your mother is called Uzumaki Kushina, a member of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan has a close relationship with Konoha. The vortex behind your clothes represents the Uzumaki clan. The symbol of the Uzumaki clan is red hair. Now my host, Karin, is from the same clan as you. You have your mother's last name. Oh, by the way, senior sister Tsunade's grandmother." Next, Zhang Yan gave Naruto and some people who were not aware of the situation a good science popularization. First, the relationship between the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan, and then the Uzumaki clan. By the way, he also talked about the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Finally, he talking about Minato Namikaze. After listening to Zhang Yan's story, everyone's expression changed when they looked at Naruto. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade, who knew the situation, said the same thing. Naruto's background is really unknown until you understand it. It's shocking to understand it clearly. First of all, her father is the 4th Hokage, her father's teacher is Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, her father's master is the 3rd Hokage, her father's master is the 2nd Hokage, and the 2nd Hokage's brother is the 1st Hokage. Looking at her mother, Uzumaki Kushina is a member of the Uzumaki clan with a special physique. And the wife of the 1st Hokage is also a member of the Uzumaki clan. These 2 members of the Uzumaki clan are also 9 Tails Jinchuriki, and Naruto is the 3rd one. The wife of the 1st Hokage is also Tsunade's grandmother, which means that Tsunade and Naruto are still related by blood. Finally, the 5th Hokage Zhang Yan is the uncle of Naruto's father and the junior of Jiraiya and Tsunade. This kind of background. It can be said to be the strongest background in Konoha, right? No kidding, Naruto is the prince of Konoha. Shikamaru said he wanted to complain. How miserable was the childhood of this prince. But Naruto obviously didn't have the brain to think so much, he cared most about the last point mentioned by Zhang Yan. "Brother Zhang Yan, that is to say, my mother is also the 9-tailed Jinchuriki, and my father sealed the 9-tailed into my body, on the one hand because of my special physique, on the other hand to give me the power to fight against Uchiha Madara. I understand all this. But if that's the case, why did everyone think of me as the 9-tailed demon fox before?" Naruto asked the point. According to his background, he shouldn't be treated like this. This. Zhang Yan stretched out his fingers and tapped on the desk, saying seriously, "Everyone is here. Then I'll tell everyone. Everything is because of Denzo. Konoha's Pot King, get ready to take the blame." Chapter 55, Spoilers in progress, the expressions are very exciting. 2/4, new book, everything requested. 12-winged fallen angel black cat, take the blame, Danzo. Losing the richest man, haha, I didn't expect the acting president to mention Danzo, forgive my insincere smile. Yin Xinyu, whenever there is something, it's right to find Danzo. I want to govern, I have also read Naruto, Danzo is a powerful and ambitious man. The death of Yahiko, the changes in the Akatsuki organization, the death of Konoha White Fang, the extermination of the Uchiha clan, etc., all have his presence, but it's a pity that he lost in the end. The pinnacle of martial arts, yes, the victor is the king and the loser is the bandit. History books are written by the victor, right, Waban, the second for 10,000 years. I am a marquis, dot. If you can't beat me, bear it for now. Sahang Jingzai are all little bitches, is the acting president going to deal with Danzo? The members of the union have already seen the memory copy of the Hokage and have a clear understanding of this world. They knew that Zhang Yan would definitely not keep Danzo if he became the 5th Hokage. Whether Danzo was whitewashed or not, he did do a lot of bad things, and as long as he wanted to become Hokage, his position was naturally opposite to Zhang Yan's. So Zhang Yan would definitely want to get rid of Danzo. And now Zhang Yan suddenly mentioned Danzo, isn't it a signal to take action? A smart woman. Zhang Yan, who was multitasking, saw Wan's question, and a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. In fact, according to the series of plans he originally planned, he would not eliminate Danzo so quickly, which was not in his interest. However, after joining the super-dimensional union, he changed his plan with the golden finger and rearranged it, so he spoiled it to Naruto. But later, he was invited to Conan's world to get rich overnight, and his strengths in various aspects have been improved, so now he has changed his plan again. You may not be able to imagine what I am going to say next. But don't worry, it is absolutely true. And there is evidence. Zhang Yan took out a sealed scroll and put it on the table after sweeping his eyes over everyone in front of him. This scroll records the evidence he has been collecting since a long time ago, proving all the things Danzo has done, including some evidence collected when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in power. Now all of them have been inherited by Zhang Yan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old bastard, has always kept a hand. Originally, Zhang Yan planned to use these evidences when he was going to deal a fatal blow to Danzo, and now is the time. With the support of the super-dimensional union, he has planned to speed up his pace, master the power of Konoha as quickly as possible, and then unify the ninja world with the power of the Land of Fire. Then, let's go in order. The first scroll records the evidence that Yahiko was framed and killed by Danzo, which led to the dark path of Uzumaki Nagato and Akatsuki organization. Zhang Yan spread out the scroll and took out the first sealed item first. This item was also a scroll, which he threw to Jiraiya. What? Jiraiya was shocked when he took the scroll. Of course, he knew who Yahiko was. He was a disciple he accepted during the Second Ninja War and taught him for 3 years. Although he was thinking of the language of the Toad Sage at that time, he mainly accepted Yahiko and Konan as his disciples in order to accept Uzumaki Nagato, who had the Samsara Eye, as his disciple. But after 3 years of getting along, the feelings are not fake. Recognize if you really count it, Minato Namikaze can only be regarded as his 4th disciple. So Zhang Yan now tells him that Yahiko is dead? The Akatsuki organization he has been pursuing is actually related to Uzumaki Nagato? What the hell is this? We will chat about the details later. Noticing Jiraiya's expression, Zhang Yan did not rush to explain, because there were a lot of things to say, and there were a lot of idle people at the scene. The second piece of evidence is about the truth about Konoha White Fang's suicide driven by public opinion, and what tricks did Danzo play in it. Kakashi caught the second scroll thrown by Zhang Yan, and his pupil shrank. He completely lost the interest to continue watching the Intimate Paradise. He was very angry about his father's death that year. He resented his father's cowardice and some ninja remarks. So now Zhang Yan tells him that someone is manipulating everything behind the scenes? The third piece of evidence, about the truth that many members of the Senju clan were killed one after another, and even Senju Nawake was killed. Zhang Yan took out the third scroll and threw it to Tsunade. Tsunade, who originally planned to watch the show, was shocked. She took the scroll instinctively and didn't dare to open it to check. Behind the decline of the Senju clan, was Danzo really behind it? But the death of Senju Nawake was also caused by Danzo? Tsunade was angry. He trembled with his hands and slowly spread out the scroll. The fourth piece of evidence, the truth that Hyuga Hisashi must be killed. Zhang Yan took out the fourth scroll, which shocked Hyega Hinata, Hyega Hayashi and Hyega Niji who were at the scene. There was actually a truth behind Hyega Hisashi's murder? Wasn't he willing to commit suicide and sacrifice for the village? Zhang Yan threw this scroll to Hyega Hayashi, the future father-in-law. The fifth piece of evidence, the truth that the Uchiha clan was annihilated by Uchiha Itachi. Zhang Yan took out another scroll and threw it to Uchiha Sasuke who was watching everything coldly in the corner. As Zhang Yan took out one piece of evidence after another, bloody evidence, everyone was not calm. And the members of the super-dimensional union who were observing their expressions through live broadcast were also not calm. The richest man in the world, it feels so good to spoil the story. I've decided to go to Captain America for spoilers. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, I decided to take the Heshi Bai to appreciate Shi Fixuan's expression. Zhang Dong little overlord, I want to kill Liu Bei and Cao, okay. Yin Xinyu. 12-winged fallen angel black cat. Are they too useless for not being able to spoil the story? It seems that they are out of tune with the union members. Chapter 56 Evidence is also a black pot, Danzo joins the union. 3/4, new book, everything. The truth about the annihilation of the Uchiha clan and Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke took the scroll and trembled all over. He couldn't believe what he heard. What conspiracy was hidden behind the annihilation of the Uchiha clan? Isn't it that Uchiha Itachi wanted to gain the power of the eyes? Is there a truth behind the annihilation of the clan by Uchiha Itachi? Sasuke couldn't believe it, and didn't want to believe it. He wanted to question Zhang Yan. But he held back and opened the scroll with trembling hands. I'll give you all the remaining evidence at once. Zhang Yan didn't care about the chat in the union group. He took out all the scrolls at once and threw them to Asuma Sarutobi, Jiraiya, Kurane Yui, Naruto and others. For Asuma, it is about the records of Danzo's secret assassination of the Sandame, your father, which was hidden by the Sandame before. For Jiraiya, it is the evidence of Danzo's discrediting Orochimaru. In fact, although he conducted human experiments, he used death row prisoners instead of Konoha villagers. Sister Hong, you got the truth about your father's murder. Naruto, you have part of the truth about the Nine Tails Rebellion. Hehe, Konoha has your father, the Sandame, Danzo, and 2 Anbu, but only your parents died, hehe. Zhang Yan distributed all the evidence. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became depressing. All the people with the scrolls were checking the so-called evidence, including physical evidence, letters, and some detailed evidence. Zhang Yan watched all this quietly, with a cold light in his eyes. When everyone at the scene finished reading the contents of the scrolls in their hands, it was time for him to deal with Danzo. He told Yan Lingji last night that he had something to come out, and it was not an excuse. He planned to get rid of Danzo and completely control all the power of Konoha. In fact, the so-called evidence he produced was not all true, nor was it all comprehensive. The murder of Yahiko was indeed all secretly operated by Danzo, and there is no way to wash it off. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also involved in the matter of Konoha White Fang, or he was the mastermind, and Danzo was the one who actually operated it. It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen's original intention was just to discredit White Fang and hit White Fang's prestige, so as to prevent this shadow-level strongman who was not from his faction from becoming Hokage. What he didn't expect was that Danzo was more ruthless than him, and didn't want White Fang to be Hokage even more than he did, so the tragedy happened. The decline of the Senju clan, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, and the affairs of Hyega Hidashi were actually all instructed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, because the power he had in his hands was not enough to fight against these family forces and wanted to check and balance. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were in cahoots with each other, but Danzo's actions were the result of the other party was even more extreme, and he also did a lot of things to take advantage of himself in secret. As for the matter of Yui Kurane's father, that was simply framed by Zhang Yan. Orochimaru's matter is half and half. Orochimaru did not use innocent people for experiments, but that was before he left Konoha, and it is hard to say now. But as long as Orochimaru is willing to surrender in the end, Zhang Yan doesn't care. I believe Jiraiya and Tsunade will help. Now showing the so-called evidence is to pave the way for Orochimaru's whitewashing in advance. Only the death of the fourth generation, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not participate, it was purely Danzo and Akatsuki organization and Uchiha Obito who cooperated to do tricks in secret. But now that the third generation is dead, these evidences or these pots can only be borne by Danzo, a human being. And what Zhang Yan wants is the hatred of everyone towards Danzou after knowing the truth. Then he can destroy Danzou openly. By then, he will not only not be criticized, but also be appreciated by countless people. Of course, earning points by life spoilers is also one of the reasons. Otherwise, if there is no profit, Zhang Yan will not go through so much trouble to investigate, plan, and produce evidence. He will choose to directly kill Danzou. After all, this world speaks with strength, and with his current strength and various abilities, killing Danzou is like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Ding! New member I should be the third generation Hokage joins the union. Just when Zhang Yan was admiring the wonderful expressions of Jiraiya and others, a voice suddenly sounded in a group of union members' minds. Are there new members joining? Just now he has time. Zhang Yan plans to join the union group to welcome the newcomer. If the newcomer comes from an interesting world, it may be profitable. But after seeing the new member's ID name clearly, he was a little confused. I should be the third generation Hokage? The person who can have such an ID must be from the world of Naruto, and he is an old antique, and he is not satisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen becoming the third Hokage, and he is still resentful. This person? Who else can it be except Danzou? The super-dimensional union actually let Danzou join? Zhang Yan silently glanced at the group of people in front of him who were checking Danzou's black history, and then glanced at the live broadcast room, and his mouth twitched slightly. After joining the union members cannot hurt each other, so how is he going to get rid of Danzou? The super-dimensional union is making trouble, is it kidding? Super-dimensional union. Wait. Zhang Yan slapped his forehead. He found that he seemed to have overlooked something very important. Hyperdimensional union, I love you so much. Please make sure to get all my enemies into the union in the future. I'm invincible. Hyperdimensional union. Zhang Yan grinned, clicked on the Union Points Mall, and silently bought the Punishment Talisman. Punishment Talisman, price, 500 points. Effect, temporarily eliminate the Union protection status of a certain member. Chapter 57 Welcome newcomers. Surprised Danzou. 4/4, new book, everything. Acting President Su Hangxiu, welcome in line, welcome new members. 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat, welcome, welcome. Zhangdong Little Overlord, welcome, welcome. Yan Lingji, +1. Ko Cheng the richest man, I have to interrupt you, do you really welcome new members? Yin Xinyu, please take a look at the new ID. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, I should be the third Hokage, hehe. Tang family Ziosan, it seems that there is only one person who can have this ID. Greyfield AI, it's Shimura Danzou. Oh my god. At this moment, Su Hangxiu, Gaujin Liulai and Sun Ce, who were in 3 different worlds, all burst out with a swear word. They never expected that the new member who joined the union would be Zhang Yan, who was targeting Shimura Danzou. Wouldn't it offend Zhang Yan to welcome Danzou? Now, the 3 of them panicked. Su Hangxiu trembled. She had just told Zhang Yan that she would surrender yesterday, but she was courting death today? Sure enough, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. I should have let the Marquis and the others line up earlier. Wujin Liulai trembled and shouted for the fallen angel to bless her. What is the probability that Danzou can join the union? There are so many people in the heavens and the worlds who can be invited, and the union actually invited Danzou to join? Is this going to cause trouble? Is the union infected with a virus? Super Dimension Union, this group of members is too difficult to lead, I want to disband. Yan Lingji, Acting President Zhang Yan, Brother Zhang Yan, this is a misunderstanding. Acting President Su Hangxiu, my fellow countrymen, misunderstanding, misunderstanding. 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat, ahem. Tang family mistress, fortunately I didn't welcome it, ha 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 ha. Marshall Peak, interesting, now I'm curious about what Zhang Yan is going to do, so that group members can't hurt each other. The old man is a marquis, Luo Hao, you are full of has he grown muscles? Does Zhang Yan need to do it himself? Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, if all these people come, can Danzou survive? Waban, who thought he had the opportunity to ridicule Luo Hao, immediately stood up. The top of martial arts, say it again. I am a marquis, you asked me to say it, I will say it, how embarrassed am I? The top of martial arts, very good, I will come to you now. I am a marquis, can you find me? The top of martial arts, it's about time for the plot to begin. I will go to Sardinia to wait for you, you'd better not come. I have accepted the power of the 10 incarnations of the god of war Veleslana. I am a marquis. Woban's mentality collapsed. Is he out of his mind or something? Why did he provoke Luo Hao when he couldn't beat him? This woman killed the god of disobedience with her own martial arts. Now, if this woman comes to grab the head of the god of disobedience, he really can't grab it. Fortunately, someone changed the subject. I want to rule, Marquis Woban, you actually didn't think about it this time. Danzo has joined the union, and this matter is not easy to say. I am a marquis, what do you mean? Woban was a little puzzled. However, several smart people like Tony and Eisen have understood what Ying Zhang meant. As expected of the Emperor of all ages, the reaction is really fast. Eisen narrowed his eyes. Tony entered the union and gave an answer. Losing the richest man, the acting president has uploaded the copy of the Hokage's memory, and Danzo will definitely download and check it, which means that he also knows his future, so he can make corresponding arrangements. Don't forget the Sharingan in Danzo's hand and the Mangekyou in his right eye. He can use Izanagi and Kota Amatsukami. Under the premise that the acting president cannot hurt Danzo, Kakashi and others may not be able to take him down, and he can just hide and use the power of the guild to become stronger. So, everything is hard to say. For Tony, Danzo is a villain who will do anything for his ambitions and has no bottom line. He is the type of person he dislikes the most. He is very resistant to such people. Seeing Tony's answer, the union group suddenly became quiet. Zhang Yan, who has already exposed Danzo's true face in front of Kakashi and others, and the ambitious Danzo are like water and fire. Their positions are completely opposite and there is no possibility of adjustment. It can be said that one of these two people must be killed by the other. However, whether considering the degree of help to the union, the closeness of the relationship, or the character, they all support Zhang Yan. But the question is, how can Zhang Yan deal with Danzo? This matter seems to have become more difficult with Danzo joining the union. At the same time, in a secret underground base belonging to the route near Konoha. As everyone guessed, the new member of the guild was Danzo Shimura, who was nicknamed Konoha Pot King and had the title of the only pure villain in Hokage. As a qualified old cunt, he did not make any extreme performance after noticing the abnormality in his mind, but confirmed that he was not under the illusion through Shisui's Mangekyou Sharingan. Then he called a few subordinates to directly open the special barrier in the route. After doing all this, he found that the guild in his mind still existed, so he began to study the authenticity and function of this so-called superdimensional guild. He also found a memory copy called Naruto. After thorough research, he shot out from his exposed eyes. Extremely hot light. Finally, he opened the live broadcast room opened by Zhang Yan. This picture. Chapter 58 was spoiled. Danzo said he was not in vain. 1/4, give away the first chapter. Connecting countless dimension, a union connecting all the heavens and the worlds. The union members come from all over the world, and there are even supreme immortals. Here, I can get more powerful power, and even immortality. Strengthening function, as long as there are points, I can completely fuse the cells of Hashirama in my body to have wood release, as long as there are points, I can eliminate the rejection reaction, completely fuse the Sharingan, and even the Mangekyou Sharingan? Memory copy? Hokage? Past. Present. Future. I didn't expect my future to be like this. The Uchiha clan is really heresy. Uzumaki Naruto actually became the savior of the world? Indra, Azura, Six-Path Sage, Uchiha Madara, all the major Hokage resurrected. Wonderful, really wonderful. But why should I, Danzo, be nailed to the pillar of shame? In the deepest secret base of the root organization, after checking the introduction of the union, the points mall, the enhanced functions, and digesting the Hokage memory copy in an instant, Danzo's exposed single eye shot out an extremely hot light. He understood a lot of things. Now, the position of Hokage is no longer his pursuit, but has become the first step of his plan. He wants to make himself immortal and stronger through the superdimensional union. But first, he must be erased from this world. Danzo looked at the union live broadcast room, where Zhang Yan was broadcasting live. Ding, I should be the third generation Hokage entering the live broadcast room. Danzo joined the live broadcast room. This message appeared in front of all the union members. Goko Ruri, Huira AI and others immediately worried about Zhang Yan. After seeing the live broadcast, Danzo will definitely respond in advance. If he runs away, it will definitely be a big trouble for Zhang Yan. For the first time, many members felt that the rules set by the union that do not allow mutual harm were actually a little imperfect. Tony suddenly thought, what should he do if Thanos joins the union? You can't kill the other party even if you snap your fingers, right? Wan suddenly thought of the scene of Shi Fixuan joining the union. Wouldn't she always be able to move her mouth? Huira AI thought of the meeting when Jin joined the union. Wouldn't she be unable to avenge her sister? However, some smart people didn't think so much. This time it just happens to confirm many of my guesses. A wise look flashed in Aizen's eyes. And at this time, in the Hokage's office. Asshole! Haiga Hayashi was the first to finish reading the so-called evidence in his hand, his face full of anger. He didn't expect that there was such a conspiracy behind the abduction of Hinata by the Kumo ninja and the compromise of the third generation. But if you think about it carefully, everything is full of loopholes. Thinking about it, his Haiga family was a famous family in Konoha that year, as famous as the Uchiha clan after the Senju clan, and was also good at investigation. As a result, the eldest daughter of the family was abducted quietly. If he hadn't been in the mood to investigate, he would have lost his eyes. Now it seems that there is a traitor. Haiga Hayashi was full of anger. He wanted to tear Danzo into pieces. If his brother was still there, the Haiga family would definitely have one more cage-level strongman. What a great combat power this is! The most important thing is that he is his own brother. Danzo. Like Haiga Hayashi, there was also Niji who thought he knew the truth and had forgiven the Haiga clan. He didn't expect that behind his father's death was Konoha's dark conspiracy. Even Haiga Hinata, who seemed gentle at the side, showed anger. If the people of the Haiga clan were like this, Uchiha Sasuke, who knew the truth about Uchiha Itake's death and what Uchiha Itake was carrying, was naturally even more angry. Danzo. Sasuke's eyes suddenly turned scarlet, and 3 black Megatama appeared clearly in them. If it was the second pillar in the anime, he might now hold the evidence and shout all this is fake, I don't believe it. Then he rashly went to Uchiha Itake to ask for clarification. But it's hard to say what the final result will be. But Sasuke, who is now influenced by Zhang Yan, is different. Zhang Yan started to lay out the plan 18 years ago, and naturally involved Sasuke, so the latter was much more stable and calm in the original work. With evidence in front of him, he naturally would not question it. He transferred all his previous hatred for Uchiha Itake to Danzo, and added the weight of his love for Uchiha Itake. This weight made him directly open the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Bang! Good, very good. Tsunade stretched out her hand and punched, and a big hole was directly broken in the wall next to her. In fact, the decline of the Senju clan, she had long suspected that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo had something to do with it, and that was why he left Konoha. But what she didn't expect was that even the death of Senju Nawake was related to Danzo, and the latter was actually studying Hashirama cells. This bastard, damn it! The other people who got the scroll were also very angry. Now, as long as Zhang Yan gave an order, they would definitely rush forward and cut Danzo into pieces. Only Kakashi was relatively calm. Some things he had already analyzed. When Orochimaru and the third generation were fighting, he took Kai away to rescue other places in Konoha. Do you really think it was just a coincidence? Kakashi, like Zhang Yan, is also a heart man. The scene in the Hokage's office, Danzo just past seeing it live, he couldn't help but smile disdainfully. If he hadn't joined the super-dimensional union, he might not have lived long. But now, knowing everything, would he still wait foolishly for Zhang Yan to bring Haiga Hayashi and others to kill him and win over the people? He has begun to summon all the ninjas who are loyal to him in the route and notify the members of the Shimura clan to prepare for retreat. When he is strong enough, he will come back to rob Konoha and dominate the ninja world. But what Danzo didn't know was that Zhang Yan wanted to give him this time. He is about to die. Chapter 59 Danzo turns into a sprayer and shows the kicking talisman. 2/4, Gift Chapter 2. Yin Xinyu, Zhang Yan, handsome guy, why don't you turn off the live broadcast? Danzo saw everything. Yan Lingji, brother Zhang Yan, turn off the live broadcast quickly, Danzo, the bad guy, might be peeping at the screen now. Huiwen AI, be careful, acting president. Yan Xinyu, Yan Lingji, and Huiwen Ai are all very concerned about Zhang Yan. They are really concerned, so they don't shy away from reminding Shimura Danzo, who is also in the union. In addition to them, other members are also unhappy with Danzo's existence. For example, Luo Hao, who knows that Zhang Yan is of the Yanhuang bloodline. The top warrior, this bastard from another world, is more sinister than the old marquis. This leader is willing to help kill him. I am a marquis. The 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat, it's a pity that you, the leader, can't hurt Danzo. Yin Xinyu, I hate this fifth generation Hokage so much. Tang family mistress, Miss Yin, your summary is really accurate. Danzo, the villain, is somewhat different from Waban and Aizen, so he is hated by many people. Hehe. Looking at the speeches of the members in the union chat group, a cold light flashed in Danzo's eyes. He said that he would remember these guys. When there is a chance and a way in the future, he must teach them a lesson. As for now, with the protection system of the super-dimensional union, he is not inferior even if the union members are more powerful than the Six-Path Sage. Danzo Shimura, I changed back to my real name. Yes, I am Danzo Shimura. Danzo Shimura, you are upset with me after watching the Naruto memory copy. Danzo Shimura, but I don't care. Danzo Shimura, God Slayer is great? Death God is powerful? Pirate is nothing? I am Iron Man. Danzo Shimura, I just like the way you can't stand it, but I can't do anything about it. This time, Danzo turned into a troll and used a group attack skill. After trolling, he felt refreshed. Anyway, the members of the guild can't hurt each other, what is he afraid of? If I don't like you, I will troll you. It's okay if I feel happy. I'm going to find a place to hide now, and when I get points and become stronger, I will come to settle accounts with you. All members. Has this Danzo become the chairman of the guild? How arrogant! Is he a little too arrogant? Waban. Aizen. Whitebeard. They didn't say anything. Why did Danzo open a map cannon? In fact, Danzo is not arrogant, and it is not in line with his character to be a troll. He did this because the negative emotions in his heart were triggered. First, after seeing his own ending in the Hokage memory copy, he was filled with boundless anger and fear. Later, he saw the identity of Uchiha Obito, the brat. Sasuke and Orochimaru successfully whitewashed in the back. In the end, Kakashi, the son of White Fang, actually became Hokage. He was angry. Obviously, he was devoted to Konoha, so how could he become a villain, and the only villain who could not be whitewashed? Just at this time, he turned on the live broadcast. Just happened to see Zhang Yan revealing everything he had done, and everyone was attacking him. He became even more angry. But he was not Zhang Yan's opponent, and could only rely on the luck of joining the Super Dimension Union to leave early and become a dog without a home. He was filled with frustration again. At this time, most people in the Super Dimension Union still stood on Zhang Yan's side, condemning him and clearly opposing him. Yin Xinyu even called him the 5.5 Hokage. What a great irony! With so many negative emotions accumulated, and the Union protection system protecting him, he couldn't help but become a troll. Poor guy! In the Yaishan world, Su Hangxue looked at Shimura Danzo, who was talking nonsense in the guild group, and a trace of pity appeared in her eyes. She opened the Union Points Mall, took a close look at the kick-out talisman and punishment talisman purchased exclusively by the acting president, and closed her eyes silently. Poor old man! Now I'm happy to scold him. Wait, don't cry. If Su Hangxue can buy something, Zhang Yan can also buy it. Is Danzo crazy? Seeing Danzo rant in the guild group, Zhang Yan was a little speechless, but he was more looking forward to Danzo's next expression. Acting President Zhang Yan, kick out talisman. Zhang Yan did not speak, but just sent a screenshot. Kick out talisman, price, 1000 points. Effect, vote to kick a member out of the union, more than half of the members agree, can use it on the acting president, exclusive purchase for the acting president. P.S. The effect of the punishment talisman remains unchanged, and the kick-out talisman has been reset. It is too buggy to kick out directly, and it is easy to cause some members to be suspicious. In order to avoid the plot of intrigue, and not let everyone absolutely brainless and have bugs to force down their intelligence, so it is reset. When the protagonist becomes the president, there will be no so many things. The union members opened the screenshot and saw the effect and price of the kick-out talisman, as well as half of the special notes. That's right, Zhang Yan did not reveal all the special notes. The special notes also stated that after the acting president becomes the official president, he can punish and kick out union members at will without spending points. Considering that if this news is known in advance, it will easily add instability to the competition for the official president, so Zhang Yan did not expose it. He believed that Su Hangxiu would definitely not say it. After all, Su Hangxiu did not even mention the punishment talisman and the kick-out talisman. Chapter 60, the punishment talisman is sacrificed, and Danzou's mentality collapses. 3/4, free third chapter. Hiss. In different worlds, all guild members were shocked after seeing the screenshot message sent by Zhang Yan. Su Hangxiu and Zhang Yan are both acting presidents, but they have never mentioned the punishment talisman and the kick-out talisman. They really didn't expect that the acting president has this special purchase right. Kick-out talisman. This use that can kick any member out of the guild surprised them. Whether it is ordinary people like Yun Xinyu and Gajin Liulai, or Luo Hao and Aizen who have reached a very high level of strength in the local world. Since joining the union, they have had a new life and new goals. For them, the union is a ladder to the sky, providing them with a way to continue to move up. Compared to strong people like Luo Hao, ordinary people like Yun Xinyu and Gajin Liulai are at a lower position on the ladder, and they need to climb harder to become stronger. And Luo Hao and others had almost reached the end of the ladder. And now, the union has brought them a longer and more beautiful road. All those who joined the Super Dimension Union are very happy. And now, they found that someone can remove the ladder they climbed and destroy the road in front of them. A deep fear spread in their hearts. The only thing that made them feel relieved was that the kicking talisman was not something the acting president could do if he wanted to kick someone out, but also required members to vote, which avoided the possibility of the acting president acting recklessly. However, as the only acting presidents who have the ability to purchase this privilege, Su Hangxiu and Zhang Yan are labeled as people who should not be provoked unless there is something wrong. If there is something wrong, then they will be provoked even more. Kick out the talisman. Danzou's heart twitched. He never thought that Zhang Yan, the acting president, actually had such a powerful weapon. And it was not revealed until now. Looking at the conditions for kicking out members, half of the members must agree. Danzou was not happy, but more panicked. Is it too late for him to withdraw what he said before? Although he had just joined this magical union, he understood how precious it was to be a part of this union. It is far more valuable than becoming a Hokage. Why not negotiate with Zhang Yan first, beg for mercy directly, and hand over the route? As long as he can stay in the union, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses the six-path sage in the future. Compared with these, the power of the Hokage is nothing. Before Danzou could make a decision, Zhang Yan spoke again. Acting President Zhang Yan, sorry, I accidentally sent the wrong message just now. I actually wanted to send this punishment talisman. Punishment talisman, price, 500 points. Effect, temporarily eliminate the union protection status of a member, exclusive to the acting president. Punishment talisman. Seeing the effect of the punishment talisman, everyone was shocked again. At this time, Aizen, Tony, Yingzheng and other smart people showed expressions of as expected. With their IQ, they had already guessed that the acting president might have the privilege of kicking out and punishing members. If not, do you really think that Su Hangxiu's mastery of some so-called memory copies can make them afraid? Moreover, they never thought that the powerful superdimensional union did not even have a way to resolve conflicts between members. Now it seems that this solution is indeed in the hands of Zhang Yan and Su Suihan, two privileged classes. These two are now acting presidents. In the future, they will be the president and vice president. President and vice president. Many people were tempted, but considering their relationship with other members, strength, prestige, and other issues, they were surprised to find it difficult to participate in this election. If nothing unexpected happens, the president will only appear between Zhang Yan and Su Hangxiu. If Su Hangxiu is smart, she will choose Zhang Yan as the president. Then she may even be the acting president. The result of being stubborn is that you get nothing. Is Su Hangxiu so smart? Su Hangxiu, I surrendered long ago. Thinking that Zhang Yan is most likely the future president, many people began to adjust their self-positioning and the importance they attach to Zhang Yan. At the same time, Zhang Yan spoke again. Acting President Zhang Yan, Danzou, thank you for inviting you to join the union. I only need to spend 500 points to take your life without risk. Wait for me, I'll come now. Seeing Zhang Yan's speech, many people were stunned. Tang family's Iasen, thank you for the super-dimensional union. Zhang Dong little overlord, what do you mean you can take your life with only 500 points? 12-winged fallen angel black cat, stupid. After President Zhang Yan uses the punishment talisman, he can hurt Danzou, but Danzou can't hurt him, understand? Wu Kang Li Yuli's words awakened the dreamer. Everyone suddenly reacted. Yes, as long as the punishment talisman is used, others can attack the punished member, but the punished member still cannot attack other members of the Super Dimension Union. Isn't this a human sandbag? It would be fine if the strength gap was huge. Even if the strong person was punished, he could at least escape. But Danzou is obviously the weaker party than Zhang Yan. Once he was punished. At this moment, Danzou's mentality collapsed. Danzou, damn, I want to quit the Super Dimension Union. All members, authority boss, I can't afford to offend, I can't afford to offend. And Aizen and others who realized Zhang Yan's meaning more than Gagururi, or realized the purpose of the punishment talisman before Zhang Yan said it, suddenly thought of a benefit of the punishment talisman. And this benefit was said by Zhang Yan. Acting President Zhang Yan, if you can invite people to join the union in the future, if you don't like someone, you can invite him to the union. Kill at will with 500 points, isn't it perfect? Tony thought of Thanos again. Ichigo Kurosaki thought of Waiwak. Wan thought. Shi Fixuan is too pretentious, she can't be allowed to join the guild. P.S. Set the level for easy reading. First level. Level 1, strongest among ordinary people. Level 2, Genin, acquired warrior. Level 3, Chunin special Jonin, super first rate. Level 4, Jonin elite Jonin, innate. Level 5, Cage level, Shishibukai / martial arts master. Level 6, Super Cage, 3 admirals and 4 emperors, martial arts grand master. Level 7, Quasi 6 paths, martial arts celestial being. Level 8, 6 paths level, 6 paths Naruto's artificial moon, has the power to clean the ground, shatter the void. Level 9, Quasi star explosion, a person who is invincible on a planet or in a general plane. Second level, 1 to 9 levels. Level 1, Star Explosion. Universe view, relying on one's own power to move in the universe. But not all those who can leave the planet and move around are star-level strong men. I will introduce it later when it comes to it. Level 3, Level 4. Level 10. This is ranked according to destructive power and combat power, but combat power does not represent all strength, and many abilities focus on different aspects, some tend to individual destruction, some are range attacks, etc. Chapter 61 Crush Danzou, the Naruto world is invaded. 4/4, Free Chapter 4. I have many sons, punishment talisman, so scary. Yan Lingji, see who you are unhappy with, invite them in and kill them? So scary. Yan Xinyu, Zhang Yan, handsome guy, you are so smart. I want to govern, when I have 500 points, can I invite Lu Bue in? Aizen is trying to see if he can invite Yuhabak in. Yellow-haired good man, Aizen, I advise you, your idea is great this time. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in everyone's mind. Ding! Acting President Zhang Yan used the punishment talisman on Union member Shimura Danzou. In the next 24 hours, Shimura Danzou will be out of the Union's protection state, and all Union members can attack. Zhang Yan decisively purchased the punishment talisman and used it on Shimura Danzou. Since the super-dimensional Union gave him such a gift, letting Danzou be slaughtered by him, he certainly won't be polite. And spending these 500 points can guarantee that he can earn more. Everyone, I'm leaving. After using the punishment talisman, Zhang Yan greeted Tsunade and others in front of him, and then decisively used the Flying Thunder God technique. Swish! Before everyone reacted, Zhang Yan's figure had disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Shimura Danzou in the root organization. What? Seeing Zhang Yan suddenly appear in front of him, Danzou, who had been paying attention to the situation in the live broadcast room, suddenly contracted his pupils. How is it possible? How could Zhang Yan appear in front of him instantly? Wait! Is it the Flying Thunder God technique? When did Zhang Yan set up the Flying Thunder God technique at his root? I have never been here. The place where I set up the Flying Thunder God technique is your body. Zhang Yan seemed to know what Shimura Danzo was thinking and gave the answer. How is it possible? Danzo was shocked. Zhang Yan actually set up the Flying Thunder God technique on him. How come he didn't notice it? In response, Zhang Yan said that his Flying Thunder God technique had evolved to the third stage. Flying Thunder God technique. The technique is so small that it is almost invisible to the naked eye. You will be surprised if you find it. The technique of Flying Thunder God technique is naturally the trump card that Zhang Yan set on Danzo early in the morning. Asshole! Danzo was furious. He tried to mobilize the chakra in his body to launch ninjutsu or sealing technique, or use Shisui's Sharingan. But as soon as he thought of attacking Zhang Yan, an extremely powerful force descended and imprisoned the chakra in his body. Good opportunity. Taking advantage of the gap when Danzo was restricted, Zhang Yan ignored the root Anbu ninjas attacking him around him and opened his main Jakaya. Sharingan. Swish. The black pupils suddenly turned, and a small red cross appeared in Zhang Yan's pupils. Shenwei. A strong suction force appeared, and Danzo was sucked in before he could react. Shua. At the moment Danzo disappeared, Zhang Yan's voice also disappeared instantly. All the members of the union saw this scene through the live camera, and all showed shocked expressions. Fuck, Mangekyo Sharingan. Zhang Yan actually has this Arachan Nanji Kai? Isn't it worn? This must be the authority of the acting president, right? Isn't that Shenwei? Sure enough, he entered a different space. Boom. When Zhang Yan used Shenwei to suck Shimura Danzo into a different world. In the Naruto world, somewhere near the land of rain, there was a sudden explosion in the sky, and a dark space crack suddenly spread. Following that, 5 figures emerged from it, stepping on the void. These 5 people are 5 men and 1 woman. The leader was a blonde young man in a suit, dressed like a nobleman, with blood-red eyes. Behind him was a burly black man with muscular strength. There was also a short black-haired man who looked very fat, and a tall and thin black-haired man. The only woman was wearing a cheongsam, which outlined her perfect figure, but only her neck was exposed, which was very conservative. The blonde young man in the lead looked at the surrounding environment, licked his tongue, and showed a bloodthirsty expression. We are lucky this time. We actually came to the Naruto world. We have relevant information about this world. Hehe, this time our god-destroying abyss team can definitely lie down in this world. The fat middle-aged greasy man flashed an evil light in his eyes and rubbed his hands. I heard that there are many beauties in this world, such as Tsunade and Hinata, all with big breasts. I will give you all the rewards after solving the serious business. The blonde young man waved his hand casually, and asked, what task did the Lord God issue? This time the task is a key promotion task, and he decided to be more stable. What missions can our abyss team receive? Destruction, destruction, destruction. The black man pounded his chest like a gorilla. The only woman among the 5 frowned slightly, raised her hand to look at the information on her watch, and said, 3 main missions. Destroy the center of the world, Konoha village in the land of fire. Kill the protagonist of the world, Uzumaki Naruto, the child of destiny. Resurrect Uchiha Madara, invite him to join the main god space. Chapter 62 The Abyss Team in the main god space, a super big harvest. 1/10, first order requested. 3 tasks. Corresponding to the center of the world, the protagonist of the world, and also digging out the potential villains in the world. As expected of our black-hearted Lord God. Although it is black-hearted, I like it. The Naruto world is rated as the extreme of the small world by the Lord God, and it may be promoted to the middle world at any time. If we destroy this world, I believe we can get a lot of points. By then, we can all break through to level 6, and the ranking of the Abyss team can be advanced a lot. After the Cheongsam woman answered, the blonde young man moved his neck, and his scarlet eyes showed a strong desire for destruction. It's just destroying a world, he has long been accustomed to it. All this is nourishment in his eyes. Just do it. The burly black man was full of violence all over his body. I only need women. The fat middle-aged man smiled evilly. I long to enjoy the pleasure of killing. The tall and thin man showed a bloodthirsty smile. Looking at them, the Cheongsam heroine with classical temperament had a calm face, indicating that nothing could be seen, but she was very bitter in her heart. She was about to cry. My luck is too bad. Why did I choose to join the Abyss team that kills without blinking an eye? The Cheongsam woman's name is Ling Menjian. She is from the same hometown as Zhang Yan and Su Hangxiu, and they are also from Earth. Similarly, she is also a time traveler. But unlike Zhang Yan who legally traveled through the Naruto world and Su Hangxue who legally traveled through the Yaishan world, she was an illegal time traveler, or a special time traveler. She traveled to the main god space and became a reincarnation selected by the main god to continuously go to various worlds to perform tasks to earn points and become stronger. Infinite flow novels, Ling Menjian has also read a few in her spare time. Therefore, she can feel that the main god space she joined seems to bite is a little worse than the main god space in the novel. There are some differences, such as an additional reincarnation space station, which contains many reincarnations and many reincarnation teams. After joining the main god space, Ling Menjian found that she was the only reincarnation from Earth, and the worlds that the main god asked her to perform missions were all the worlds of TV series, movies or anime novels that she was familiar with. In the main god space, any information about the world is very valuable. Relying on the advantages of the plot, Ling Menjian easily survived the first few missions, earned a lot of points, and became a 4th level reincarnation. The level of the reincarnation also represents the strength of the reincarnation. The 4th level reincarnation is almost the level of the elite ninja in the Naruto world. After becoming a 4th level reincarnation, Ling Menjian's name profit also spread, and many people speculated that she inherited the legacy of a big man, so she mastered a lot of information about the world. So she naturally became a hot commodity in the eyes of many reincarnation teams. Since she was being targeted by too many people, Ling Menjian decided to join a team of reincarnationists to ensure her own safety and complete the task faster and better. It was at this time that Kaya Joseph found her. Kaya Joseph was the blonde-white youth next to Ling Menjian, with vampire blood, and was a powerful 5th level reincarnationist. Naruto World Cage level. At that time, Kaya Joseph brought his teammates to invite Ling Menjian, and every 15 people performed very well. Arthur behaved very gentlemanly, the burly black man named Simba behaved very honestly, the fat man named Kimura Kentaro behaved like an honest man, and the tall and thin man named Jin Hauer was taciturn. Such a combination, plus Joseph and the other 4 were all 5th level reincarnationists. Ling Menjian was moved, and after some consideration, she joined the team. But after joining the team, she almost collapsed. The team she joined was not an ordinary reincarnation team, but the Abyss team. The Abyss team is a special team of reincarnationists in the main god space. The main god tasks they perform are mainly destruction, and they plunder the origin of the world in exchange for points. Moreover, the true face of Joseph and the other 4 is completely opposite to what they show on the surface. This ability of disguise also makes Ling Menjian understand why they have not exposed the identity of the Abyss team and have gained a reputation as the captain of the reincarnation team. In fact, she was also deceived, right? This kind of team is certainly not the team Ling Menjian wants to join. But after joining, she can't quit for a while. If she quits by force, she will lose a lot of points, and she will definitely be targeted by Joseph and others for revenge. The people in the Abyss team are all crazy, killing people without blinking an eye, destroying the world is like playing, she has no confidence to deal with it. So she can only pretend to be indifferent and temporarily be in a fake relationship with Joseph and the other 4. But she has already thought about it, this time she will rely on the plot profit to kill Joseph and the other 4. Although Ling Menjian looks elegant and classical, her heart is as dirty as Zhang Yan's. Zhang Yan. Ms. Menjian, can you introduce the background of this world? The blonde young man stretched and looked at the Cheongsam beauty with a gentleman's smile on his face. His tone was also very polite, but everyone could feel his unquestionable will. Of course. Ling Menjian smiled gently, indicating that this was a small matter. In fact, she couldn't refuse. So she told all the news she knew and some suggestions. As far as I know, the origin of the Naruto world is. So the water in the Naruto world is very deep. The strength of the cage of each major ninja village is level 5, the same level as you. Among them, the mission requires the destruction of Konoha, which can be said to be the strongest ninja village to some extent. The time we entered, now should be the 5th generation of Hikari in power, so there must be more than 1 or 2 ninjas with level 5, cage, power in Konoha village. Some ninjas can even burst out with power beyond level 6 or even level 7. As for the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto who is to be killed this time, at this point in time he is still without growing up, fighting alone, he is not a match for any of us, but he has a tailed beast that is unique to this world sealed in his body, and it is the strongest 9 tails. This can exert the power of the 6th level, Super Shadow, which is 1 level higher than us. If we attack Uzumaki Naruto, we must also consider the situation of dealing with the 9 tails. As for Uchiha Madara, who the main god space wants us to recruit, he has the strength of the 7th or even 8th level at his strongest, and we also need to respond in advance. Because she didn't know whether Joseph and the other 2 knew something about the Naruto world, Ling Menjian didn't lie to be smart. The information she revealed was 2 points false, 1 point hidden, and 7 points true. For example, she didn't reveal that Might Guy almost kicked out the finale. She didn't reveal that Kakashi could take any of them away with Kamui. She didn't reveal that Naruto might have Jiraiya, a 6th level strongman. She didn't reveal that Tsunade could also summon spirits. The water in Konoha is deep. As for the 2 fakes, she exaggerated the combat power a lot in order to make Joseph and others use as many hidden means as possible. As she narrated, the expressions of Joseph and the other 4 suddenly became a little solemn. Originally, they thought that this time they tricked Ling Menjian into joining the team, which would have the advantage of the plot, and they could easily destroy the world and get points to be promoted to the 6th level reincarnation. But now in my opinion, they thought too simply. Under normal circumstances, a level 6 expert can deal with all of them, and there seem to be many such people in the Naruto world. It's just that the Naruto world seems a bit strange. Except for a very few people, most people have powerful powers, but a small hidden weapon is waiting to kill them. This is an advantage. But you still can't take it lightly, otherwise it's easy to capsize in the ditch. Thank you Miss Menjian for your explanation. Then I will assign the task next. After listening to Ling Menjian's narration, Joseph and the tall and thin Jinhao exchanged a look obscurely, confirmed some information, and then showed the power of being the captain. Since Konoha village is so difficult to deal with, Simba, you and I will go to the Hidden Rain village for safety. I got a good thing in the last mission. After using it, I should be able to threaten the leader of the Akatsuki organization to attack Konoha. The members of the Akatsuki organization are all level 5, very useful. Kimura, however, you go find that person, help him recover his hands, and then let him reincarnate Uchiha Madara, and then persuade him. You can trick Uchiha Madara into fighting. I believe he doesn't mind attacking Konoha and joining the main god space later. Joseph thought that the task of inviting Uchiha Madara was not difficult. The so-called world is a pond, and the Lord is the way to connect various ponds, even streams and rivers. The real strong and ambitious people are definitely eager to join. So he thought it was not difficult to invite Uchiha Madara. Hearing Joseph's clear distribution of tasks, Ling Menjian was shocked. From the fact that Joseph formulated a corresponding plan so quickly, or a complete plan, they definitely knew a lot of information about the Naruto world a long time ago. Fortunately, she didn't say anything nonsense just now, but just concealed it a little, otherwise it would definitely be exposed now. Just at this moment, Joseph suddenly looked at her and said with a gentle smile, Ms. Menjian, please go to Konoha to collect information first, is it okay? Of course. Acting alone, or going to Konoha, Ling Menjian said she would be more than happy, and of course she would not refuse. So the 5 people with clear division of labor showed their methods one after another, and then rushed in 3 directions. 5 minutes later. It was still the same place, and the 4 people except Ling Menjian returned here again. Captain, what should we do next? If Ling Menjian was here, she would definitely be shocked. Because at this time, Joseph, the captain of the Abyss team, who she thought, together with Simba and Jinhao, were standing respectfully beside the middle-aged greasy man. Obviously, this Kimura Kentaro is the real leader of the Abyss team. This girl is holding back. But it doesn't conflict with the information we know. She probably just wants to keep something back. Kentaro Kimura had a gloomy face and smiled coldly. He pondered for a moment and said, make a new plan. I'll go to the Hidden Rain village and deal with Uzumaki Nagato. Simba, you and Jintai go find Orochimaru. This link doesn't need to be changed. Joseph, you go to Konoha secretly and see what this woman is going to do. Hey, I haven't tasted such a flavorful Yanhuang woman for a long time. If she doesn't listen, tisk. By the way, remember to arrange that thing. What 5 major shadow villages? I want to enjoy the desperate expressions of people all over the world when the time comes. When the people from the Abyss team of the main god space entered the Naruto world and took action. On the other side, the land of fire, Konoha village. Swish! A vortex suddenly spun in a different space filled with purple lavender grassland. Immediately afterwards, Shimura Danzo appeared here. Where is this place? Looking at the unfamiliar environment around him, Danzo's eyes were full of vigilance. This is my exclusive space. Zhang Yan's figure appeared out of thin air not far from Danzo, with a teasing look in his eyes. The Flying Thunder God technique is much faster than the body, but in fact, Kamui is more handsome. This space is his exclusive Kamui space. Unlike Obito's space that is all stone, his space is paved with lavender fields. Well, it's a good place to pick up girls. Danzo, you are lucky to die here. Zhang Yan did not hide his murderous intent. You want to kill me? Danzo's face remained unchanged, but he was extremely frightened in his heart. He frantically mobilized the chakra in his body to condense it on the soles of his feet. This time, because he did not want to attack Zhang Yan, he succeeded. Shua! Danzo pulled away from Zhang Yan, as if he was afraid that the latter would suddenly attack. Zhang Yan smiled when he saw him like this. After entering here, could he still get out? Danzo, if I just wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have brought this. I want to inherit everything from the root. And Shisui's Mangekaya. You should hand it over as well. Zhang Yan took a step forward with a smiling expression, and there was no sign of his intention to kill. Asshole! Danzo was horrified, and Zhang Yan's smile made him feel the crisis of death. But now he could do nothing. As long as he had the intention to attack Zhang Yan, an invisible force would descend and restrict his actions. As for escaping, he could not leave this alien space belonging to Zhang Yan now. He found that all his means had lost their effect. Then die together. A fierce look flashed in Danzo's eyes. At this moment, Zhang Yan, who was originally walking towards him, suddenly disappeared. Swish! Danzo suddenly realized something, but when he wanted to resist, he found that the chakra in his body stopped flowing again. In this moment of pause, Zhang Yan had appeared in front of him and stretched out his hand quickly. Puff! Danzo's right eye was directly buckled down with the bandage under it. Ah! The severe pain came, and Danzo instinctively reached out to cover his bleeding right eye and retreated behind him. This time, Zhang Yan did not rush to catch up, but just kept a certain distance from him. Fortunately, I'm lucky. Then he put Uchiha Shisui's Mangekaya Sharingan into the system space, and Zhang Yunsong smiled with satisfaction. He wanted to give 32 thumbs up to the Union's invitation to Danzo to join. Uchiha Shisui's Mangekaya Sharingan has the pupil technique Koda Amatsukami, known as the strongest illusion. The effect of Koda Amatsukami is that it can manipulate others at will without knowing it, and permanently and completely change people's thoughts and will. The setting of this book, the premise is that the other party does not know, or the other party's mental power is not as strong as the caster. Because Koda Amatsukami is so powerful, it takes more than 10 years of cooling time to restore the pupil power after using it once, unless there is a perfect sage-level chakra of Hashirama Senju to restore the power in a short time and use it again. The power of Koda Amatsukami is so strong that Danzo can secretly manipulate the 5 cage talks, and also let the reincarnated Ataka get rid of the control of Kabuto Yakushi, changing the situation of the Fourth Ninja World War. The ability of Koda Amatsukami's eyes is consistent, there is no difference. Official setting. Zhang Yan naturally wants such ability. His idea is to get Shisui's Mangekaya from Danzo and Ataki, and then use the fusion system exclusive to the acting president to extract blood fusion. Then he doesn't need to spend 5,000 points to get the ability of Koda Amatsukami. But there is a difficulty in this matter, that is, after he attacks Danzo, Danzo is likely to consume Shisui's eyes to activate the Izanagi technique. Izanagi is an S-level forbidden technique, a special forbidden technique for the Uchiha clan, known as the technique to change fate. Izanagi requires the user to have the abilities of both the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. It does not require preparation time to cast, but the duration is very short. Danzo's right hand was given by Orochimaru, and various Sharingan were transplanted. At the same time, Hashirama cells were implanted to increase physical energy to balance the extremely strong spiritual energy of the 11 Sharingan. So Danzo meets the conditions for casting Izanagi. This ninjutsu can be cast multiple times, and the number of times is related to the number of Sharingan the caster has. The effect is that at the moment the ninjutsu is launched, a Sharingan will record the caster's own state, and then it will last for a period of time. During this period of time, any damage suffered by the caster, even including the caster's death, can be physically restored to the state when the Sharingan recorded it to resolve factors that are not conducive to itself. Within the effective range of the technique, any damage suffered by the caster, including death, will be reset, but the chakra cannot be reset. This move can be understood as a save, which means that it consumes a lot of chakra and a Sharingan. Izanagi's technique takes effect instantly and cannot be removed. What makes Zhang Yan afraid is that Izanagi is a ninjutsu used on oneself, which is a defensive ninjutsu. So even if Danzo is in the state of union punishment, he can use this move. However, compared to Izanagi, Zhang Yan is more afraid that Danzo will use the inner four-elephant seal. In the original work, this old bastard activated the inner four-symbol seal in order to guard Shisui's eye and all his secrets, and also wanted to kill Sasuke and Uchiha Obito together. After using this ninjutsu, blood will spray out of the whole body, and the inner four-symbol seal engraved on the body will expand in a spherical shape and completely seal the surrounding things. This is the last resort. 313. The reason why Zhang Yan has not taken action against Danzo until now is that he is looking for a way to solve the inner four-symbol seal. Killing Danzo is naturally not a difficult task for him. Possessing the Flying Thunder God technique, he is not afraid of being sealed. What he wants is to maximize the benefits. Completely inherit the root from Danzo. The cells of Hashirama who snatched Danzo's right arm have 11 Sharingans on it. Especially Shisui's main Jikaya. Sharingan Kota Amatsukami. To achieve this step, you must kill Danzo with one blow. If you don't kill with one blow, Danzo will have the opportunity to use the four-symbol seal to take away all the secrets, control of the root, Hashirama's arm, 11 Sharingans, and Shisui's main Jikaya. Sharingan. However, with Danzo joining the union, all these problems are solved. Shua. Zhang Yan showed the instant body technique and came to Danzo again, leisurely. Damn it! Danzo saw Zhang Yan approaching him, his face became very ugly, and he tried to distance himself again. Seeing him like this, Zhang Yan sneered, inside the four-symbol seal can't be used, right? This is Zhang Yan's very rogue method, he took advantage of the rules of the union. As long as he enters the attack range of Danzo's four-symbol seal, it means that this attack can hurt him, so the union will restrict Danzo from taking action for protection. In other words, as long as he is always in the attack range of Danzo's four-symbol seal, he can't commit suicide. During this period of time, Zhang Yan naturally won't give him the opportunity to unlock the seal on his right hand. This is also the reason why Zhang Yan rushed to snatch Danzo's right eye as soon as he came in order to prevent him from using Izanagi as a key technique consumes this eye. Now, Danzo has lost everything. And Zhang Yan only spent a mere 500 points. 5 minutes later, Danzo was tortured by Zhang Yan and had his right arm chopped off. In the end, he was caught in an illusion and confessed all the secrets, in the illusion, including the seal control, which the guild members could not see when watching the live broadcast. Shua. After getting all the answers he wanted, Zhang Yan killed Danzo and then closed the live broadcast. Ding! The live broadcast is over. Ding! It was detected that the acting president Zhang Yan slightly changed the plot. 1. Cassie knew the truth about his father being assassinated by Danzo. 2. Shiha Sasuke knew the truth about the assassination of the family and Uchiha Itachi. 3. The Hand knew the truth about Danzo's murder of the Senju family. 4. To Hayashi and the other 3. 5. 6. 7. The statistics are over, and the total reward points are 15,000. Ding! It was detected that the acting president Zhang Yan killed Shimura Danzo 3 years in advance, which indirectly changed many worlds. Chapter 63 Li Yulai was secretly regulated by AI. Cliff Sword Warning. 2/10. First Order Request. Time went back to 1 minute ago, when Zhang Yan just started to torture Danzo with illusion. Seeing Zhang Yan and Danzo start to look at each other affectionately in the live broadcast room, all the union members finally came back to their senses from the shock. 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat, wow, big brother Zhang Yan's alternate dimension is so beautiful. Yin Xinyu, I'll definitely go in and play if I have a chance in the future. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, is there something wrong with your focus? Shouldn't you focus on how handsome Zhang Yan has a main Jikaya? Sharingan. Tang family mistress, Sister Wan Wan, why do you want to know this? It's enough to just shout that big brother is awesome. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, no, I just thought that the main Jikaya. Sharingan is called the Eye of the Soul, and big brother Zhang Yan is I want to rule, I am curious about whether the acting president can use Susanoo. If he knows this trick, he can stop thousands of troops alone. The top warrior, if you know the complete Susanoo, I am interested in fighting. Luo Hao once defeated Izhuo Huan Yuan Mu Jiao Huan Luan Tan Hui Wei God, Ren Wangzun Miji Vatra and Narayana Gushan Wang, thus usurping the power of Vatra divine art. The effect of this power is to place the power of the Vatra warrior in Luo Hao, gaining unparalleled strength and extremely pure power. If the golden particles of Vatra power essence are released, they can be transformed into a huge golden palm, or they can be wrapped around the body like armor for protection. If you focus on defense, even Salvatore Toni's magic sword that cuts through everything can be blocked. The particles can also be used to summon 2 giant Vatra warriors to fight. The weapon-wielding Vatra warriors can perform the martial arts of the summoner. This body can grow to a giant of 3,000 meters, but the larger the body, the lower the strength, which is a disadvantage. Usually, Luo Hao will control the Vatra warriors of less than 20 meters to fight. The body of the Vatra warrior can be transformed into a shield and armor to protect itself, similar to Susanoo. So she said this because she was really interested. Zhang Dong little overlord, the boss is the boss. The size of the fight is very different from ours. The effect of Aizen's Kabaku Kaiba Suoku Taju is very domineering. The acting president deliberately keeps a distance from Danzo. Danzo can't use the 4-symbol seal and can only passively take the beating. Ko Cheng the richest man, Uncle Tony is also more concerned about the effect of the punishment talisman. Danzo was really miserable as a human sandbag. It seems that he can't make the acting president angry in the future. Acting President Su Hangxiu, hehe, I'm glad to know. Yan Lingji, Sister Su, why didn't you take out these 2 talismans before? Acting President Su Hangxiu, because the atmosphere among the union members is very good, I can't use it, but people like Danzo will definitely use it when they join. Yellow-haired good man, I declare that the union officially has 2 privileged classes, big guys who can't be offended, Aizen, just be a good person. This time, Aizen didn't speak, even Marquis Vauban and Whitebeard fell into deep thought. Being able to join this union can be said to be a heaven-defying opportunity. They all value it and don't want to be kicked out. But because of this reason, will they have to keep their tails between their legs in the future? Acting President Zhang Yan, don't worry, Su Hangxiu and I have discussed that this kind of thing will not be used casually. As long as the members who join our union are not insidious and cunning like Danzo, extreme villains, it doesn't matter. Usually chatting God, as long as you don't make personal attacks. Join this union, we are a family. But if a villain wants to join this family, of course we must unanimously drive him away. When Aizen and others talked about the punishment talisman, Zhang Yan just finished interrogating Danzo, and expressed his opinion while closing the live broadcast room. In the Yishan world, 3 question marks appeared on Su Hangxiu's head. She asked when Zhang Yan communicated with her. Lying is not the behavior of a good child. She absolutely cannot agree. Acting President Su Hangxiu, yes, the fact is that the fellow villagers said so, so I have never threatened you with these things. Seeing what Su Hangxiu and Zhang Yan said, everyone was temporarily relieved. Just then, a system prompt sounded in the union. Ding! Union member Shimura Danzo died and automatically withdrew from the union. Ding! New member the only beast that can't fly joined the union. The apex of martial arts, hey, just after Danzo left, a new member joined? Yan Lingji, welcome the new member. Yan Xinyu, is it okay to welcome the new member this time? I have many sons, holala, I wonder what the new members are like? The 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat, new member, I am the fallen angel, I am the fallen angel. Greyfield AI, Ruri-chan, don't be so second year. If you have time, you should learn some reasoning knowledge. Even if you have a plot to rely on, you can't be without a foundation. The Conan world is not the only case we know. Don't show your hand, otherwise I won't let you go. The 12-month fallen angel, okay, since it's you, AI-chan. All the members? What is this sudden conversation between the 2 people? Why can't I understand? Why does Liu-Lai-chan listen to AI-chan so much? Why learn reasoning? Be a detective? Losing the richest man, is Liu-Lai-chan going to Conan's world? Mr. Shitdek's IQ is still enough, and he quickly analyzed something from the conversation between the 2. 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat, yes. I plan to go to Conan's world to be a detective. In the world of my sister, Gajan Liuli bit her lip and said her plan with a firm look in her eyes. Joining a magical place like the Superdimensional Union is an opportunity that countless people in the heavens and the worlds can't imagine. Becoming a member here will have unlimited possibilities. Longevity, eternal youth, immortality. To achieve these, it's too easy. The simplest way is to go to the world of the God Slayer and kill a disobedient god after you have the strength. Those who can really seize this opportunity will grow into a star-level powerhouse in the future, and it is not impossible to grow to the point where a thought can destroy the universe. When she first joined the Union, Gokururi just thought she had another place to chat, middle school. It's just that the netizens are very special and powerful. But as Habara AI transformed from an ordinary person into a big boss with supernatural powers, and saw that all the members wanted to become stronger, and even Zhang Yan, who could easily kill her several times, worked so hard, her heart finally changed. Maybe I was born poorly, just an ordinary person in an ordinary world. But I can never be content with mediocrity. Wukong Liuli kept reminding herself in her heart. So far, it seems that only she and Yan Xinyu have joined the Union. They can only earn points by signing in humbly. There is no plot to change, and they have no strength to participate in any Union tasks. Even Sun Ce can earn points and become stronger as long as he changes the historical plot through live broadcast. Therefore, after some ideological struggle, Wukong Liuli decided to travel to the Conan world to earn points that other members of the group don't look down on. Although these points are small, they add up to a lot. Add the points earned by signing in and the points earned from the occasional red envelopes. All added up, they can also provide her with a lot of help. When she has a certain strength, she may be able to participate in tasks, or change to a stronger world to become stronger. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. The first step is critical. And now, she has taken a step. Wukong Liuli's decision. Su Hangxiu and Huiwen AI knew about this a long time ago. Wukong Liuli first went to Huiwen AI, after all, the Conan world was her original world, and she had to get her consent. And the Superdimensional Guild has established special rules. When all the members of a world leave this world, the time flow rate of that world will become 1/10 of the time lost in other members' worlds. That is to say, Huiwen AI has left the Conan world now. She stayed in the Naruto world for 10 days, and only 1 day passed in the Conan world. But once other members enter the Conan world, the time flow will return to normal. So Wukong Liuli needs Huiwen AI's consent. As for Su Hangxiu knowing, in addition to being the acting president, it is also because she has the shuttle authority. Wukong Liuli also wanted to find Zhang Yan, but she didn't have time. Speaking of which, she still has something to ask Zhang Yan. Acting President Zhang Yan, come on, Liuli-chan. Yan Lingji, come on, Liuli-chan. All members, come on, Liuli-chan. The union members may have different IQs, but they are not stupid, and they soon figured out Gokage Ruri's idea. Led by Zhang Yan, they all gave encouragement. I am so touched. Gokage Ruri's eyes turned red. Sure enough, as long as there is no one like Danzo, this kind of union is still very harmonious, just like home. Detective Black Cat, thank you everyone, I will change my online name to Mingzi, and finally acting president. When I am free, I will trouble you if I have something. Can you come to my world then? As for the speed of world time flow, Habara AI has agreed. The only regret Habara AI has for Conan's world is to seek revenge on Jin, so it doesn't matter whether the plot is pushed forward or not. The only thing Gokage Ruri is worried about now is that her parents and sister will worry if she leaves her world. So she wants to ask Zhang Yan to come and cast a simple illusion on the people around her to make her departure reasonable. Acting President Zhang Yan, okay, very good, next time I go to Conan world, AI-chan's only invitation opportunity has not been used, you can let her use it, and I can go to Conan world to help you deal with the identity problem. Although Gokururi did not say it clearly, Zhang Yan easily guessed her intention of inviting him. For him who has the Manjakaya, Sharingan and hypnosis ability, these things are all trivial matters that can be solved with a glance. Gokururi wants to become stronger, he doesn't mind helping, just as a disguised investment. If Gokururi has a promising future, maybe he can earn unexpected benefits. Greybara AI. She said that it is no problem to help Gokururi. But why should Zhang Yan help her make a decision? This stinky man must be confronted. Greybara AI, before that, the acting president should tell us the identity of the new member, you must know it. The identity of the new member? When Huiwen AI spoke, everyone remembered that there was a new member joining the union. This post is really crooked. The only mythical beast that can't fly, seeing. Zhang Yan and Su Hangxiu looked at the new member's online name at the same time. At this moment, the two of them had a tacit understanding and showed strange expressions. What is a mythical beast? There are many in the heavens and the world. There are also many that can't fly. But this is possible, claiming to be the only mythical beast that can't fly. The first person they thought of was that one. Is it you? Graomon? Cliff Sword Warning, _ Chapter 64 Kurosaki Ichigo was betrayed? Groudon is making trouble. 3/10, first order required. Roar. POC Copyright Monday World. In the depths of a dead volcano, Groudon, who was originally sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes, and a human-like confusion flowed out of his huge pupils. What is this? How did it appear in my mind? Did that bastard Kyugra ask someone to sneak attack me, and use strange light and phantom beams to cause me to be confused? No, this is not confusion. After a thorough self-examination, Groudon was 100% sure that there was nothing wrong with his body, and the thing called the super-dimensional union in his mind should not be an illusion. So he immersed his thoughts in the guild group chat. If it were a more cautious person, he would definitely have a comprehensive understanding of this guild first. But Groudon, as a priest elf, is also a hot-tempered one, so he doesn't have such good patience. The only mythical beast I don't know, is this thing, the so-called online chat group in human society? How did you install this chat group in my mind? Has the technological power of mankind reached the point where it can communicate with my telepathy? Growo is a mythical beast that survived from ancient times. It likes to sleep and doesn't know much about humans. It just happened that when it went out to stretch its muscles some time ago, it met Meng Huan, who often travels around the world. The latter told her a lot of new things in human society. For example, the internet, video chat, etc. So it has the concept of chat group in its mind. But when it asked this question, Su Hangxiu and Zhang Yan were confused. How could Groudon, a legendary mythical beast that sleeps every day, know what group chat is? Isn't this the only mythical beast that can't fly, Groudon? The richest man, human? Human? Isn't the new member a human? 313 East Little Overlord, I used to think that the Union would not have members other than humans, but I didn't expect that someone is joining now. Divine Beast? Could it be the legendary Azure Dragon and White Tiger? Detective Black Cat, how dare you? I am a 12-winged fallen angel, not, sorry, I'm used to it, that Sun Ce classmate, there seem to be many non-humans in our Union, right? Wukong Liulai originally wanted to say that she was a noble fallen angel, but when she thought about becoming a famous detective, she definitely restrained her middle school second-year problem. As for changing, that doesn't exist. I have many sons. The old man is a marquis. Yellow-haired good man, Aizen, I'm talking about you, ha ha ha. Aizen said that he is a god of death, and he is indeed not a human. Whitebeard said that he has a little giant bloodline, and he is not just a human. Waban said that since he killed the gods he is no longer a human being. He can still be a black dragon. If I just admit it, is it considered scolding myself? Acting president, at this time, a yellow-haired handsome guy who inherited the bloodline of a Quincy, a human, a Shinigami, and a hollow walked by. Greyfield AI, at this time, a guy who inherited Flame Lingji, at this time. Yin Xinyu, at this time. Yellow-haired good man, ruthlessly interrupt the repeater. Boss Zhang Yan, why are you targeting me? Aizen said to his brother, brother, you are so powerful. Yellow-haired good man, Aizen, you have changed. You actually. Aizen said to his brother, you are a bastard. Yellow-haired good man, I can't bear this. Aizen, you wait for me. I will beat you when I become stronger. Aizen said to his brother, come on. The top warrior, speaking of miscellaneous, acting president Zhang Yan, why do you have a Manjakaya? Sharingan, is that so? Unlike Marquis Vauban, although Luo Hao is narcissistic and thinks he is powerful, he has a strong sense of national pride and racial pride. So she cares more about her origin. The yellow-haired good man, ha ha ha, Aizen, you are a flatterer, and the acting president is also a miscellaneous person. Ding! The yellow-haired good man is detained by Acting President Zhang Yan for 24 hours. Acting President Zhang Yan, if you can't speak, don't speak, and reflect on yourself. Ichigo Kurosaki felt betrayed and shed sad tears. Acting President Zhang Yan, Luo Hao, I can answer your question. I am different from Ichigo Kurosaki. I got these abilities by spending points, and I didn't change my bloodline. To explain it in a more vivid way, you can understand that Kurosaki Ichigo is a seed that has merged various genes, and after becoming a tree, it grows colorful flowers. It is a hybrid. But as for me, it is already a tree. The essence has not changed. It's just that the leaves are rendered with some different colors. Zhang Yan is not a person who likes to explain to others. But he cares about bloodline very much, so he doesn't mind talking about it. Kurosaki Ichigo. He felt deeply betrayed. Ding! Acting President Zhang Yan lifted the ban on group member Kurosaki Ichigo. Acting President Zhang Yan, just a warning, don't talk nonsense, understand? Zhang Yan wants privileges because of his cautious personality. He doesn't want anyone to stand on his head. Although he has the idea of developing union members into subordinates. But he doesn't want to make the relationship between superiors and subordinates, that would be meaningless. The feeling of being alone doesn't suit him. The yellow-haired good man, yes, my acting president. My acting president? Zhang Yan's eyes twitched when he saw Ichigo Kurosaki's speech, and he suddenly regretted lifting the ban on this guy so quickly. The pinnacle of martial arts, the union is really magical. This leader must work hard and use the points to improve all the powers and completely control them. Acting President Zhang Yan, the function of the union is really good. The only divine beast that can't fly, why are you all talking to yourself? From your tone, you are all human, right? A mere ant actually ignored me. Kurowo was angry. These humans actually dared to ignore it. It is the Earthmaker believed by humans. When has it ever enjoyed such treatment? Because of anger, Groudon's tone of voice changed. But she poked a hornet's nest. The pinnacle of martial arts, a mere human? I wonder if you can block the palm of this leader's powerful Vajra divine art. The richest man in the world, it's interesting. Do you know what it means to be a mortal body and be on par with gods? I wonder if you can withstand my Mark 7 laser. The Mark 7 armor is the armor Tony used in Iron Man 3, but now he has joined the Union, solved the palladium poisoning in advance, and knew the truth of the universe in advance, so he researched it in advance. I want to govern, a mere human? When I get the help of the acting president and send 100,000 cavalry to attack you, I hope you can still say that. The little overlord of Jiangdong, His Majesty the First Emperor is awesome. Zhang Yan. When did he agree to help Ying Zheng, why didn't he know? Don't you know that he has a nickname called Blackheart Zhang? He is the man who didn't even let go of Huiwen Ai's 100 points. Where does Ying Zheng get his confidence? And what's wrong with this Sun Ce, is he really going to be a licker? Then how can he shoulder the heavy burden of dominating the 3 kingdoms that he was originally going to give him? It seems that I have to find an opportunity to brainwash him, brainwash him. Zhang Yan touched his chin. The only beast that can't fly, haha, how strong can humans be? At most, they can give birth to a few psychics and wave guides, right? Look at your boasting, it's funnier than Kyugra saying he wants to defeat me. Kurowo, who has never known the truth about the Union, said that it saw through everything. Weak humans think they have this special way to communicate with it telepathically, and they will be deceived. Kyugra. Seeing Groudon's speech, Zhang Yan and Su Hangxue looked at each other and confirmed its identity 100%. The two smiled tacitly and played a joke tacitly. Acting President Zhang Yan, Cliff Sword Warning. Acting President Su Hangxue, Cliff Sword Warning. Yin Xinyu? I don't know why, I don't understand what this means, but I have a sense of power. Tang family Ziosan, there is another Oni kind of inexplicably sad feeling. The only divine beast that can't fly is really sad. The only divine beast that can't fly, het, you actually know the unique skills of the creator of this earth. It seems that you have known me before, but it's all just cleverness. Kurowo said that he had seen through everything. Spring. Seeing Groudon's speech, Huiwen Ai curled her lips. She originally thought that Zhang Yan would not recognize the new member this time, but now it seems that he was recognized again. Yin Xinyu, handsome Zhang, is this newcomer strong? Seeing that Zhang Yan and Su Hangxue knew Groudon's identity, Yan Xinyu asked the question that everyone was curious about. Strong or not? Zhang Yan touched his chin. Grotto holds the priesthood in the spiritual world and is the creator of the earth. He is definitely a powerful earth-cleansing expert. Not to mention that it can return to its original state and become even stronger. If it can be Gigantamaxed. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Speaking of which, I don't have a suitable summoned beast yet. Although Groudon is now a member of the Super-Dimensional Union, according to the worldview of its world, it should be no problem to defeat and subdue it, right? Tisk tisk, this summoning technique is much stronger than Sanla. If an earthquake is used. It's decided, let Groudon be my summoned beast. But my current strength is still a little weak, even with the punishment charm, it can't hurt it much. It seems that I need to use points to improve my strength first. Chapter 65 Earth Traveler is awesome. Zhang Daifuhe is online. 4/10. First order requested. Acting President Zhang Yan, the group member is called Groudon, a creature with a very magical worldview, mastering the priesthood manifested by the world rules, and can create the earth with full output of strength, so that the world can always be in a state of sunlight. If we go to its world and fight it, with the home advantage and priesthood bonus, no member in the guild can say that it can definitely win it. But if it is not in its world, then under normal circumstances, Luo Hao, Marquis, I and Aizen can beat him. But he will also mega, and when he returns to his original state and his strength increases greatly, we may not be able to beat him. I'm afraid it can also actively Dynamax, becoming 4 or 5 times larger in minutes, at least about 30 meters high, and then an earthquake trick will go down. I don't need to say anything. Members. Oh my god, the new member is actually a big shot? He is the creator and destroyer of the world in the native world? His combat power after leaving the native world is also at the highest level of the Union combat power ranking? There are various states. Gigantamax? This is completely different from what they thought, okay? What kind of armor should be made? A few dozen meters of armor? Tony took a look at the new armor in front of him and raised his head silently. The wind today is really unusually noisy. Ahem. Ying Zheng, who was reading the memorials at the table, coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment. 100,000 cavalry? I'm afraid that the entire Qin kingdom will be useless against Groudon. It's gone. The top warrior, hey, this strength is interesting, and it can be called a strange worldview by you, Zhang Yan. I suddenly have some interest. Is there a memory copy? Acting President Zhang Yan, yes. Acting President Su Hangxiu, you can do it. Acting President Su Hangxiu, okay fellow, but before publishing, let me ask, what is Gigantamax? Acting President Zhang Yan, you should have just seen XY before you traveled through time, right? Acting President Su Hangxiu, yes, I just finished watching it, Mega Evolution is very cool. Gigantamax is the next part? Acting President Zhang Yan, no, the next part is called Sun and Moon, which features Z moves and the concept of ultimate beasts, as well as regional elves. For example, there is an Ice type plus Fairy type 9 tails. Gigantamax is the next part. In certain places, elves can be Gigantamaxed through special means, and their size, weight and height will increase several times, and dark red reflections will form on their bodies. 3 grey-red clouds will appear high on their bodies, and some elves can be super Gigantamaxed. But you know, a divine elf like Groudon can definitely become Gigantamax or even super Gigantamax at any time. Acting President Su Hangxiu, yeah, I understand. Then I upload the original version to XY? You come later. Acting President Zhang Yan, that's it. The points are the same as before, half for each person. Acting President Su Hangxiu, okay, I'll upload it now. All members. Gap, this is the gap. Look at the conversation between the two acting presidents. The background of a world can be set at will. The power system of a world can be set at will. The past and future of a world are well known. Then, what they envy most is that they can earn points in the last memory copy. Now they just want to say, the Traverser of the Earth is awesome. It is worthy of being the center of the world, the ancestor of mankind, and knows all the world cultures. Su Hangxiu said this when he was talking nonsense. Zhang Yan confirmed it. That's right, the Earth people are awesome. The Earth travelers are even more awesome. The Earth Yanhuang travelers are as awesome as the readers who pay to subscribe to read novels. Ding! Acting President Su Hangxiu uploaded the large memory copy of POC Copyright Monday to XY. Ding! Member Kui Cheng Xiaofu downloaded the large memory copy. Ding! Member Yan Xinyu downloaded the large memory copy. Ding! Ding! The only member who can't fly has a large memory copy. All members, including Groudon who has figured out the situation, also downloaded the memory copy. Then, everyone was immersed in a special room. In this space, you can only watch the memory copy. No matter how long it takes, it is only a moment to the outside world. So after almost a few seconds, the union started to make a fuss. Aizen and the medical officer Mikuro are like this. This is the world view. The elves who obviously hold powerful strength are conquered and used by most ordinary humans. Kui Cheng Xiaofu, Aizen, what bad thoughts are you thinking again? Aizome is so cute, I am just curious about the new world. Yan Lingji, many elves are so cute, especially Ninetales, the fox that plays with fire. I must capture one if I have the chance in the future. Greyhara AI, I prefer charming cat. Cat-loving AI-chan is online instantly. Yin Xinyu, I want a wind-speed dog, loyal, can be used as a mount, so cool. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, I think Dream Demon is more beautiful. Detective Black Cat, fortunately you didn't mention Jengar, I prefer Gardevoir. I want to rule, if I can go to this world to organize an army of elves, it will be great. Unifying the 6 countries will only take a blink of an eye. Jiangdong Little Overlord, His Majesty the First Emperor has an idea. The only mythical beast that can't fly, what is going on with this memory copy? Is this the human movie that Dream Guy is talking about? Zai is the protagonist? But why are so many old friends here? Guo feels incredible after watching the memory copy. The human named Zai is a fool to it. However, such a fool meets Ho-Oh at the beginning, then the 3 sacred beasts, the 3 mythical birds, etc., and even has a battle with Kyogre later. How is this possible? How can their divine elves star in a human TV series? Acting President Zhang Yan, Guo, don't rush to make a fuss. Learn about this guild and you will understand it. The peak of martial arts, Zhang Yan, after watching the memory copies, these mythical beasts have too few scenes and are difficult to understand. Can you reveal more? Acting President Zhang Yan, no big deal. Ding! Acting President Zhang Yan uploaded 20 small memory copies including Mutuo's counterattack and Itsu. Ding! Download the only mythical beast that can't fly. Ding! Acting President, everyone can focus on Ultra Demon God Hoopa of Halo. You will laugh to death when you see the end. Yin Xinyu, okay, handsome Zhang Yan. 5 seconds later. I have many sons, Holala, very interesting. These small memory copies are different from large memory copies, they are specially shot for these priestly elves, these elves are very powerful, far from being comparable to sea kings. I want to govern, if I can subdue anyone, then Lu Bue. Jiangdong Little Overlord, Your Majesty the First Emperor has a good idea. If you give it to me, I can also dominate the end of the Han Dynasty. Please give me flowers. I am a marquis, I use the divine power of the Black Dragon of the Underworld, I should be able to fight Groudon, I wonder if I can fight Rayquaza. The top warrior, Blue Dragon vs Black Dragon? Vauban, I don't think you are a match for Rayquaza. After all, Rayquaza can defeat Groudon and Kyogre in a 1-on-2 fight. It is a powerful beast among the mythical beasts, and it can travel the universe. The top warrior, even if you go to the world of Godslayer, you can't beat Rayquaza. The old man is a marquis, you talk as if you can beat him. The top warrior, you can give it a try. The old man is a marquis, you overestimate your own abilities. The top warrior, I say, you can give it a try, and I fight. The old man is a marquis. The richest man in the world, ha ha ha. The old man is a marquis, what does Mr. Shit mean? Do you believe that I will go to the Marvel world and tear down your company? The richest man in the world, I am Groudon, the only mythical beast that can't fly, haha. The good yellow-haired man, haha, I want to laugh at this too, even Kyogre can fly. Yin Xinyu, Cliff Sword Warning. Detective Black Cat, Cliff Sword Warning. Yan Lingji, Cliff Sword Warning. All the members started to play with the meme instantly. Now they finally understand what Zhang Yan and Su Hangxiu meant by the cliff sword warning. It's really representative. Gruo. Roar. In the elf world, Groudon roared angrily, and the magma around his body instantly rioted. As a god left from ancient times, Groudon's IQ is not inferior to that of humans, and is even smarter than many humans. After chatting in the guild group for a while and seeing the memory copy, it has realized the magic of the superdimensional guild. When Zhang Yan later suggested that it learn about the guild, it did not speak, but silently followed his instructions. It had deduced from Zhang Yan's words that this human was not simple. It first downloaded all the memory copies and read them all. Godslayer, Naruto, Bleach, Marvel, these memory copies made it realize that there are many worlds, and the humans in these worlds are very powerful and can compete with it. So it put away the fact in its heart. Then it learned about the strengthening function. It found that as long as it consumed something called points, it could strengthen any skill it mastered, and also improve its physique and status. Even if the points were enough, it could fly. This temptation made it unable to help but speed up its heartbeat. If it had enough points and its strength was improved, let alone defeating its old rival Kyugra, it would not be difficult to ride Rayquaza, right? Gruo began to fantasize. At the same time, it must have a good relationship with the members of the Union. After all, this Union is not a gadget invented by humans, but a supreme existence. But at this time, the members of the Union began to play the joke that it can't fly. This time, it was unhappy. Lord of the Earth, what is the only divine beast that can't fly? You are not allowed to mention this matter in the future, otherwise I will go to destroy your business. You are just a mere human. A mere human. Seeing Groudon's angry words, at this moment, the black-bellied Zhang Yan was really online. Everyone, start a vote. What do you think about me going to Groudon's world to defeat this guy and then subdue it? Greyfield AI opened her eyes suddenly. I seem to smell the smell of the same kind of corpse. _ Chapter 66 Groudon was provoked, ranking of the strongest Hokage. 5/10, first order required. Members. When Groudon started to speak, the Union group had already quieted down. It's okay to play memes moderately, and it can also promote the atmosphere within the Union, but when someone is obviously angry, you shouldn't continue. They said that it was definitely not because they were afraid of Groudon's strength, absolutely not. But there was such a person who did the opposite. Acting President Zhang Yan, everyone, let's start a vote. What do you think about me going to Groudon's world to defeat this guy and then conquer it? The worldview of the elf world is that humans conquer elves. Even if Groudon is powerful, it can't change his essence that he is an elf who can be conquered by humans. But who dares to think about it? Conquer Groudon? Looking at the topic Zhang Yan asked, a group of members were a little confused. The boss is worthy of being a boss, and his ideas are different. Such a powerful Groudon actually wants to be conquered? By the way, does boss Zhang Yan have this strength? It is this to subdue the guild members. Lord of the Earth, subdue me? Sure, as long as you defeat me. While the other members were still considering whether to agree to this, the hot-tempered Groudon had already agreed. It is an elf, so it naturally follows the laws of elves. If you are defeated, you will surrender, no problem. Members. Well, they said so themselves, so what's the problem? Good calculation. Aizen lowered his head slightly, and a bright light flashed on the lens of his glasses. He saw through the mystery of Zhang Yan's question in an instant. That question was not asked to them at all, but to Groudon. This is a provocation. Zhang Yan calculated that the hot-tempered Groudon would agree in person, which was acceptable to the latter. In addition to Aizen, several smart people such as Huiwen AI and Ying Zhang also noticed it. But they didn't say anything, and even thought it was okay. Zhang Yan used an open conspiracy. What can Groudon do if he wants to be fooled? But Zhang Yan will not be satisfied with this. Acting President Zhang Yan, Gruwad, I admire your courage, so now you can use the only invitation opportunity to invite me to your world. Lord of the Earth, only invitation opportunity. Acting President Zhang Yan, what, are you scared? Gruwad didn't mean to be scared at all, but Zhang Yan's question made it feel that its strength was questioned. It was very angry. Lord of the Earth, would this Lord of the Earth be scared? I have already invited you, come over. Ding, the group member Lord of the Earth uses the only invitation opportunity for you, you can go to its world and stay for 24 hours at will. The system prompt sounded in Zhang Yan's mind. Perfect. Zhang Yan smiled with a successful plot. Acting President Zhang Yan, wait for me for 10 minutes, I will come over after arranging something. Next, Zhang Yan needs some time to improve his strength. There is still a big gap between his strength and Groudon. And he has a fatal flaw, he lacks a powerful trick. If you stand there and let Groudon hit you, the damage he can cause is limited. And Groudon's resistance to fire and electricity is limited. Too strong. He can't just keep rolling balls, right? The question now is how to use this credit. Zhang Yan immediately started thinking. After he bought 3 intermediate Haki and the main Jakaya Sharingan, his credits dropped from 23,900 to 4,900. But after uploading a modified large memory copy of Naruto, each member, including the one-day tour Danzo, downloaded it, providing him with 1,600 credits. In addition to Su Hangxiu uploading a large memory copy, Qin's Moon, he got 1/3 and got 500 credits. He originally had a total of 7,000 credits. Now, by live streaming spoilers and killing Danzo in advance, which greatly changed the plot, he earned 25,000 credits. In addition to uploading the POC Copyright Monday memory copy, he got 800 plus 1,600, or 2,400 credits. All in all, he had a total of 34,400 credits. It can be said that he got rich again. But 30,000 points are still not enough. Zhang Yan felt a headache. He looked at it and found that after spending a certain amount of points, he could use the fusion function exclusive to the acting president to extract the pure cells of Hashirama from Hashirama and integrate them into his body. 3,000 points can awaken the primary sage body, with 5 basic chakras, the amount of chakra has increased greatly. 5,000 points can awaken the intermediate sage body, gain super strong recovery, vitality and huge chakra. Similar to the situation where Naruto does not seal the 9 tails in his body, Kakashi has 100 times the chakra. 10,000 points can awaken the advanced sage body, comprehend the yang escape, and activate the wood escape blood limit. After awakening the sage body, you can also randomly comprehend the perception technique, Kagura's heart eye, body sealing technique, and heal other people's physique. Don't look at the fact that the points for awakening the sage body are so few, it all depends on Zhang Yan's hand with an arm's worth of Hashirama cells as fusion objects, and Hashirama is the existence of a perfect sage body. Just like he has the 3 Magadama Sharingan, he can spend only a few points to fuse and awaken the 3 Magadama, and this fusion is still a fusion after the union optimizes and purifies it. If he only has a few Hashirama cells, the points required for fusion will definitely become a lot, and he may not even be able to have it directly. For example, now, after the advanced sage body, there will be a perfect sage body, which is the physique that Otsutsuki Hago Romo, 6-path sage, is born with, and it is the highest level reached by Senju Hashirama. The perfect sage body can enter the sage mode instantly. Clap your hands, and whatever you shout will come, no need to make seals, and you can also use sage arts. But Zhang Yan cannot fuse the advanced sage body and the perfect sage body with only the Hashirama cells of this arm, even if he has points. He can only fuse the intermediate sage body first, and then continue to become stronger with the strengthening function of the union, just like he only spent 1,000 points to fuse the 3 Magadama Sharingan and got the 3 Magadama, but the main Jakaya Sharingan needs to be strengthened with points. If you just rely on the union's strengthening function to continue to change, you will definitely need more points. First, use 20,000 points to buy the eternal main Jakaya Sharingan. This is a must. Zhang Yan quickly made a decision. In the Naruto world, the strongest is undoubtedly the 6 paths level, which can be counted on one hand. In terms of strength, it should be Kagaya Otsutsuki, Hago Romo Otsutsuki, Madara 6 paths, Naruto 6 paths, Sasuke 6 paths, Obito 6 paths, incomplete 6 paths power. Then there will be the Quasi 6 paths level. First, Kakashi, double main Jakaya. Plus part of Obito's remaining 6 paths power, a flash in the pan. Hashirama Senju, perfect sage body, can use wood style in sage mode. Hakimenkai, almost kicked out the finale, but he is a hard worker. Naruto the Fox, a fusion mode formed by the power of the 9 tails in sage mode and the 9 tails. He has the natural power of sage mode and the chakra of the 9 tails. Eternal Sasuke, a complete Susanoo with long legs under the curse seal in the later stage. Minato Namikaze, can use Kurama mode in impure world mode. Tobirama Senju, sage body of 1,000 hands, a master of forbidden techniques and ninjutsu, plus C style. Only Nagato Uzumaki's strength is difficult to determine. Let's say he is weak. He has the Samsara Eye and the power of the 6 paths. If he can skillfully cooperate with other Pain 6 paths to use all the 6 paths techniques such as invisibility, flight, perception, hungry ghost path, illusion resistance, repair, and tactile agility, and then cooperate with the ultimate move Chibaku Tensei to destroy Konoha's Shinra Tensei with a radius of 40 km, he is definitely strong enough. It is not a problem to exert the peak strength of the Quasi 6 paths level. But his Samsara Eye is not his own, so his actual strength is worse, plus he was defeated by Naruto, who is at the Super Shadow level in Sage mode. It is really hard to say what his strength is. It is between the peak of the Super Shadow level and below the 6 paths. Not to mention the Super Shadow level strong men, Zhang Yan's current strength is at the forefront of the Super Shadow level. From the previous ranking, it can be seen that in addition to the existence of the 6 paths power, the strongest is Hashirama Senju, who has a perfect sage body. The perfect sage body and the eternal Mangekyo correspond to the extreme of the 2 powers of Yang and Yin. After fusion, the Samsara Eye can be born, mastering Yin and Yang plus the 5 elements of Naruto. But from the battle between Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara, we can know that the perfect sage body is definitely more powerful than the eternal Mangekyo. Sharingan after performing would escape. So if 30,000 points can get the perfect sage body, Zhang Yan will choose this without hesitation. If the power of the 6 paths is not used, he will be the best master of Naruto. But what can he do with the fusion of Hashirama's cells? It takes 10,000 points to fuse the advanced sage physique. Zhang Yan can imagine how expensive it is to use the strengthening system to strengthen the perfect sage body. The points required will definitely not be less than 20,000, and may even be 30,000 or 40,000. He doesn't have enough points. So he chose to strengthen the eternal Mangekyo. Sharingan. With the eternal Mangekyo, there is no risk of vision loss or even blindness. It doesn't matter if he keeps opening the Sharingan. The various abilities of the Sharingan can be increased geometrically. And after opening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he can use the perfect Susanoo. The perfect Susanoo is that the user directly transforms into a humanoid chakra body as huge as a mountain, and the user can hide in the forehead of Susanoo. The perfect Susanoo is wearing ancient armor and has powerful strength. The weapon in his hand can easily destroy a mountain, and a light sword can compete with the tailed beast ball. In other words, his strength can directly cross the Super Shadow level and rise to the Quasi 6 path level, and it is the peak of the Quasi 6 path level. As long as there is no one with the power of the 6 paths, and there is no guy like Senju Hashirama, his strength will have a leap forward. So the 20,000 points are definitely spent. The question is, how to use the remaining 10,000 points? He still has 2 choices. Chapter 67. The strength has skyrocketed. Everyone pities Groudon. 6/10, first order required. After choosing to upgrade the eternal Mangekyo, I still have 14,400 points left to use. Zhang Yan touched his chin. Now there are 2 choices in front of him. The first is naturally the bad concubine's 10,000 points to fuse the high-level immortal body. The second choice is to spend 10,000 points to upgrade the Flying Thunder God technique and learn the Flying Thunder God 4th stage. The Flying Thunder God 4th stage can transform the technique into space particles, which will make it easier for him to sneak into people. At the same time, he can also understand the method of arranging a large-scale transfer array, which is equivalent to adding an auxiliary means to arrange the legendary Space Legend array. But now that he has the power of God, the 4th stage of Flying Thunder God does not improve his strength much. On the contrary, the comprehension of the Space Legend formation is an auxiliary means that can be used for a long time. It seems that there is no need to hesitate. The auxiliary means should be expanded when you are strong enough in the future. It is obvious that the value of the high-level immortal body is greater now, which can greatly improve strength. System, fuse the high-level immortal body for me. After making a thorough decision, Zhang Yan was not vague. He first deducted the 11 3-Magatama Sharingan on his arm and collected them all, and sealed them in a special scroll. Then he communicated with the system and chose to use 10,000 points to start the fusion. Ding! Fusion begins. The voice of the Union Fusion system sounded in Zhang Yan's mind. Immediately afterwards, a layer of green light suddenly appeared on his right arm, which was completely cultivated with Hashirama's cells. The green light wrapped the entire arm and slowly became smaller, until it was only the size of an eyeball, and then turned into a beam of light and shot into Zhang Yan's forehead. This feeling. Zhang Yan could clearly feel the changes in his body. First, a huge vitality surged from deep inside his body, and his body became stronger and more powerful at a rapid speed, as if every cell was full of vitality. He could feel that the amount of chakra in his body had skyrocketed 100 times in an instant. That is to say, his chakra is now 500 times that of an ordinary cage-level strongman. In addition, he could feel that his chakra became more active, and he could give these chakras to others to help them replenish and restore chakra. This is still the recovery effect of the sage body. Uzumaki Karin has such a physique. Zhang Yan also felt that he had awakened Kagura's heart eye, and his observation haki directly entered a high-level level, and his perception increased several times. Several methods of using powerful sealing techniques appeared in his mind. The most important thing is that he has definitely awakened wood release now. Although his wood release cannot be compared with Hashirama Senju, let alone Hashirama Senju in Sage mode, he is definitely much stronger than Yamato who built a house. As long as he learns all the wood release ninjutsu from the sealed book, the only difference between him and Hashirama Senju is the use of sage techniques. So strong. Too strong. This feeling, without considering Kamui and Flying Thunder God technique, I can completely crush my previous self now. At this moment, Zhang Yan's dark eyes became extremely bright, and he could clearly feel the improvement of his strength. That was a qualitative leap. At this moment when Kagaya Otsutsuki was still sealed and other members of the Otsutsuki clan had not yet arrived, he was definitely the strongest in the ninja world. Not enough, I want to continue to improve. Although his strength had skyrocketed, Zhang Yan was not satisfied, and he decided to continue to advance. But before that, he first took a look at the strengthening function of the Union system. Promote to Eternal Mangekyo. Sharingan, 20,000 points. Promote to Perfect Sage Body, 30,000 points. Promote to Samsara Eye, 50,000 points. Eternal Mangekyo. Sharingan plus Perfect Sage Body equals Samsara Eye? Zhang Yan suddenly understood. It takes 20,000 points to upgrade his Mangekyo. Sharingan to Eternal Mangekyo. Sharingan point 20,000 points, 30,000 points are needed to upgrade the high-level Sage Body to the Perfect Sage Body. He knew all this. The option of the Samsara Eye was not unexpected. He already had all the attribute chakras, including the Yang, in his body, which was the basis for awakening the Samsara Eye. But this was just the basis. He still lacked the quality of chakra. The quality could be improved with points. The more the difference, the more it would be supplemented. Unlike swallowing the chakra fruit, awakening is a way to acquire the power of the 6 paths after birth. The awakening condition is to possess the ultimate yin power and the ultimate yang power. That is, the eternal Mangekyo and perfection. Only when you have these two powers at the same time can you awaken the power of the 6 paths after birth. Uchiha Madara's awakened Samsara Eye is his own eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, plus the meat bitten off from Hashirama. Zhang Yan's right arm, which is now used to fuse the high-level Sage Body, was cloned by Orochimaru through culturing Hashirama's cells. It is not a little bit different from Hashirama's meat, so it naturally cannot be used as an awakening medium. Otherwise, he only needs to use the points to awaken the eternal Mangekyo. First, and then fuse Hashirama's cells, and he can have the Samsara Eye. After that, whether it is awakening the Samsara Eye or the Perfect Sage Body, it will be 30,000 points, because with the Perfect Sage Body, you will have the Samsara Eye. Now, let's upgrade the Mangekyo. Sharingan to the Eternal Mangekyo. Union Strengthening System. Zhang Yan communicated with the Union Strengthening System in his mind, and his points in the Union were immediately deducted by 20,000, leaving only 4,400 points. But she didn't care about these. He was feeling the changes in his eyes. A powerful mental force appeared out of thin air and merged into his mind, stimulating his Mangekyo. Sharingan to transform again, and his pupil power increased greatly. His pupil power increased by at least 10 times. With the increase of mental power, his chakra volume also increased again. If combined with the advanced Sage Body, Zhang Yan's current chakra is definitely hundreds of times that of ordinary cage-level strong men. The so-called tailless-tailed beast Hoshigaki Kisame is just a younger brother in front of him. Very good, very powerful. Zhang Yan opened his eyes and smiled with satisfaction. At this time, his pupils became darker and brighter. The scarlet cross in the black pupils did not change, but there was a golden halo around it. This is Zhang Yan's eternal kaleidoscope. He has awakened all the application methods of Susanoo in his mind. And he has a hunch that his complete Susanoo will be different from all the known Susanoos, whether it is the weapons or abilities it comes with, it will have his own characteristics. He can't wait to try it. Let's go to the spirit world later, maybe I can find Rayquaza to fight. But now let's arrange the trivial matters first. Grabbing the body of Danzo who had lost an arm and an eye next to him, Zhang Yan's figure disappeared instantly. There are still many people in the Hokage's office waiting for his news, and the root problem also needs to be dealt with quickly, which is why he asked Groudon for 10 minutes. Otherwise, if it is just to improve strength, it doesn't take so long at all. The ability of the super-dimensional union is very powerful. Members can master the power increased by points in an instant, but they need to spend money to improve their proficiency. From the time he considered how to use the points to the time he improved his strength, only a few seconds had passed. But he already had the high-level Sage and the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and he was perfectly adapted to them, as if he had them for a long time. He would not feel unfamiliar with them, nor would he lose control of his power too quickly. As for why he said that he went to the elf world to fight Rayquaza instead of Groudon, this was of course because of the protection and development of the Union. Group members cannot hurt each other. When Zhang Yan left the Shinwei space, only a little time had passed, and the members of the Union finally came to their senses and worshipped Zhang Yan one after another. The richest man in the world, is this the legendary IQ suppression? I want to govern, the acting president is indeed smart and resourceful. Ai Weiwen, he is obviously black-bellied, and a smiling tiger. Black-bellied originally refers to people who are kind and gentle on the surface, but dark and evil in their hearts. A smiling tiger is even more of a hypocrite. But from Ai Weiwen's mouth, of course, it doesn't mean these two things. The black in Ai Weiwen's black-bellied is thick and black. A smiling tiger is not a derogatory word. A smiling tiger describes a person who is very smart, kind, and likes to smile. This person always gives people the first impression of being a good person, kind, and problematic. But in fact, behind his smile is unfathomable and cute and bad. This kind of person is definitely very smart and first class in calculation, but not dangerous, and can't hide his heart. However, once this kind of person is serious or angry, the degree of gloom and horror is also a level that ordinary people can't imagine. In Weiwen Ai's opinion, Zhang Yan is just such a person. Why? Zhang Dong, little tyrant, why are you suddenly praising the acting president? Detective Black Cat, haven't you reacted yet? Zhang Yan lets Groudon use the only invitation opportunity, so he doesn't have to spend 500 points to buy the shuttle talisman. What a provocation! Zhang Dong, little tyrant, I see, but does this need to be praised so much? It's better to say that Groudon is stupid. Aizen said that the praise was so much, of course it's not just that. Have you forgotten the Union protection law? Union members cannot hurt each other. Zhang Dong, little tyrant, hey, so if Zhang Yan, acting as the president, goes to the elf world, he can't fight Groudon. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, have you forgotten that the acting president can buy punishment charms? Yin Xinyu, his Zhang Yan is awesome. At this moment, all members of the guild except Groudon reacted. Because of the Union rules, Zhang Yan and Groudon cannot hurt each other. Then the battle becomes a joke. But Zhang Yan can use the punishment charm on Groudon, and then he can attack Groudon. That is to say, Groudon can only passively endure the cold. As long as Zhang Yan can hurt Groudon, he will win this battle. As for a fair fight, why did Zhang Yan waste 500 points to use a punishment charm on himself? To sum up this matter, it becomes, Groudon's only invitation opportunity is to invite Zhang Yan to its world for free to fight a losing battle. In short, pay to get beaten. In the end, it may have to be Zhang Yan's subordinate. It means that Zhang Yan only spent 500 points to get a subordinate like Groudon, and the latter is very cooperative. Do you think it is stupid? Do you think Zhang Yan is evil enough? Members, Grawad, I mourn for you. Lord of the Earth. What do these people mean, why can't it understand? Chapter 68 Terrible Political Skills, Completely Control Konoha Village. 7/10, First Order. We are both acting presidents, why is the gap so big? Why am I not so smart? Su Hangxiu said she was hurt. Obviously, she and Zhang Yan are both acting presidents, but the gap is too big, isn't it? Zhang Yan used the privileges of acting president to easily seek benefits, and he was about to get another existence like Groudon as his subordinate. And what about her? She is not even a top-notch warrior now. It's all tears if I say too much. For a moment, Su Hangxiu was moved. Acting President Su Hangxiu, Grawad, you are so pitiful. Lord of the Earth. All the members mourned for Groudon who didn't know about it, and told it the truth of the bloody incident. At this time, in the Hokage's office. Denzo, this old bastard, I must kill him with my own hands this time. Tsunade, who had a hot temper, was trying her best to restrain her anger. When she thought that the death of her own brother Senju Awake was inextricably linked to Denzo, she had an urge to cut this guy into pieces. That was the direct descendant of their Senju clan, and was originally the last hope of the Senju clan, but in the end. In fact, it was not just Tsunade. Who at the scene did not hate Denzo? Which of them did not lose their closest people? Kakashi lost his father. Yui Kurane lost his father. Hyuga lost his father. Sarutobi Asuma lost his father. Uzumaki Naruto lost his father, and mother. Uchiha Sasuke lost his father, parents, and clan members. Good guy, Danzo is a father terminator. How can people who know the truth not hate him? When Zhang Yan comes back, we will apply to launch a purge of the root. A cold voice came from Hyuga Hayashi. He lost his most supportive brother who was also the most promising brother of the Hyuga clan. The anger in his heart can be imagined. Why don't we make a plan now? Narashikaku scratched his head and made an opinion. He is a smart man after all. As the Hokage's advisor, after seeing the expressions of Tsunade and others, and after connecting with the information revealed in Zhang Yan's previous words, he has already understood Zhang Yan's intention. This is a warm-up for the elimination of Danzo. Danzo must die today. And it is what everyone expects. Once Danzo dies, the two Anbu merge, and all the power of Konoha village will be concentrated on Zhang Yan, the young Hokage, plus the feelings of everyone at the scene. If Minato had such courage and skills before, how could he die? After figuring out everything, Narashikaku still has some feelings. But he is more fortunate in his heart. As the Hokage's advisor, he is definitely Zhang Yan's biggest follower, and Zhang Yan's strength is what he wants to see most. And now, it's time for him to contribute to Zhang Yan. No need. Before anyone responded to Narashikaku's suggestion, Zhang Yan had returned to the office and threw Denzo's body into the crowd. Naruto and others? Naruto and others? Naruto and others? Seeing Zhang Yan suddenly appear, holding something in his hand, everyone was confused at first. But after seeing clearly who Zhang Yan threw among them, they were shocked. It turned out to be Danzo? But Danzo's current state is too miserable, not only is one eye blind, but also an arm is broken. After looking carefully, they found that Danzo was not only miserable, he seemed to be dead and now he is just a corpse. How is this possible? Shocked besides, everyone was more in disbelief. It had been 5 minutes since Zhang Yan left. How could Zhang Yan have killed someone in such a short time? How could this be possible? According to the character of Danzo, the old cunning man, he must be hiding in a secret base, surrounded by a large number of root ninjas he secretly trained to protect him. In such an environment, how could Zhang Yan kill someone in just 5 minutes? They didn't hear any particularly loud fighting noises nearby. Did Danzo just stand there stupidly and let Zhang Yan kill him? Tsunade and others would never have thought that the most incredible guess they thought was actually the truth. And Zhang Yan not only killed Danzo in such a short time, but also raised his strength, which was originally at the Super Shadow level, to the peak of the Quasi Six Paths level. Now they can't imagine how powerful Zhang Yan is. As the fifth Hokage, Zhang Yan, a superior, naturally would not take the initiative to explain anything to these subordinates. As you can see, I have dealt with Danzo. I have avenged you. Next, I have orders to give. Zhang Yan's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his tone became sharp. All the people who were originally immersed in anger and doubt stood up straight, even the jumpy Naruto, the irritable Tsunade, the cold Sasuke and others. Zhang Yan was very satisfied with everyone's performance. It didn't matter what they did at other times. When he showed the Hokage style, anyone who was ignorant would be really ignorant. Tenzo, you take Kakashi and Jiraiya to take over the route. From today on, the Hokage Guard, Anbu, and Root are all merged into the Anbu. The Anbu is divided into 3 branches: Killer, Spy, and Secret. Under the department, a battalion is set up, and under the battalion, there are squads and individuals. The Killer department will be responsible for assassination in the future, and my guard work will be handled by Kakashi, and you will be the branch chief. The Spy department will be responsible for collecting information in secret in the future, and Jiraiya will be the branch chief. The Secret department will be responsible for assassination and other secret matters in the future, and you will be the branch chief. Zhang Yan called out Tenzo, who was hiding in the dark to protect his safety, that is, the future Yamato. Yamato was originally a member of the Root, and Zhang Yan asked for it from Danzo after becoming the Hokage. Yamato used to follow Kakashi, and the two cooperated well, so there would be no problem in handling the current situation. As for Jiraiya, Zhang Yan knew that what he cared about most was the language of the Toad Sage and the investigation of the Child of Destiny, and he had a way to handle this. Jiraiya has been investigating all kinds of intelligence of the Akatsuki organization for many years, and he is familiar with this aspect, and his strength is sufficient. It is absolutely no problem to let him become the head of the spy department who collects intelligence for the head. It is no problem for Kakashi to be the head of the killing department. It is just that Tenzo, the head of the secret department, is not very good, and Zhang Yan just intends to let him take over temporarily. He has a better candidate. After arranging this wave of challenges, Zhang Yan did not give everyone time to react and continued, "Shikaku, you take Hai and the other 2 to the newspaper office and arrange for people to announce what Danzo did. Make sure the news spreads throughout the ninja world within 3 days. Senior Sister Tsunade, Hyuga clan leader, please have a good talk with our 2 old elders. They are old and should not work so hard. The Konoha Elders Council will be abolished from now on and replaced by a special cabinet. The cabinet will only be responsible to me in the future. Senior Sister Tsunade, Hyuga clan leader, Hai, Shikaku, Jiraiya, Kakashi, the 6 of you will temporarily join the cabinet. The cabinet will set up the intelligence department, the mission department, and the war department. The candidates for the heads of each department will be decided later. Let's start now." "Yes." As Zhang Yan passed down one order after another, although everyone had doubts about many of his orders, at this moment, no one questioned them. Everyone immediately took action, their nerves tense. "Shikaku, our 5th generation, what do you think?" On the way to the newspaper office, after pondering the deep meaning of Zhang Yan's series of arrangements, Yamanaka Inoichi gave Nara Shikaku an inquiring look. "Our Hokage is not simple." The corner of Nara Shikaku's eye with a scar twitched slightly. After leaving the Hokage's office and calming down, he realized Zhang Yan's terrible political skills after some analysis. First of all, the cabinet. Zhang Yan gave the cabinet members enough rights. In the future, Konoha's open forces became the intelligence department, the war department, and the mission department. It can be said that the division of labor is clear, and these departments are under the jurisdiction of the cabinet. Nara Shikaku found that he, Yamanaka Inoichi, Tsunade, Hyuga Hayashi and others could never refuse. But among them, there are patriarchs of large families that have fallen, patriarchs of small families, as well as genius ninjas like Kakashi and powerful civilian ninjas like Jiraiya. This is a delicate balance. They will restrain each other and promote each other. They will put the matters they deal with in front of Zhang Yan and let Zhang Yan make the final decision. And Zhang Yan can completely delegate power and get himself out of the busy life of Hokage. However, if he delegates power, Zhang Yan, will this Hokage be weakened? No, not at all. Don't forget that Zhang Yan still has the Anbu directly under his control. The Anbu of the Hokage is formed by the fusion of the original guard, Anbu, and Root, which is better, and is directly under the Hokage after being redivided into departments. Who can threaten Zhang Yan who holds this power? In other words, Zhang Yan will have much less to deal with in the future than any previous Hokage, but his power and strength will be greater, and his control over Konoha will be stronger. And as vested interests, these cabinet members will become his most loyal followers even if they know the truth. Zhang Yan's political skills reminded Nara Shikaku of Senju Tobirama, who created the Anbu and the ninja school. Combined with Zhang Yan's 5-minute solution to Danzo, his strength can be described as powerful and mysterious. Absolute strength, political skills, balancing means, and youthful vigor. Nara Shikaku discovered that Zhang Yan can be said to have gathered the advantages of every Hokage from the 1st generation to the 4th generation. With such a Hokage leading, how high will the future of their Konoha village reach? Hi, let your daughter make sure to grasp our Hokage well. Girls can also take the initiative, maybe you can become a royal relative in the future. Hey, why did I give birth to a son like Shikamaru? Yamanaka High? Nara Shikamaru? P.S. Grotto, dear readers, help me, someone is playing dirty. Please give me flowers, evaluation tickets, and monthly tickets, so that I can counterattack. _ Chapter 69 Groudon's Plan, the beginning of a sensation in the spirit world. 8/10, First Order requested. Ahem. As Zhang Yan's orders were passed down one by one, the originally crowded Hokage office soon had only the 12 little warriors of Konoha left. Zhang Yan swept his eyes over the familiar faces in front of him, put away his serious expression, smiled and said, "You should also prepare. An internal battle will be held in a few days. As long as your performance is good, you can be promoted to Chunin." The live broadcast made Naruto and Sasuke become Chunin, which is definitely a plot change, right? Zhang Yan said he wanted points. Chunin. Hinata, Ino and others' eyes lit up. Before, Zhang Yan and Tsunade talked about big things, some of which they didn't understand, but they understood becoming a Chunin and were very interested. Soon, the 12 little strong men left together and agreed to go to the nearby trial field to learn from each other. Before leaving, Zhang Yan gave Hinata and Ino a look, indicating that they should go to his house to wait for him. Although he had to go to the elf world next, it was still no problem to rush back for lunch. Shua. In the sea near the Hone continent in the elf world, there is an isolated island with a dormant volcano and few people. Originally, the area where this island is located is experiencing heavy rain, which usually does not stop for 10 days or half a month. But at this time, the dark clouds suddenly dispersed, and the warm sunlight suddenly broke through the clouds and shone on a position on the sea surface. A vacuum zone suddenly appeared where the sea water was, and a piece of land rose from the lowest position and finally exceeded the sea level. And on this piece of land that appeared out of thin air, there stood a huge figure covered with red flaky skin. The owner of this figure looks very domineering, with a grey body on the dark side, a huge head covered with spikes, a tall torso and a tail, and 4 bulldozer-like teeth at the end of the tail. It is the god of the elf world, a divine beast that holds the priesthood, and is known as the creator of the earth. It is Groudon, one of the creators of the Hone region. It is precisely because of Groudon's appearance that the dark clouds in the sky suddenly dissipate and the sunlight becomes so strong. This is the effect of its own characteristic sunlight. Wherever it appears, there will be sunlight. Detective Black Cat, wow, so powerful. Although I have seen it in the memory copy, it feels different to see it live through the live broadcast. I want to rule, can it change the power of nature, the power of gods? Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, isn't this too powerful? Even the great masters of martial arts don't have such power. Perhaps only the legendary heavenly strongmen who have achieved the unity of heaven and man, can borrow the energy of heaven and earth for emergency use, and break through the limit of mortal lifespan can do it. The pinnacle of martial arts, heavenly? This won't work. Before I killed the god of disobedience, I was in the realm of heavenly beings. Even with the flying phoenix 12 divine palms, I couldn't change the celestial phenomena, but now it's easy. Luo Hao is a being who kills gods with pure force. He is known as the strongest demon king. Before killing gods, he has the strength of heavenly beings comparable to the quasi six-path strongmen in the Naruto world. It is not surprising. Acting President Su Hangxiu, in fact, Groudon's current strength is only that of a god. It can create such a strong visual effect, but it still relies on the power of the priesthood. Greyhara AI, this is the home advantage. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, but handsome Zhang Yan has the advantage of the union. All members. Grawad, I want to cry, it's uncomfortable. I am considering, if Groudon comes to my world, can he pull out the disobedient god called Groudon? The top warrior, there is no corresponding myth, of course it is impossible, you are stupid, Waban. The old man is a marquis, why are you targeting me? The top warrior, then why do you fight with Shitake every day? The old man is a marquis, of course it's for pleasure. The top warrior, then this leader is also for pleasure. The old man is a marquis, by the way, if Groudon appears, will Kyugra appear soon? Waban, who had no way to deal with Luo Hao, decisively chose to change the subject. Greyfield AI, if Kyugra appears, he will definitely fight Groudon, so won't Rayquaza appear soon? Yin Xinyu, hey, can't that handsome Zhongyan subdue 3 mythical beasts at once? Everyone. Although I know you fell in love with Zhongyan at first sight, you don't need to turn into Zhongyan to brag, right? There is no possibility for Zhongyan to defeat Rayquaza, okay? Rayquaza can beat Kyugra and Groudon in 1 or 2. Unless Zhongyan has the strength of the 6 paths level in the Naruto world, don't even think about it. Roar! Graomon roared at the sky to vent his depression. It has learned about the rules of the Union and the punishment talisman from the members. Now it will start the live broadcast, and it also listened to the advice of Su Hangxiu and others and decided to show its strength. I thought it was the creator of the earth, but it was actually tricked by a human? Find someone to torture itself for free and become its subordinate? Is it okay? However, Groudon is very confident in his own strength. He does not really believe that the hyperdimensional union has the power to prevent him from attacking Zhongyan. Even if Arceus, you do not have such ability, right? So this time, he plans to test the depth of the hyperdimensional union in his mind to see if this union really has the power to restrict him from attacking Zhongyan. If it is true, then he will attach more importance to this union. In addition, although Groudon has a violent personality, he is not stupid. It appeared before Zhongyan arrived in order to attract Kyugra and Rayquaza. Even if he cannot beat Zhongyan, then Kyugra can? Rayquaza can, right? Gruo also started to think. In a deep-sea cave somewhere around the Hone continent, Kyugra, who was originally asleep, opened his eyes, and confusion flashed in his eyes. Why did this guy Groudon come out from his sleep? Is it trying to expand the land while I'm sleeping? No, I have to go and see. Kyugra and Groudon are like light and darkness, they complement and counteract each other, and they follow each other like shadows. When one of them appears, the other will surely come. Hey! Somewhere in the sky, Rayquaza, who was really patrolling his territory, keenly sensed the breath of Kyugra's appearance and Kyugra's movement trajectory. These two idiots are going to fight again. I'm just bored, let's go and see. At the same time, the priests and elves who were originally sleeping or doing their own things all over the world cast their eyes on Groudon. Although they cannot appear in various parts of the world by the way, they can still easily do it with the help of the power of the priesthood. At this time, a cruise ship from Cerulean City in Kanto region, whose destination is the port of Mishiro town in Hone region, deviated from its trajectory due to the influence of the storm and slowly sailed into the range covered by the sun. Hey, why is it suddenly sunny? Great, I can finally get out and breathe some fresh air. Sunshine, beautiful sunshine. Many passengers hiding in the cruise ship all ran to the disguise, basking in the sunshine. Among them, a boy with a Z mark on his cheek stood out because a Pikachu stood on his shoulder. He was one of the few people in the disguise who released POC Copyright Monday. In a corner behind this person, a woman with long red hair and a young man with short blue hair were whispering with a cat. Meow, the little brat's attention is on the coastline. Now is a good time to catch Pikachu. I think it's okay. I've had enough of being on the ship these days. We'll go back to Kanto as soon as we catch Pikachu. As long as we give Pikachu to the boss, then upgrade to Coder. Become a branch director. Nothing is a dream. The two people and the cat fantasized about a successful future, with bright lights in their eyes, and they were ready to act immediately. But at this moment, there were sudden exclamations on the deck. Oh my god, what do you see? The red one, is Groudon. It's the Groudon that created the Hone continent in legend. The legendary elf appeared here. Take out your satellite phone quickly, this is a rare opportunity, post it online. Hey, Lisa, aren't you an internet celebrity with more than 2 million fans? Live broadcast. People discovered Groudon's figure, and all kinds of cheers came out. The humans on the scene took pictures, recorded videos, and took photos. The boy with Pikachu was not idle either, and he immediately opened his phone and dialed a number. Hello Dr. Oak, I'm Zai Zai. I was right to say that you gave me this phone. Look, I met the legendary elf again. What a good word again. On the other side, the 3 members of Team Rocket also took out their computers and contacted Sakaki, the leader of Team Rocket, directly. Boss, it's Groudon. We met the legendary elf again. So, what a good word again. The level of technology in the elf world where Groudon lives is more advanced than what Zhongyan knows. Humans have traded with Rayquaza to release satellites, and the world can be connected to the internet, and mobile phones have become popular. Similar to the movie version 22. With the popularization of technology, many strange things are no longer strange. But the legendary elves are still elusive, and few people can see them. Every time there is news of the appearance of the legendary elves, it can cause a big sensation on the internet and around the world. Just like now. As people continue to post pictures and videos on the internet, everyone was detonated by the news of the appearance of Growo. Just at this time, a dark space vortex suddenly appeared in the sky opposite Groudon. Immediately afterwards, a person walked out of the space vortex, smiling, and stepped on the void. Yo Grotto! Are you welcoming your future master? Chapter 70 Experimenting with Wood Release, Groudon puts forward the conditions for recognizing the master. 9/10. First order required. Master! Get out of here! Hearing Zhang Yan's words, Groudon roared angrily. Calling himself the master before the battle even started, who is he looking down on? Can you do whatever you want with the punishment talisman? Zhang Yan, sorry, you can really do whatever you want with the punishment talisman. Hey, I didn't expect you to speak human language. Zhang Yan showed a surprised expression. In his impression, Groudon has never spoken human language, and he has never even had telepathy. It's just talking, what's that? Grotto said, what's the big deal? It is an ancient beast that has lived for who knows how many years. What's wrong with it speaking human language? Not only can it speak, it is also proficient in Chinese, island language, and Sun Never Sets language. It is a learned beast. Well, actually 1 second ago, Groudon didn't know human language. Although it has lived for a long time, it is mostly asleep or fighting with Kyogre. In its eyes, humans are ants. Why would the giant bother to master the language of ants? It's just that after joining the hyperdimensional guild, Groudon realized from the memory copy that humans are also powerful, and there may even be more powerful than it. It no longer looks down on humans, so naturally it doesn't mind mastering human language. It is not difficult for it, an ancient priest elf, to speak human language. What it lacks is the method. This is because he found that the hyperdimensional guild has a benefit that can help members master each other's language. So it can talk. Okay. Zhang Yan knew the superdimensional union very well. In fact, he had some guesses after asking the question. But since Groudon said so, there was no need for him to expose it. Now it was more important to do some business. Growo, if I defeat you with the punishment talisman, will you admit it? Before the official fight, he needed to know what Groudon meant. If Groudon didn't admit it, wouldn't his 500 points be wasted? I admit it. Why not? Growo's answer was more straightforward than everyone expected, but it was reasonable. In a sense, the punishment talisman is a tool, and the superdimensional union is also a tool. Being able to use the tool well is Zhang Yan's means and ability. You can't become the acting president, which is your shortcoming. Just like Wu Gang Liulai couldn't beat Wan Wan originally, but if she got an Iron Man armor from Tony, she couldn't use it. Okay, let's get started. Zhang Yan probably guessed Groudon's intention. Let's see what the superdimensional union is capable of. Also, let's see if he, a human, can hurt it. In the worldview of the elves, unarmed humans can train all kinds of powerful elves. Growo also recognizes humans who can hurt divine beasts. Ding! Acting President Zhang Yan uses the punishment talisman on the member Lord of the Earth. For the next 24 hours, this member will be in an attackable state. As the voice of the Union system sounded, under the gaze of all the members, Zhang Yan took action directly, and his hands quickly formed seals. Since you can't attack, you're a live target. Use you to experiment with my new tricks. Wood release. The flower tree world is coming. Boom! As Zhang Yan shouted, saplings suddenly emerged from the land behind Groudon, followed by a large number of trees, growing rapidly and becoming larger. These huge branches that rose from the ground easily split the mountains, passed through the sandstone, and instantly covered the entire deserted island's beach. Shua! Not only did these trees grow wildly, they also attacked Groudon consciously. Obviously, these trees were all under Zhang Yan's control. This is a powerful wood escape ninjutsu that can only be used when the chakra reaches the level of Senju Hashirama. No one has used it since Senju Hashirama. And now, Zhang Yan has shown this powerful power in the spirit world. Wood escape? Grass type. Look at my sunshine flame. Feeling the movement behind him, he saw the memory copy of Groudon was surprised that Zhang Yan had mastered the wood release, but he was not satisfied with it. He immediately opened his mouth to gather the power of the sun and give Zhang Yan a sun flame. However, as soon as this idea came to his mind, a powerful force suddenly emerged from deep inside his body, completely suppressing the power in his body, and it was useless no matter how he sensed it. How could it be? Gerudo's heart was shocked. He could feel the power that suppressed him, which was more than one dimension. Under the suppression of this power, he could not do anything at all. Bang! Gerudo was restricted by the power in his body and could not move at all, but Zhang Yan did not stop attacking. A large number of thick and sturdy trees appeared and attacked Groudon rhythmically. Bang! After beating Groudon up, Zhang Yan formed a seal again. Wood release, wood dragon technique. The tree that was attacking Groudon suddenly stopped, and then changed again, turning into a dragon more than 10 meters long, opening its mouth to bite Groudon, and then throwing it. Shua! Growo, which was only more than 3 meters tall in its most basic state, was instantly knocked out and fell towards the sea in the distance. Bang! When Groudon was about to touch the sea, a piece of land broke out of the ground to provide it with a landing point. Then, it slid across the sea, and the land was born along the way. Boom! A higher land appeared, and Groudon hit it head-on, making a loud bang, but finally stopped flying backwards. Seeing this, Zhang Yan did not continue to attack, but looked at Groudon with interest. He was very curious about the extent of Groudon's injury. At this time, everyone in the Union live broadcast room was not calm. Good yellow-haired man, it's the wood style of Hashirama Senju. Tang family mistress, where did you put my big Ashura? Famous detective Black Cat, wood style bloodline limit, Zhang Yan is getting more and more powerful. The peak of martial arts, Grotto can't move at all, it seems that the restrictions of the Union have worked. Aizen and Akari Mukuroku are proud of Groudon's strength and can restrict it. The power of the Union is really strong. The richest man, Aizen, I always feel that you have bad ideas. Aizen and Akari Mukuroku are just lustful. Now I'm curious about the effect of wood style on Groudon. Lord of the Earth, it's okay, and it's about the same power as being hit by vines by Celebi under normal circumstances. I didn't expect that humans can master such a powerful force. Acting President Zhang Yan, I recognize you. Grotto spoke in the live broadcast room. Immediately afterwards, all the members saw that Groudon, who had suffered a huge attack, got up from the ground as if nothing had happened. From what you said, are you going to recognize me? Zhang Yan stepped on the moon step and came to Groudon, smiling and asking. In fact, he still had many methods that he had not tried. For example, the wood-style bag technique, which was so powerful that it could catch the sword of Susanoo with bare hands, and could also grab the limbs of the 9 tails and fix the 9 tails to the ground. It should be effective against Groudon. For example, the woodman technique. The woodman technique in Uchihamadara's complete form Susanoo, the size of the general-tailed beasts is not much, and it should be very effective against Groudon. In fact, it can be recognized that humans like you can definitely subdue the divine beasts in our world. Krawad nodded to Zhang Yan very readily. Although it is now in its weakest form, it is also a first-level god, and a first-level god who masters the power of the priesthood. A human being can actually hurt him, so he is definitely qualified to be its trainer. Krawad even thought of the scene where Zhang Yan used wood release to help him fight his old rival Kyugra. Wouldn't that be interesting? However, although he recognized it, Groudon had not completely surrendered. But I want to try something else. Krawad raised his hand and glanced at Zhang Yan, and then exerted all the strength in his body. He wanted to see if his strongest state could resist the power of the super-dimensional union. If this couldn't shake it, it would accept its fate. Roar! A bright light suddenly burst out around Groudon's body, and the light enveloped its body and turned into a fiery red flame. When the flame dissipated, Groudon's body, which was originally more than 3 meters long, suddenly grew to more than 5 meters, and fiery red magma appeared in the lines on its body. Attack! Original Groudon looked at Zhang Yan and tried to gather an attack again. But at the moment when it was thinking, the power that appeared before stretched out from his body again, easily suppressing all his energy. Is it still not enough? The huge pupils of primal Groudon showed a thoughtful look. It could feel that its power had not disappeared, otherwise it would have definitely exited the primitive state. It just wanted to attack Zhang Yan without using this power. Continue. A touch of fiery red flashed in primal Groudon's eyes, and countless flames suddenly emerged around its body. These flames continued to enter its body, like a kind of energy filling. Boom! As the flames continued to pour in, primal Groudon's body actually began to continue to surge, and it did not stop until it reached 50 meters. Since the desperate fight with Kyogre in ancient times, this is the first time it has shown such a state. In fact, if it is for a reason, the body can continue to grow. With enough energy, the current limit of its body is about 100 meters. But it didn't continue, because there was no need. While its body was growing, it never stopped attacking Zhang Yan, but the restraining power from the union in its body was also getting stronger, always suppressing it. It understood that it could not transcend the power of the union. But it has grown so big, wouldn't it be a waste if it didn't show off its muscles? The original Gigantamax Groudon lowered its head and looked down at Zhang Yan, saying, "Can you hurt me now? If you can, I will recognize you as my master." Chapter 71 Complete Susanoo, Summoning Beast Groudon. 10/10, First Order required. 50 meters. Interesting. Zhang Yan looked at Groudon's Gigantamaxed body from top to bottom with interest. In the anime, the Gyarados and Charizard of Yulongdu are both about 30 meters after the Gigantamax, so Groudon's height of more than 50 meters is a bit exaggerated. The difference is nearly twice. But considering the height of the ancient Dragonite and the mutated giant stinging jellyfish, the height of 50 meters does not seem to be surprising. In the final analysis, the means of enlarging the body depends on the amount of energy. For example, the visible body summoned by the God-Slayer Luohao using the power can reach up to 3000 meters. For example, Zhang Yan himself, when he uses the perfect form of Susanoo, he is at least 50 meters tall, the same size as the wooden man created by the wood-style woodman technique, and the big-tailed beasts. The purple Susanoo of Madara and Sasuke is usually this big. With this size, it is just a toy in front of the celestial art wood-style True Thousand Hands, which can only be used in the perfect celestial body state. Of course, it does not rule out the possibility that they can make Susanoo bigger, because when their common first life Indra fought against Azura's True Thousand Hands, the purple complete Susanoo reached the same size as the True Thousand Hands. Although he could not defeat it, at least it shows that this body size can be changed. There is also the Six-Path Sage who uses the complete Susanoo, which is as big as the 10 tails, and resists the tailed beast cannon with one hand. The complete Susanoo cannot be used by ordinary people. If it can be used, the lower limit is at least 50 meters, but the upper limit depends on the user's chakra. With Zhang Yan's current chakra, thousands of meters are not a problem, but it is not a problem to condense hundreds of meters of complete Susanoo. It is taller than some Ultraman. However, Ultraman is also called the Giant of Light. The height of the Giant of Light is generally about 60 meters, but there are also thousands of meters for the powerful ones. In the end, anyone who has mastered the ability to make the body bigger or smaller can make it bigger as long as he has the ability. But it does not mean that the bigger the body, the stronger the strength. The most important thing is to be suitable. You are injured now. But it's not difficult at all. Zhang Yan smiled easily and quickly formed seals with his hands again. This time, he did not form seals, but injected the power in his body into the master of his eyes. Shua! Zhang Yan's dark pupils began to change, and a golden energy circle appeared in the middle of his pupils around the red cross. The next moment, golden energy emerged from his body, first changing into the shape of arms and ribs, and then expanding into a skull shape again, completely wrapping his body. When Zhang Yan's body was completely wrapped by the golden skull power, the surface of the skull began to be covered with meridians and flesh, and then grew a huge coat. Two weapons appeared out of thin air on his hands. One of them was a long halberd made entirely of golden energy, and the other was a sharp sword with 7 color beads and Juhua jade as decorations, and a golden energy spirit sword that swallowed and exhaled air waves. After the two weapons were completely formed, a huge Yanhuangming dynasty armor appeared outside the golden one. Then, the lower body and legs made of golden energy grew out of the void under Zhang Yan's feet, and the size also increased significantly. After the golden armored giant was completely formed, Zhang Yan moved to the forehead of the golden giant. Finally, a pair of huge wings grew out of the back of the golden energy giant. Sure enough, it's just as I thought. At the forehead of the golden energy giant, Zhang Yan crossed his arms and looked at the weapon in the hands of the golden energy giant, revealing a clear expression. The golden energy giant was naturally the complete Susanoo he displayed. However, it was different from the complete Susanoo used by Suzuki and others. His golden giant was not wearing the Karasu Tengu armor, but the Yanhuang dynasty chain mail. The exclusive weapon of his Susanoo was also different from that of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Suzuki, and others. The golden energy halberd in his left hand is the number 1 historically ranked dragon-painted sky-up halberd, used by the most powerful general in the spring and autumn period, and even more powerful than the dragon-painted city-breaking halberd in Xiang Yu's hand. It is far superior to the Fang Tian-painted halberd in Lu Buletin's hand. This dragon-painted sky-up halberd is made entirely of his chakra, and is considered a spiritual halberd. It has a soul, a spirit, but no body, and carries a powerful killing force. It can create dragon-shaped chakra to attack when it is swung. This spiritual halberd definitely has many uses waiting for Zhang Yan to develop. And the spiritual sword condensed by his chakra is easier to recognize. It is the legendary sword of the Emperor, Qi Xiao. This sword has the aura of an emperor. Even if it is only a fictitious spirit now, it can penetrate space and shock people. In addition to these 2 weapons that belong to him exclusively, Zhang Yan feels that it can also use Kagutsuki for various blessings, and can also use the divine power Shuriken, Susanoo Kamui Reikuri, Susanoo Kami, lightning release hide light. This may be related to the ability of his eyes to have Kamui. Very good, very powerful. Zhang Yan is very satisfied with his current state. Only by mastering such strength can he truly have the strength to gain a foothold and defend everything in Naruto. You said that as long as you are hurt, it will be enough, right? At the forehead of the 50-meter-high golden Susanoo, Zhang Yan crossed his arms and looked straight at Kyugra not far away. He actually had the energy to make a bigger Susanoo, but he didn't do it because it was unnecessary. Grotto said that as long as he was hurt, it would be enough. Is this difficult? Now, I have a move of Kamui Thunder Dragon coming, please taste it. Zhang Yan, who was in Susanoo, raised his hands, and a cold voice sounded in this world. Shua. The golden Susanoo stood on the sea and didn't understand. He raised his hand with one hand and waved the huge painted dragon halberd. Countless chakras gathered at the crescent-shaped blade of the dragon-shaped spear, and soon turned into blue lightning, which turned into the posture of a dragon under the influence of the spirit halberd. Boom! Then the golden Susanoo waved the dragon-shaped spear to split, and the thunder dragon immediately flew towards the Gigantamax ancient Groudon, which was more than 50 meters high in front. Shua! Before the Gigantamax original Groudon made any moves, a space vortex suddenly appeared on the head of the thunder dragon, and then sank into the void. Growo said that it had not yet learned the human curse words. Otherwise, it must play a game of WTF now. It just wanted Zhang Yan to prove its strength. It's not looking for abuse, right? Although it is a ground-type POC copyright Monday, it seems to be completely immune to lightning. But relatively speaking, when the energy of a trick is strong enough, the attributes don't matter. Zhang Yan's move, Divine Might, Thunder Dragon's Descent, has the power, but the shock wave caused by the explosion alone can cause damage to it. Why not give it a chance to defend? Boom! The Thunder Dragon emerged from the void and appeared directly in front of the Gigantamax Primal Groudon. The latter had no time to respond and was directly hit, and flew backwards with blue electricity flashing all over his body. Bang! The Gigantamax Primal Groudon fell heavily to the ground, and huge waves were startled, turning into a tsunami and sweeping around. But the tsunami had just started, and the powerful electricity swept over, instantly evaporating a large piece of the film. Seeing this situation, there was a sudden silence in the Union live broadcast room. After a while, it was not until the Gigantamax Primal Groudon climbed up from the ground again that most people came to their senses. Lord of the Earth, it hurts so much, the power of this lightning is stronger than that of Zekrom. Lord of the Earth, I give up, acting president, let's do this, I can't beat you, but I don't want to be beaten again. Grao is completely convinced by the strength shown by Zhang Yan now. Even without the protection rules of the Union, it dare not say that it will definitely win Zhang Yan. A human has mastered the strength that is equal to itself, so what's wrong with becoming his spirit? Since you are willing to accept the loss, then sign the contract. Seeing that the Gigantamax original Groudon was so straightforward, Zhang Yan stopped using Susanoo, teleported to the former, and took out a scroll that had been prepared long ago. This is a special scroll that has been strengthened with 100 points in the Union. Unlike the common summoning scrolls in the Naruto world, this scroll is not a ninja writing his name on the scroll and signing a contract with a certain race, but as a summoning beast, leaving a trace of power source on it. As the owner of the scroll, Zhang Yan can summon any creature that leaves its origin on the scroll. The reason for purchasing such a scroll is naturally because Zhang Yan wants to have more summoned beasts than just Groudon. Through Groudon, the entire spirit world will become his resource. Wouldn't it be good to subdue all the mythical beasts as helpers when he is strong enough? Wouldn't it be nice to train a large number of spirits to conquer this world? When Zhang Yan was in a good mood and signed a contract with Groudon. On the other side, in the Naruto world, the land of rain, the hidden rain village. Pain's 6 paths surrounded a middle-aged greasy fat man, and his eyes were cold without any emotional fluctuations. Intruder, hand over the antidote. Antidote. The middle-aged greasy fat man showed a bloodthirsty smile. I said, there is no such thing. This is called a contract, idiot. If you don't want your woman to die, listen to me and attack Konoha. Otherwise, wait for your body to be collected. Konoha village. Ling Menjian, who used invisibility to walk into the gate, looked at the information collected in her hand and was confused. Zhang Yan. Yan Wang's name. Okay, there are Tian Tian and Rock Lee, just take it as a coincidence. But how can he be the 5th generation Hokage? And Danzo was killed, and Naruto's identity as the 4th generation son was revealed. I saw a fake Hokage. Chapter 72 Pain was threatened, and Huiwen AI found a new mission. 1/5, subscribe. In Konoha village, Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. After enjoying the legendary Ichiraku Ramen, Ling Menjian closed her eyes, thinking about the information she had just collected. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead. No, I must investigate the information related to this Zhang Yan. It is definitely impossible to see a fake Hokage. It's just that everything seems too weird. I need more information. This Zhang Yan. Ling Menjian narrowed her eyes slightly, and a glimmer of wisdom flashed in her eyes. Maybe a time traveler. Then my plan will work better. At the same time, the Hidden Rain Village. Tendo Pain Yahiko walked up to the middle-aged greasy and obese man Kimura Kentaro, took out a chakra receiver and inserted it into his thigh. Ah! Kentaro Kimura screamed in pain. But strangely, he had a cruel smile on his face. The next moment, Yahiko Tendo received a message from Nagato Uzumaki in his mind, and immediately stepped forward to pull out the chakra receiver on Kentaro Kimura's leg. Not only that, Pain Jigakuta behind him stepped forward immediately and came to his side to perform healing methods. Under Jigakuta's treatment, the injury on Kentaro Kimura's leg healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He soon stopped screaming and got up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Pain, do you know I didn't lie to you? This is the power of the contract. The fate of that woman named Konan is tied to mine. Whatever pain I suffer, she will feel the same pain. If I die, she will be buried with me. Oh, by the way, if you want to kill me, you can just kill that woman, and I will die, ha ha ha. Ha, I know you very well. If you can't do it, you can take my soul, but please consider the fate that woman named Konan may suffer. Kentaro Kimura had a rampant smile on his face, and he raised his head and laughed triumphantly. What does it matter if 6 paths Pain's strength is at level 6? As long as he grasps the weakness, he still has to use it for his own benefit. What do you want to break this contract? Tiendao Pain asked coldly. I said, attack Konoha. I have a grudge against Konoha, I want Konoha to be destroyed. Kentaro Kimura said one of his goals. As for killing Naruto who possessed the 9 tails, he did not intend to let Pain help me do it. He remembered that Ling Menjian said that the Akatsuki organization was trying to capture the tailed beasts for the sake of war. Ling Menjian told part of the lie, and he thought that Pain was going to snatch the 9 tails and rejected his proposal. In Kimura Kentaro's view, only interests are eternal and the truth in this world. He believed that Uzumaki Nagato, who was hiding in the dark, would attack Konoha for Konan, but he would definitely not give up the 9 tails for her. He did not want to mention killing Uzumaki Naruto, lest this matter be messed up at the most critical part. You know, in order to hit Konan with the contract of sharing weal and woe, he threw the medium to the other party. But it took a lot of trump cards to do it. Fortunately, the result did not disappoint him. As for the death of Shin and Konan, that was impossible, he cherished his life very much. The contract of sharing weal and woe would only bring the same pain to the other party, and the party used would be unable to move for 3 days. 3 days is enough to destroy Konoha. Destroy Konoha. Tendo Pain closed his eyes. He actually doubted the power and effect of the so-called contract. But just as Kimura Kentaro guessed, he didn't dare to gamble. Konan is the one he wants to protect. I hope you don't lie to me. Uzumaki Nagato finally made a decision. At worst, the plan to collect the tailed beasts will be advanced. At the same time, in Otagakure, in a secret base of Orochimaru. Constantly feeling the pain from his hands, a ruthless man like Orochimaru couldn't help but roar in pain. No. Bring Uchiha Sasuke immediately. Perform the undead reincarnation technique. Feeling his increasingly weak body, Orochimaru decided to start the undead reincarnation technique in advance. Sasuke, who possessed the power of Uchiha Sumai, was the candidate he valued most, and he decided to perform the ceremony in advance. At this moment, a sneer sounded behind Orochimaru. What's the point of reincarnation? Orochimaru, we can heal your hand and give you the real way to immortality. As long as you help us reincarnate one person, I wonder if you are willing to do this deal. While the members of the Abyss team in the main god space were constantly making arrangements in the Naruto world. On the other side, Graomon left his original breath under Zhang Yan's scroll and became one of his summoning beasts. At this time, the Union members were not calm. I have many sons, Holala, in this level of battle, I can use the effect of the tremor fruit to the extreme, but the acting president seems to just hit Susanoo randomly. Tangjia Ziosan, Eternal Manjakaya. Sharingan. Would release? The acting president is really a big shot, is he going to become the second six-path sage? Yan Lingji, Gigantamax Primal Groudon and Perfect Susanoo, just looking at the size, I can't get up the mood to fight. Detective Black Cat, Bunker, how many cases does this detective have to solve in the Conan world to earn enough points to become so strong? Greyfield AI, maybe I will get it after solving all the cases. Losing the richest man, this strength, okay, I'm not afraid of Thanos, the acting president can just hit it. I want to rule, acting president and others, please come to the Qin world first order, with you here, Lu Bue is not enough, my journey is the sea of stars. Yin Xinyu, how can you be so handsome and powerful? Greyhara AI, so cool. The top warrior, Zhang Yan, your Susanoo is very special, chain mail, red sky sword, painted dragon halberd, this leader really wants to experience it. Acting President Zhang Yan, if there is a chance, it doesn't hurt to give it a try. Everyone was shocked by the power displayed by Zhang Yan. Some were shocked by the power, and some were shocked by Zhang Yan's strength. He is really a big shot. However, in fact, Luo Hao and Waban can also show such power, but the memory copy of the God Killer uploaded by Su Hangxiu is only an anime, that is, the content of the first 5 volumes of the God Killer light novel. Luo Hao was only mentioned and did not officially appear. Su Hangxiu has not read the novel, so she does not know much about Luo Hao, and only knows the title of the strongest God Killer. Therefore, although the members of the Union know they knew she was powerful, but they had no clear concept of how powerful she was. Now, Zhang Yan and Groudon have truly demonstrated this power, and they felt it very clearly, so they were shocked. But Zhang Yan knew Luo Hao's strength, so he never underestimated her. He also knew that although Luo Hao was narcissistic, she would extremely admire the first person to defeat her. This woman is easy to subdue. Just when Zhang Yan was thinking about how to subdue Luo Hao, the Union was silent because of Huiwen Ai's speech. Huiwen Ai, acting President Zhang Yan, I found that your backyard is on fire. System task screenshot. Chapter 73 New Guild Task, Kyogure Rayquaza appears, subscribe. Guild Task, clear illegal intruders. Task World, Naruto World. Task Requirements, eliminate all intruders. Task Reward, 45,000 points, equally divided among all participants. Task Requirements, during the task, all guild members can go to the Naruto world, no points needed to be spent this time. As Habara AI released the news, the entire guild fell silent. After a long time, Iron Man Tony was the first to break the silence. Losing the richest man. Task. I want to rule, I heard Sun Ce talk about the task, I didn't expect to see it so soon. Izom in front of the medical Mukuroku Hariboku. I didn't expect to see it again so soon. Since a task had appeared, and members Zhang Yan and Habara AI had gained a lot, Aizen had taken the guild task seriously. With his cautious character, it is inevitable to check the guild taskbar from time to time. However, a task just happened in the Conan world, so he has not checked it today, but he does not want to miss the opportunity. Fortunately, this task is not limited to the number of people, so he did not completely lose the opportunity. In fact, because Huiwen AI has tasted the sweetness of a task, she has been paying attention to the task panel, so she found this task at the first time. Acting President Zhang Yan, interesting, the invader, could it be a reincarnation? Acting President Su Hangxiu, the concept of the main god space becoming stronger after experiencing the world? Infinite flow? It is really possible when you say that. Acting President Zhang Yan, it doesn't matter which one it is. If you dare to come to my world, you will be given points. The top warrior, then this time the task is counted as this leader, right? Luo Hao has long wanted to see the guild members other than Waban with her own eyes. This time, she does not need to spend points to travel through the world, and there are points to earn. She doesn't want to miss it. I am a marquis, then count me in, I am quite interested in the mission. The top warrior, I'm going, what do I need you for? Grab points. The marquis, Luo Hao. You don't have the final say on this matter. The top warrior, you have the final say. Acting President Su Hangxiu, ahem, I won't go, I'm not strong enough, I'm sorry to share the points. After serious consideration, Su Hangxiu decided not to participate in this mission. To be honest, she also wants points, she also wants to become stronger. But she knows more clearly how much she has. In the Naruto world, the Kage level is considered a level in the early stage, but in the later stage, masters who are not Kage level are not qualified to intervene in the battle, and those invaders who can make the guild issue tasks actually invade the Naruto world, their strength must not be too weak, right? Su Hangxiu asked herself that she could not help much in the past. I can't be so shameless to share the points, right? This will only affect the relationship between the members of the guild, but make others look down on them, and even it would only make the powerful members unhappy, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Su Hangxiu's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on all the members who were originally ambitious and wanted to go to Hokage to earn points. After they calmed down, they began to face up to their own strength and make a clear positioning. Yan Lingji, I'm not strong enough, so I'll cheer you on through the screen. You guys have to do a live broadcast then. Detective Black Cat, what mission? I'll wait until I become stronger before I do it. My current focus is to go to the Conan world and become stronger. I want to rule, I haven't ruled yet, so I can't participate. Jiangdong Little Overlord, I won't participate either. I'm about to follow my father to Hulao Pass. I'll do a live broadcast then. Please support me. Tang Family Mistress, am I going to Naruto to deliver food? Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, you are the mascot, no one wants you to participate at all. Acting President Zhang Yan, okay, let's talk about this matter after I go back to the Naruto world to see the situation. The Union actually issued a mission, which means it is necessary to use everyone's strength. I won't be stingy with the invitation then. Although Zhang Yan's strength has skyrocketed, and he has also contracted Groudon, he is confident that he can solve the Union's tasks by himself. But if he eats alone, he is stupid. I'm going back to my world first. If I need your power, I'll find you. Zhang Yan said hello to Groudon and immediately chose to return to the main world. Originally, he planned to take advantage of this free shuttle opportunity to stroll around the POC Copyright Monday world, and by the way, capture a few interesting POC Copyright Monday to give to others or train, or find other mythical beasts to try their skills. For example, Kyugra, who is not far away from the seabed, and Rayquaza, who is really looking at him in the clouds in the sky, are all good candidates. But now, apart from the invaders, his plan can only be changed. Shua. The black space vortex swirls again, and Zhang Yan steps out, and the sound disappears. Roar. As Zhang Yan left, the Gigantamax Primal Groudon immediately released his own state. After taking a look at the location of Rayquaza and Groudon, he ignored them and walked towards the dormant volcano with arrogant steps. Kyugra? Rayquaza? Roar. Seeing that Groudon was about to leave, Kyugra and Rayquaza no longer hid and finally appeared. The first to appear was Kyugra. It no longer hid its own breath. With full acceleration, it rushed from the bottom of the sea to the surface of the sea in a few breaths, broke through the water, and stayed on the sea surface. The sky that had originally cleared up once again emerged with layers of heavy dark clouds, and heavy rain fell unexpectedly. But the sky behind Groudon was still sunny. The rain layer and the sun were limited to the position between Groudon and Kyogre, and were clearly separated. But all this did not end here. Suddenly, a dragon roar came from the sky, and then a group of white clouds took the intersection of grey rain clouds and bright sunshine as the origin, and continued to spread. Following that, a huge green head poked out from the white cloud, quietly looking down. This is Rayquaza. Groudon, Kyogre, Rayquaza. The two legendary elves who created the Hone continent and the existence that pacified the war between the two elves appeared at the same time. Seeing this scene, the Union members who had not left Groudon's live broadcast room were happy. I have many sons, Growo. I always feel that Rayquaza and Kyogre look at you in a wrong way. The top warrior, they must have come a long time ago. They should be surprised by Zhang Yan's strength, so they didn't show up. Aizen said, I am Rayquaza and the others. Now I suddenly see a human mastering such a powerful power, and this human is very familiar with Groudon. They must want to know what's going on. The richest man, do you think Groudon can say it? The Lord of the Earth, I don't care about them. When I become stronger, I will fight two people at once. Detective Black Cat, I don't know why, I have a feeling that Groudon is going to be beaten. Flame Lingji, Liu Lai-chan, you are not alone. Greybara AI, silently add +1. Lord of the Earth. Chapter 74 All the gods and beasts are curious, Groudon is beaten up, subscribe. Detective Black Cat. I am a marquis. Losing money to become the richest man. All guild members. At this time, the originally lively Super Dimension Guild chat group was silent. Because, their previous ridicule came true. Groudon, who had just shown off his muscles, suffered a beating from society because of his overly intense words. Well, society is me, Rayquaza and Kyogre. The main cause of this incident was 3 minutes ago. Greybara AI, silently add +1. Lord of the Earth, silently add +1. Lord of the Earth, I am a marquis. All the guild members. At this time, the originally lively Super Dimension Guild chat group was silent. Because, their previous ridicule came true. Groudon, who had just shown off his muscles, suffered a beating from society because of his overly intense words. Well, society is me, Rayquaza and Kyogre. The main cause of this incident was 3 minutes ago. UNAI discovered that the Super Dimensional Union had issued a new mission, and someone had invaded the Naruto world. The Naruto world is Zhang Yan's base camp, and the backyard of the address is on fire. He stopped his plan to make trouble in the spirit world, and chose to return in a hurry after signing a contract with Groudon. Originally, this matter should have come to an end. As a result, after witnessing the departure of Zhang Yan, the magical human, Groudon was also leaving. Kyogre and Rayquaza, who were attracted by their battle, no longer hid, and appeared strongly, which made this matter have a follow-up. Whether it was Rayquaza or Kyogre, or even other priest spirits after knowing what happened to Groudon through the divine sense, everyone was extremely curious at this moment. What's the matter with Zhang Yan, this human? In the history of the elf world, from ancient times to modern times, humans have been making progress since their birth. But this progress refers to knowledge, civilization, and technology. Perhaps some people have mastered special powers such as superpowers, wave power, superpower, etc. for special reasons. But after all, they can't be compared with elves. Even more can't be compared with the mythical beasts among the elves. And the mythical beasts are divided into third-level gods, second-level gods, first-level gods, and the first-level gods who master the divine duties comparable to super-mythical beasts, and the only super-mythical beast Arceus. Groudon is the existence in the sequence below Arceus. It is no exaggeration to say that it has the ability to destroy the world. But such an existence, after using almost all its strength, was suppressed by a human relying on its own strength, and could only passively take the beating. Grotto, that's the punishment talisman, the punishment talisman, the punishment talisman's fault. Because Zhang Yan completely suppressed Groudon, his overwhelming strength made Kyogre, who arrived at the scene early, choose to wait and see. While Kyogre will not admit that Groudon was abused, it is very interested in this matter. In addition to Kyogre, Rayquaza also chose to wait and see, because he was very curious about Zhang Yan. As a result, Zhang Yan disappeared after beating Groudon. Completely out of his senses. How could this be? Under the trend of curiosity, Kyugra and Rayquaza appeared strongly. Kyugra, roar! Grotto, what's wrong with that human, why can he fight with you, have you become weaker? This is definitely the first time in Kyugra's life that he started fighting without seeing Groudon. Because he was too curious about Zhang Yan's identity, he asked this question on behalf of countless priest elves and countless humans. Of course, the sarcastic tone is impossible to change. But the answer it got was, Groudon, none of your business. Ha! Having felt the power of the super-dimensional union in Zhang Yan, Groudon certainly would not tell this secret, at least not now. It also wants to step on Kyugra with one foot and Rayquaza with the other when it becomes stronger. The ranking of the three beasts of Hone has changed. Kyugra, who, did you lose your brain after being beaten by that human? And how can you speak human language? Groudon, I just want to speak human language, I am happy, what's your business? Groudon, I am going back to find a volcano to sleep now, you go back to the bottom of the sea and find a cave to stay. Groudon was too lazy to pay attention to Kyugra and turned to leave. Rayquaza. It has been beaten countless times? Rayquaza, roar! Growo, tell me the origin of that human. A human actually has power comparable to ours. I am very interested in such a special person. Growo stopped. It could ignore Kyugra and even abuse him. After all, they were old enemies and mortal enemies. The point was that their strength was similar to his. But Rayquaza? Well, now he and Kyugra combined cannot beat this big brother. So he should be more upright. Growo, I don't know where this person came from. I can only tell you that he is not from this world. The rest has nothing to do with me. After saying that, Groudon planned to slip away. It was afraid of exposing the existence of the super-dimensional union. If Rayquaza also joined the union, wouldn't it always be suppressed? But Rayquaza was not willing to let it go and continued to ask various questions. During this period, Kyugra was also interrupting. Finally, Groudon got annoyed by the questions and started yelling. Groudon, I said I don't know, so what does it have to do with you? As for the contract I made, no, I don't know about that. Okay, even if I know, so what? If you ask me again, I'll beat you to death when I get stronger. Have you heard the warning of the cliff sword? Groudon yelled and gestured with his fist. But as soon as he said this, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became subtle. Kyugra, beat us to death? Is it because my root fluctuations didn't hurt you enough? Rayquaza, the warning of the cliff sword? Is it because my finishing touch is not powerful enough? Then there was a band scene that required payment to watch. The legendary Lord of the Earth, Groudon, was beaten up by Rayquaza and Kyugra. However, Groudon didn't say anything about Zhang Yan in the end, which was related to the special values of the elves. As long as they follow a master who deserves recognition, they will be absolutely loyal. Well, if saying the name doesn't count as revealing information. Finally, Rayquaza and Kyugra saw that they really couldn't get any useful information, so they had to leave. But they remembered the name Zhang Yan, this special human. Groudon dragged a slightly desolate figure and disappeared into the volcano. The live broadcast room also ended at this time. Sahang Jing's eye was full of little bitches, I'm shocked, there are still people in this day and age live broadcast of yourself being beaten. Detective Black Cat, Growo, Lord of the Earth, was beaten by Society. Greybara AI, Rayquaza, Society I, the Dragon of the Sky, is talking about me. Flame Lingji, Kyugra, Society I, the Lord of the Sea, is talking about me. Tang Family Mistress, Cliff Sword warning. Lord of the Earth, warning, wait until I am strong enough, I will beat you back. Marshall Peak, if you want to become stronger, do you have points? Acting President Su Hangxiu, do you think everyone is my fellow countrymen? Lord of the Earth, points? Points screenshot, is this what you are talking about? I really want to have 5,000. Acting President Su Hangxiu. I have many sons. Members? Chapter 75. On this day, the three views of the people in the elf world were completely destroyed. Subscribe. Acting President Su Hangxiu, oh I almost swore. Groudon, where did you get the points? Losing the richest man, 5,000 points? What the hell? I want to govern, 5,000 points. If I had 5,000 points, I could improve my strength, buy confidence and even The pinnacle of martial arts, this leader, needs an answer. Greybara AI, it's probably related to our acting president Zhang Yan's trip to the elf world. Izome Kusuk, it should be related to the live broadcast. What plot has changed? Acting President Zhang Yan, yes, the plot has changed. Even I didn't expect it this time. Acting President Zhang Yan, and it's a big plot that changed the world. Groudon and I each got 5,000 points. Acting President Zhang Yan, screenshot, this is the points breakdown, you may want to refer to it. Seeing Zhang Yan's speech, everyone immediately opened the screenshot details. Ding! The live broadcast is over. Persist until the acting president and the member lord of the earth change the plot, and now the settlement begins. 1. Xiaozai meets the 3 legendary elves in Hone in advance. 2. Xiaozai's worldview is affected, and he feels like he has become stronger. 3. The 3 views of many people in the elf world are impacted, causing many important supporting characters to change their ideas. Begin settlement, live broadcast changes the plot to get a total of 10,000 points, acting President Zhang Yan and member Lord of the Earth each get 5,000 points. The so-called plot change in the super-dimensional union has a standard. It does not mean that you will get points if you create a live broadcast that does not exist in the world. This is just a waste of effort. Each world has a protagonist and a supporting role. In the interpretation of the 10,000 worlds, it is the Sun of Luck. And the people around the Sun of Luck also have luck, and they can also get points by changing the plot they participate in. For example, Zhang Yan took Habara AI to change a small part of the plot in the Conan world where Ayami participated, so he got points. In fact, this score should be a lot. After all, there is a butterfly effect, and a small change in details can make the later many plots will change. But that's not the case. Each world has its own power to correct the world. Just like in the Conan world, although Habara AI left, some of the subsequent plots will still be born for various reasons even without her participation. But these plots can already be participated in and changed. That's why Gokurururi went to the Conan world, because she can still participate in every plot and change it herself. Only the plots that are changed by herself will not be corrected by the power of the world. This is the rule of the super-dimensional union. Let's take another example, such as Suzuki. Under the influence of Zhang Yan, Suzuki has changed a lot, whether it is his personality, world outlook, style of doing things, or even his strength. But if Zhang Yan didn't intervene directly, he would still look for Orochimaru for various reasons and defeat Orochimaru as his master. This is fate. It's just that these destinies can be changed by union members, and they should still get benefits in the live broadcast state. However, there is one core thing that cannot be changed. For example, if Zhang Yan kills Naruto, he will be killed by the Naruto world in a minute. Don't think it's impossible. If the world will persists until Zhang Yan has such an idea, it will immediately take action, such as arranging a meteorite to kill Zhang Yan. Unless Zhang Yan is already strong enough to control the Naruto world. Otherwise, some core things cannot be changed. For example, Conan recovers his body. If Zhang Yan exchanges an antidote for Conan to eat, and Conan recovers to become Kudo Shinichi, will there be so many plots about the elementary school students of the God of Death later? The answer is no. Therefore, Zhang Yan will do nothing and leave with Huiwen AI. And the Abyss team in the reincarnation space, due to special reasons, can be fearless of the influence of the world's power in a certain world, so it can kill the protagonist and destroy the world. This is also one of the meanings of the existence of the super-dimensional union, to help those worlds in need to clean up the Abyss team. However, Zhang Yan and the union members don't know the news later. And now, Xiaozai, the protagonist, has seen the 3 beasts such as Groudon in advance, and also saw the scene of Liu Yin, a human, fighting against Groudon, which is bound to change a lot of things. For example, 3 views. It's just, I can't believe it. What did I see? Is today April Fool's Day? It's incredible. Zhang Yan and Groudon left without caring and earned a wave of points, but the scene of their battle was witnessed by countless people on the cruise ship and posted online, leaving a far-reaching impact. Even the 3 views of the entire elf world have a feeling of being rebuilt. Originally, everyone thought that the people on the cruise ship were lucky. They actually saw the legendary Groudon when they were about to arrive at the Hone continent. This is the legendary elf that can create a continental priesthood. It can be said that it is extremely lucky to meet it. This incident also attracted a lot of attention on the internet, and many people expressed envy of the real name system. But what happened afterwards, but once they were shattered? First, a human appeared out of thin air, stepping on the void. Well, although there are very few superpowers in this world, there are some, and they are not mysterious. Some are of course regional gym leaders, and some are regional kings. Flying is acceptable. But what kind of ability is it to make a forest by making a few movements with both hands? Is this something that humans can do? And these trees can even beat the first level god Groudon who is wearing it. Isn't this incredible? Is this something that humans can do? I have never heard of it. Don't humans nowadays? It's not evolution, but degeneration. But soon, everyone found that they were too excited too early. After being beaten by that human, Groudon actually evolved. Oh my god, evolution? Can the priest elves evolve? Isn't this a fantasy? At this time when Mega Evolution was just discovered, most ordinary people said they were dreaming. And some bigwigs who already knew about Mega were also shocked. They didn't expect that the mythical beast could also Mega, and rely on itself, Mega if you want. And Mega is not the end. Graomon is in Mega after EGA, it actually grew bigger, to more than 50 meters. What kind of power is this? Is this the power of God? When the leader of the Hone region's magma team, Chi-Yun-song, saw these images through special means, he instantly lost the idea of controlling Groudon. This is simply not something a human can do. The existence of the Gigantamaxed original Groudon is too heaven-defying. But at this moment, a layer of light appeared on the human's body, and then it turned into a golden giant almost as tall as Groudon. Can you believe this? Is this a human? Are you sure it's not an elf that has transformed into a human form? Chapter 76 Sasuke yelled, and Uchiha Itachi was stunned. Please subscribe. I have never seen such a weird thing since I was a child. In the Pallet Town, Professor Oak saw Zhang Yan condensing Susanoo through Zai's mobile phone camera, and swallowed his saliva in shock. Thinking that he was born in the top famous Oak family in Kanto, he won the Champions League, became a Regional 4 Heavenly Kings champion, and had the strength of a master trainer. Now he is one of the most authoritative POC copyright Monday doctors in the world. He has experienced everything and seen everything. But he didn't expect to see such a scene in his life. A human turned into a golden giant and suppressed a legendary divine beast like Groudon. The scene that he couldn't even dream of appeared so realistically in front of him. And Professor Oak was so out of control, let alone ordinary people? But the matter did not end here. Later, the human disappeared without knowing what contract he signed with Groudon, and then Kyogre and Rayquaza appeared. The three gods of Hone gathered together. The scene was shocking enough. But compared with the previous scene of Zhang Yan hammering Groudon, this seemed to be nothing. What shocked everyone was that Groudon actually spoke human language and said the name of the human, Zhang Yan. At this moment, everyone was finally convinced that all this was true. The existence that was suppressing Groudon was not a mythical beast in disguise, but a human. So, everyone's view was ruined. Everyone's goal changed. In a secret base in a city in the Johto region, Kanto continent, Team Rocket leader Sakaki looked at the live broadcast of the Rocket Trio on the big screen in front of him for a long time without saying a word. Because Sakaki didn't speak, the Rocket Trio lowered their heads and didn't dare to breathe. After an unknown amount of time, when the Rocket Trio was about to fall asleep, Sakaki's voice finally came from the computer in front of them. You three did a great job this time. Now you, continue what you did before. I'll contact you again if there's anything. If you have important things to do, you can continue to contact me. Originally, Sakaki wanted to say that Musashi and his three friends did a great job this time, and they could go back to Gwandu and find a place to be promoted to the position of director. But he suddenly thought of the conditions he agreed to with Kojiro's father Sasaki Ono and Musashi's mother's request, and finally changed his decision. Yes. The rocket team would be stupid at the critical moment, and they didn't hear the hidden meaning in Sakaki's tone at all. They were only happy to hear Sakaki's praise, and they were more determined to capture Pikachu. Heart. And this is the power of world correction. Because the Rocket Trio is so important to Zai's growth. Bo. The communication was hung up, and Sakaki's eyes suddenly became a little sharper, and then he made a call. Ashura, take Athena to set up a new research project, and leave the tracking of Mewtwo to Lance and Lambda. What project? A research project on humans, to investigate, win over, and study all humans with special abilities. After hanging up the phone, let Nanbo come. Also, send a text message to Xiaobo, telling him to cancel the wanted order against him, but let him join the new project. Sakaki gave new instructions to his capable subordinates. In the past, his goal was to create a power beyond the gods, master this power to rule the world, and become the only king. But now, his goal has changed. Mastering the strongest POC copyright Monday, even Arceus, is just, usable, but not safe. Betrayal is everywhere. He had no choice before. But the appearance of Zhang Yan opened the door to a new world for him. Isn't it nice for humans to master their own power? Humans can also be comparable to gods, right? Zhang Yan, humans. I can do that too. At the same time, in Hone Continent, the Magma team and the Aqua team announced their disbandment at about the same time, leaving only some elites who changed their organization's purpose and continued to survive. Grotto constantly showed not only the power of Mega, but also the power of Dynamax. This feeling of not being able to feel the gap, but only knowing the mysterious and powerful feeling of the other party, made the Magma team leader Qi Yunsong and the Aqua team leader Shui Wutong decide to change their life goals. Not only their new goals, but also their initiative to have some kind of encounter with Zai Zai again. At the same time, Demue, Yulong, the Temple clan, and the superpowered family where Katlia is also taking action. The power of the elves is indeed mysterious and powerful. But if humans can master abilities comparable to theirs, it will be even more intoxicating. When the elf world was undergoing endless changes due to the battle between Zhang Yan and Groudon, at this time, in the Hyperdimensional Union group chat, all members were impressed by the screenshots posted by Zhang Yan. Aizen Kusuk, interesting, I didn't expect that when the acting president was fighting Groudon, Zai Zai was nearby. This can be regarded as an accidental achievement. Losing the richest man, since joining this union, I have deeply felt my poverty. The boss just went to another world to show off his muscles and earned 5,000 points, and I have only joined the union for so long. It's hard to describe. Old man is a marquis, big piece of garbage shit. Losing the richest man? This genius, philanthropist, inventor, is unhappy. I decided to spend money to buy the Balkan Peninsula in the neighboring Eastern Europe to raise pigs. This is so good, I feel that I am still a rich man. Detective Black Cat, buy an island? Real name system is envious. I want to govern, the whole Qin belongs to me. Tang's mistress, you haven't taken power yet. I want to take power. I am a marquis, Chairman Su Hangxiu acting Chairman Zhang Yan, please give me permission to go to the Marvel world, I owe you two a favor. The richest man in the world? Why are you targeting me? The pinnacle of martial arts, Hoi can't help but laugh out loud, you are a talent. Acting Chairman Su Hangxiu, this is true, there are thousands of places on the blue planet, if you say this is a coincidence, I don't believe it. What the hell? Luo Hao and Su Hangxiu's remarks made Tony Stark even more confused. At this time, Zhang Yan gave the answer. Acting President Zhang Yan, the island you want to buy happens to be the island of the old Marquis of the Godslayer world. Raising pigs? Tisk. Stark, good luck. After Zhang Yan finished speaking, he mourned for Tony for 0.3 seconds in his heart, then retracted his thoughts and released his observation haki with all his strength. Because of the fusion of Kagura's heart eye, his observation haki has been upgraded to a high level, and the range and degree of perception have made a qualitative leap. Now he can feel the situation within a radius of 5 kilometers around him. The distance from the Hokage rock in Konoha village to the entrance of the village is about 3,000 meters, which means that the entire Konoha is now within his perception range. Hey! Just after releasing the observation haki, Zhang Yan found an interesting scene. On the river near the ancient land of the Uchiha family, Suzuki found Uchiha Itachi fighting with a woman in a cheongsam, his eyes full of surprise. Nissan! Nissan? Uchiha Itachi almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Isn't it too intimate for his brother to call him? What's going on? Is it a dream? Chapter 77 Ling Menjian seeks out Itachi for a deal. Zhang Yan sees through everything. 1/5 please subscribe. In the Union Group. Losing the richest man, old Marquis, do you believe me if I say it's a coincidence? The old man is the Marquis, do you think I will believe it? Losing the richest man, is this really just an accident? Outside. Lofu Nehaoju, I won't listen. I will go to the Marvel world to destroy it, such as destroying Stark Company, so that you can't be the richest man. Losing the richest man. Famous detective Black Cat, Mr. Tony, this famous detective will mourn for you. Yan Lingji, poor Iron Man. Yan Xinyu, mourning for you. Losing the richest man. Hey everyone, I found that Loki found Thor. Thor's hammer is a test shot by Odin for Thor. I can't destroy this plot, otherwise I might be targeted by Odin, but I can intervene in the battle later. Wish me good luck. Lofu Nehaoju, change the subject. Losing the richest man, goodbye. Tony, who did things, chose business. Members in the union group chatted again, and none of them left. Everyone was curious about what news Zhang Yan would bring back. All members wanted to participate in this mission and earn points. At this time, Zhang Yan just used the upgraded and enhanced version of the observation haki to find a few more interesting people. In the upper reaches of the river in Konoha village, where the famous Uchiha clan of Konoha was originally located, on a dam, 3 people were confronting each other. 2 of them were wearing black windbreakers embroidered with red clouds, wearing hats with wind chimes on their heads, and wearing special code rings on their fingers. They were obviously a group. And the person confronting them was a dignified woman with black hair wearing a white cheongsam. Interesting, so interesting. The 3 people's outfits all made Zhang Yan feel very interesting. The black windbreaker embroidered with red clouds is, needless to say, the iconic clothing of the members of the Akatsuki organization. Add to that the fact that they were wearing bamboo hats, even without using the observation haki to sense the appearance of the 2 people, Zhang Yan could deduce their identities. It must be Uchiha Itachi, who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at the age of 13, and Hoshigaki Kisame, who is known as the honest man of the Akatsuki organization. As for the woman opposite Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, Zhang Yan found a sense of copyright JVU in her clothes. Although he saw some female ninjas of Konoha village wearing cheongsams on the internet when he was on Earth, in fact, there is no such clothing in the Naruto world. Invaders. Could it be the Yanhuang people? They actually targeted Uchiha Itachi. Interesting. Zhang Yan habitually touched his chin, and then placed his senses on a tree near the 3 people who were confronting each other, where a bat was resting. Who are you? Uchiha Itachi stood on the water, so he showed an unexpected expression on his face under his hat. Just now, he went to a meatball shop that he used to frequent in Mu to recall the taste of the past. The woman in white in front of him actually shouted in surprise after seeing her. Uchiha Itachi realized that his identity had been discovered, and immediately took the Samira away. But what puzzled him was how the woman in front of him recognized her. He had no memory of this woman in his mind. This shows that this woman has no relationship with. At least not an acquaintance. You don't need to know who I am. I just want to make a deal with you. I can help you solve your physical problems, and I need you to help me kill a few people. The Cheongsam woman was naturally assigned to collect intelligence in Konoha, but in fact she wanted to plot a trick on Kimura Kentaro and others. Originally, he was worried about Zhang Yan's completely unexpected task, and for a while he didn't know where to start. After all, the plot she relied on the most seemed to have a problem, and her own strength was not as good as Kimura Kentaro, and she was directly 1 level lower than them. Fortunately, at this time, she found Itachi. This made her speculate that this was the truth at the time when Uchiha Itachi just returned to the village. And she, who knew the truth about Uchiha Itachi, had an idea and thought that she could make a deal with this idealist known as the god of Itachi. Trade. Uchiha Itachi frowned. He now had only 2 goals in his life. 1. Protect Konoha and hope that Konoha will become stronger and stronger. 2. I hope Sasuke can grow up and become stronger, open the Mangekyo Sharingan before him, and then inherit his eyes to open the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. What is there to trade with this inexplicable woman? He, Itachi. She seems very sincere, why don't you listen? Kisame Hoshigaki, who was beside Itachi Uchiha, was very interested in Ling Menjian's so-called deal and wanted to listen. By the way, he also wanted to get more information about Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha did not answer Kisame Hoshigaki, but his appearance could actually be regarded as a tacit attitude. Ling Menjian was immediately delighted and wanted to seize the opportunity to propose her own conditions, but at this moment, a young man's surprised voice from the river bank interrupted her. Listen. Itachi Uchiha seemed to have a sense and looked in the direction of the voice. But when he saw who made the sound, the pupils in his eyes hidden under the bamboo hat suddenly shrank. Sasuke. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi was shocked, happy, helpless, and puzzled. He was surprised that in this case, he had encountered him for many years, and he had a favorite brother for many years. It sees the clue, which causes unnecessary trouble. He doesn't want to beat his brother. Shouting and killing. What is going on now? Zhang Yan held a golden-haired girl in one hand, and a cold light shot out from his eternal Manjakaya. Sharingan. Bat, human, sharp teeth. Vampire blood. It really smells like a low-quality main god space. Then let me see what's going on with you guys. Tisk. Kill Naruto. Destroy Konoha. Take away Uchiha Madara. Destroy the world. And spread terror. Interesting. Chapter 78 Zhang Yan's layout, ready to unify the Naruto world, please subscribe. Interesting. 5-man team. An organized existence? It seems to be from the main god space. Reincarnators? Abyss team. Captain Kimura Kentaro, has he gone to find Uzumaki Nagato? On the top of a big tree, Zhang Yan pinched Joseph's neck with one hand, and there was a cross mark in his dark eyes that emitted red light, full of charming energy. At this time, Joseph had been hit by Zhang Yan's illusion created by the power of the eternal Manjakaya Sharingan, and was completely hypnotized by him. He would not keep any secrets in his heart. Of course, Zhang Yan did not ask for information related to the main god space. Based on his understanding of the main god space, the reincarnators must have been banned from revealing the existence of the space. If they revealed it, they would be killed in minutes. He didn't know whether there was a special way for these members of the reincarnation team to communicate with each other. If he killed them rashly, wouldn't it be the same as telling the other party that he knew everything? Which position is more comfortable, being schemed against or scheming others? It's best to make this guy listen to me completely, so I can stay the same in the face of changes. But under my hypnosis, his thinking pattern is a bit rigid and prone to mistakes. Why not ask Aizen for the mirror flower and water moon? Forget it, I haven't become the president yet, so be cautious. Besides, I obviously have a better choice. Zhang Yan held Joseph in one hand and turned to look at the position of Uchiha Itachi on the riverbank not far away. Itachi had another Manjakaya Sharingan belonging to Uchiha Shisui in his hand. If he got it, he could merge it with the one he got from Danzo. I believe that he can have Kota Amatsukami without many points. But the next scene should also be considered a change in the plot. Then, Zhang Yan's mind moved and he started the live broadcast. Ding! Acting President Zhang Yan starts the live broadcast. The system prompt sounded in the Union group chat. Ding! Yan Lingji joins the broadcast room. Ding! Yan Zhenyu joins the broadcast room. Ding! Huiwen AI joins the broadcast room. Ding! Yan Zhenyu, wow, I admire the handsome Zhang Yan. Handsome Zhang Yan, you are broadcasting live. Did something interesting happen? Detective Black Cat, hehe, let me, Detective Black Cat, tell you the truth. Isn't the picture in the corner of the broadcast room very clear? Uchiha Itachi appears. Huiwen AI, isn't this something that can be seen at a glance? Yan Zhenyu, my eyesight is only for my brother. Members. Is this dog food? No, when did Yan Zhenyu max out such a superb skill of brushing favor ability? Yan Lingji, yes, I only care about the president, that's it. Huiwen AI, that's enough, is your eyesight only for him? You are greedy for my body. Members. What truth are you talking about? Tang family mistress, what plot is the boss going to rewrite again? Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, I envy the boss who can change the plot live, no, it seems that I have to work harder to get the Heshi Bai and the evil emperor's relic. Aizen asked, acting president, is that Chong Sam woman an invader? Unlike a group of members who like to talk nonsense, Aizen always thinks and observes quietly, so he can always find the key to the problem the fastest. In order to understand the strength level of Naruto, mainly to know how strong Zhang Yan, the acting president, is Aizen used the special power of the Union to read the Naruto memory copy no less than 10 times. He already knows the background of the Naruto world, the strongest power level, etc. So he discovered Ling Menjian, this unscientific character, at the first moment. As expected of Aizen. Maybe he can be good friends with Orochimaru. A hint of inexplicable meaning flashed across Zhang Yan's eyes. He turned his hand and pulled Joseph into the live broadcast room, and then typed out a line of words. Acting President Zhang Yan, yes, that woman and the one in my hand are invaders, but their strength is not strong. There are 5 invaders in total, 4 of them are level 5, and the woman named Ling Menjian is only level 4, but she is a little special. Speaking of being a little special, Zhang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. After learning some news about Ling Menjian from Joseph, she became interested in this woman. If one of his guesses could grow, maybe we can lay out the main god space. A wise light flashed across Zhang Yan's eyes. At this time, the members of the union were disappointed. The richest man, 4 level 5s and 1 level 4? Good man, this mission has nothing to do with us again. I am a marquis, I thought I could stretch my muscles this time, but I didn't expect that the invaders combined would not be enough to fill the hands of the acting president. The top warrior, what a pity. I have many sons, Holala. It seems that there is no chance to travel to another world. After knowing the strength of the invaders, most members who originally planned to carry out the mission felt a little regretful. The so-called level is a strength ranking that the Union members temporarily took after the battle between Zhang Yan and Groudon. It may not be accurate, but it can be used as a reference. Level 5 strong people are equivalent to the shadow level strong people in the Naruto world, such as some members of the Akatsuki organization and Tsunade. Level 6 strong people are equivalent to the super shadow level existence in the Naruto world, such as Naruto in Sage mode. Level 7 strong people are Quasi 6 paths, and the strongest ones are almost at the peak of strength, Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara. The 8th level strongman is the 6 paths level, such as 6 paths Madara and Kagaya Otsutsuki. Each level is a level, but there are also strengths and weaknesses in the same level. For example, the peak level Hashirama Senju can beat all opponents of the same level, and there is no chance to fight across levels. And now Zhang Yan and Groudon's strength, everyone's mission is at least the peak of level 7, and may even reach level 8. With such strength, it's like playing to deal with a few level 5 invaders. Then Zhang Yan doesn't need to find the Union to participate in this mission. Even if there is a fight, it's embarrassing to participate. You can't have no bottom line for points. However, Zhang Yan's answer surprised the members. Acting President Zhang Yan, no, if there is no accident, Waban, Luo Hao, Aizen, Groudon, I will invite you to come. Acting President Zhang Yan, I know something, I want to ask you to perform a big show. By the way, please do me a little favor. A bright light flashed in Zhang Yan's eyes. These invaders have provided me with a good opportunity. If nothing unexpected happens. Seeing. After this time, it will be much easier to unify the Naruto world. Chapter 79 Uchiha Itachi has many questions, Ling Menjian is shocked, please subscribe. The top warrior, hey, Zhang Yan, are you going to invite me over? Those so-called invaders can't even stop your wood release, right? Acting President Zhang Yan, because of some special reasons, my opponent will also include the Akatsuki organization. If Aizen and Mukurokaha do this, then the acting president's opponent will have to include a level 5 strongman and a level 6 pain 6 paths and Uchiha Obito. Aizen nodded. Although with the strength Zhang Yan has shown now, even if the invaders plus the power of Akatsuki are not his opponents. But considering the impact of the battle, Zhang Yan, as the Hokage, certainly does not want Konoha's strength to be damaged, so inviting them is reasonable. Whether to lose the strength of his subordinates or points is just a matter of choice, there is no difference between high and low. But Aizen thinks that if it were him, he would choose points. Is it so for his subordinates? The next moment, Zhang Yan gave Aizen the answer. Acting President Zhang Yan, the main thing is that we have received news that these guys are likely to win over Orochimaru and then resurrect Uchiha Madara. This is not a good opponent. I see. Everyone reacted instantly. Everyone had watched the copy of the Hokage memory, so they naturally knew the strength that Uchiha Madara showed during the Fourth War. Although they didn't know who was stronger between Uchiha Madara and Zhang Yan, as long as the latter's strength did not exceed level 8, it would not be difficult for Uchiha Madara to hold him back. Doesn't this mean that Konoha will have to face more than a dozen cage level 5, alone? No wonder Zhang Yan wanted to find him. The pinnacle of martial arts, this leader doesn't mind stretching your muscles. I am a marquis, I am very happy to help, and it's nothing to help a little. Aizen, I am here. The Lord of the Earth, I know, Master. After learning the cause and effect, the 3 people and 1 beast invited by Zhang Yan agreed very readily. With their strength, it is easy to deal with the battles in the Naruto world. Under this premise, they can earn points and gain the favor of Zhang Yan, the acting president. Why not do it? However, although he agreed, Aizen still looked at Zhang Yan, who was smiling in the live broadcast screen, with a meaningful look. Although he couldn't figure it out, he could feel that Zhang Yan's purpose of inviting them over was not just what he said. Aizen was very confident in his own strength, and he also recognized Luo Hao, Groudon and Waban. He believed that any one of them would be enough to help Zhang Yan. Even if Zhang Yan only needed to summon Groudon to help, the points would not flow to outsiders. But he asked so many people to help, and let many people share the points. Why is this? Aizen hid a doubt in his heart, but it would not make him refuse the opportunity to carry out the mission this time. Union, mission, other world, masters from various worlds, interesting. While the Union members were chatting, on the other side, although Uchiha Itachi was puzzled by Sasuke's address, in order to prevent Hashigaki Kisame from seeing any clues, he could only make up his mind to attack Sasuke and cause him some great harm. Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes, and Chalk looked into his eyes. He planned to open the Mangekyo Sharingan and give Sasuke a moon reading, and it would be best to let this stupid old man relieve the night of the genocide. In Itachi's opinion, hatred is the most powerful agent of the Uchiha clan. As for the possible doubts on Hashigaki Kisame's side, it is not difficult to break them. As long as the line "your eyes must be kept for me" is added at that time, it will definitely not make people doubt it. Zhang Yan sensed this scene and shook his head to express his disapproval. What Uchiha Itachi didn't know was that Sasuke had already known all the truth in advance under his spoilers, and he understood how much pain his brother had carried. In fact, Uchiha Itachi's current Taiwanese suicide is the best catalyst in Sasuke's heart, which may allow the latter to directly open the Mangekyo Sharingan. Before traveling through time, Zhang Yan had seen a lot of jokes on the internet. It said that Uchiha Itachi was a genius who opened the Mangekyo at the age of 13. As for Sasuke's ability to become stronger, it was all because of the protagonist's halo. He was a rubbish who only opened one Megatama after his entire clan was wiped out. Itachi's genius and Sasuke were related to the protagonist, Zhang Yan did not deny it. When it comes to saying that Sasuke is rubbish, it is simply funny. The power of the Uchiha clan needs emotional catalysis, not hatred catalysis. Hate is just the most likely emotion to explode. But the premise of hatred is to understand love. Only after understanding love will you hate when you lose it. Sasuke grew up completely under the protection of Itachi years ago. How much love did he understand? How much hatred could he have? If every member of Sasuke's clan was as important as Itachi in his heart, then he would definitely open the Mangekyo. But in fact, the young Sasuke only cared about a few people, and his love was not that deep. Another example is Obito. He is a recognized mediocrity, right? But when he saw Lin die, he directly used 2 Megatama to get Mangekyo, which was only slightly worse than the 3 Megatama of the 6th-path sage to get the Samsara Eye. Because he loved Lin deeply enough, and he hated the scene of Kakashi killing Lin with his own hands. This is the truth. But saying so much can't change Uchiha Itachi's plan to use Tsukuyomi. Until Sasuke spoke again. Nissan, I know all the truth about you. Danzo is dead. The 5th Hokage told me that he would cancel your wanted order and clear your name. Will you come to the village? Uchiha Itachi? At this time, Uchiha Itachi's expression was very wonderful. Kaka. Zhang Yan recorded Uchiha Itachi's expression at this time through the live broadcast room, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. It would be great if there was a dubbing of "Little friend, do you have a lot now?" It would be absolutely appropriate. Roar. Sasuke's words made Hashigaki Kisame reveal a meaningful look, and there was a special look in his eyes when he looked at Uchiha Itachi. A bunch of question marks emerged in Uchiha Itachi's mind. As smart as he is, he was a little confused about the current situation for a while. Danzo died? Danzo died like the 3rd generation? Who else knows his undercover identity? The 5th generation Hokage? The Zhang Yan who had met him a few times before? He actually knows so much? He wants to clear his name. It is a fact that he destroyed the Uchiha clan. How to clear his name and how to operate it? Zhang Yan actually knew his true feelings, so he should also know about the deal between him and the 3rd generation. Why did he tell Sasuke everything in advance? There are too many questions entangled in Uchiha Itachi's mind, and he didn't know what to do next for a while. At this time, Ling Menjian looked at Sasuke in shock and asked, "Your fifth Hokage actually knew the truth about Uchiha Itachi and told you? No way, is he really wearing Pa?" Before Ling Menjian could finish her words, a hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. A man's gentle but unquestionable voice sounded in her ears, "Reincarnation, you can't say the next words. P.S. There are many explanations for Uchiha Itachi's physical problems, such as he used the moon reading to give Uchiha Izumi a complete life, excessive consumption of pupil power, or opening the eyes too early, etc. This book sets up a blood disease, which is easier to deal with. Everyone, please give me some flowers, evaluation tickets and monthly tickets _ Chapter 79 Controlling Ling Menjian, Itachi attacks Hoshigaki Kisame, please subscribe squeeze. Hearing the sound behind her and feeling the touch on her shoulder, Ling Menjian felt a huge sense of crisis that she had never experienced before, which made the hairs on her body stand up. She turned her neck mechanically and looked to the left, and found a man with black hair, black pupils and a small cross mark in his pupils looking at her with a smile. The man was holding a man with golden hair in his hand. Joseph. Ling Menjian's pupils suddenly contracted. Shouldn't Joseph be in the Hidden Rain village now, trying to get Uzumaki Nagato to lead the Akatsuki organization to attack Konoha? Why did he appear here and was caught? But all this is not the point now. The point is that Joseph was easily solved by the black-haired man in front of him, and she, a fourth-level reincarnation, is definitely not his opponent. Beg for mercy, must beg for mercy. Then, Ling Menjian opened her mouth to say something, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she found that a barely detectable silver light flashed in the black-haired man's eyes. The next moment, she felt the scenery in front of her suddenly change, and she saw a vast expanse of purple lavender grass fields that stretched as far as the eye could see. The purple lavender moved without wind, and the scenery was absolutely beautiful. But Ling Menjian was not interested in appreciating all this now, but analyzing the situation in front of her. She was a very smart woman, otherwise she would not have been able to live comfortably in the reincarnation space until now. Joining the Abyss team was the only time she made a fool of herself, but it was also understandable. Black hair, black pupils, strange eyes, could it be Uchiha Sharingan? Mangekyo? Is this Kamui or Flying Thunder God? Could this man be Zhang Yan, the fifth Hokage with a high reputation in Konoha village? This name, plus what I was going to say before and the timing of his appearance. That's right, he must be a time traveler. I just don't know if he's my fellow villager. And Joseph? Is he worried about me observing me in secret, or is he preparing for both and collecting information, or is it both? But isn't he the captain? He's doing it himself. Could it be? Deep in the unfamiliar environment, Ling Menjian did not lose her composure, but calmly analyzed the information she had collected, hoping to find her own chance of survival. At this time, Zhang Yan, who used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly send Ling Menjian to the Kamui space, threw Joseph in his hand aside. Now Joseph is still in a state of hypnosis by him, so it's okay to let him go free. The reason why he appeared now was, of course, because he heard Ling Menjian's words and knew that she had guessed his identity as a time traveler. The identity of the time traveler was concealed in the super-dimensional union because the union itself provided various shuttle functions and allowed members to go to each other's worlds to perform tasks. These are all trivial matters. We are all physical time travelers. But in the native world of the Naruto world, Zhang Yan did not want to let people know his identity as a time traveler, at least for the time being. Unless he has become the tree of the Naruto world now, otherwise his identity will easily cause variables. The old man of the six paths who is still surviving somewhere with his mental power, the sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya, and the Otsutsuki clan from the universe behind Kagaya are not simple. He must be cautious. Yo Itachi, long time no see. Zhang Yan greeted Uchiha Itachi not far away, and did not intend to face the super rebel ninja at all. Long time no see, Senior Zhang Yan. Uchiha Itachi reached out and took off the bamboo hat on his head. Although he had many doubts in his heart, he did not rush to ask questions. Zhang Yan and Uchiha Itachi knew each other. Zhang Yan was 1 year older than Itachi and entered the ninja school 1 year earlier. Although Uchiha Itachi graduated early and joined the Anbu after entering the ninja school, Zhang Yan, who knew all the plots, got to know him early. To be honest, if it were an ordinary Uchiha member, it would be impossible to take an orphan like Zhang Yan seriously, but Uchiha Itachi had a different pattern. His views on the village and the family were similar to those of a person who would rather sacrifice his family for the country, so he did not look down on Zhang Yan. At that time, Zhang Yan relied on the fact that he was one grade higher than Ataki and asked him to call him senior in a very malicious way. I didn't expect you to still remember this name. Zhang Yan grinned, then changed the subject and said something that Uchiha Ataki had never thought of. Ataki, now I inform you as the 5th Hokage that your secret mission of secretly investigating the Akatsuki organization can be completed. Please flower. I already know all the information about Akatsuki. Regarding your identity as a traitor, I will announce to the public that it was an assassination plan launched by Danzo and the Uchiha traitors, and you took all the blame for protecting Suzuki. Uchiha Ataki. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, acting president, you are too bad. You deliberately said these things in front of Hoshigaki Kisame. Uchiha Ataki must be confused now. Detective Black Cat, I have taken a screenshot. Uchiha Ataki's expression now perfectly interprets what it means to be confused. Greyfield AI, screenshot? You really have a bad taste, but I like it. Tang Family Ziosan, Uchiha Ataki, what the hell is this 5th generation? Trashing teammates. Jiangdong Little Overlord, Hoshigaki Kisame, I didn't expect my Ataki is actually a spy. The atmosphere in the Super Dimension Union chat group suddenly became very happy. But the atmosphere at the scene where Zhang Yan was a little frozen. Suzuki was very happy that Zhang Yan appeared to explain. In his opinion, his brother was finally reunited with him. He is no longer an orphan. The brother who loves him the most is still there. But Uchiha Ataki was helpless. Although he didn't know why Zhang Yan pointed out his identity so directly, Zhang Yan must be serious when he said these words as the 5th Hokage. Then he would not deny anything anymore, but would take action directly. The target was really Hoshigaki Kisame next to him. Although he and Hoshigaki Kisame had a good relationship, he didn't know how loyal Hoshigaki Kisame was to the Akatsuki organization. Now that his true identity has been exposed, in order to survive, he must choose to stabilize Hoshigaki Kisame. Bang! Uchiha Ataki threw a kunao at Hoshigaki Kisame, and his 3 Magatama Sharingan spun rapidly. Amaterasu. Uchiha Ataki's first move was a real killing move. From the original work, when he knew the news of Hoshigaki Kisame's death, he showed a trace of sadness. It can be seen that the relationship between the two should still be okay. But Ataki is a ruthless man who can even kill the entire clan for the sake of the village, and Suzuki. Is there anything wrong with killing Hoshigaki Kisame, who has a good relationship with him? Corpse, _ Chapter 80 Akatsuki's Only Honest Man, the upcoming team battle, please subscribe. Boom. Water escape, Mizu same bullet. Shua. After several fights between Uchiha Ataki and Hoshigaki Kisame, the two sides quickly separated. After all, Hoshigaki Kisame is a relatively powerful existence among the cage level. Although Uchiha Ataki's attack was sudden, he was well prepared and did not get hit. Although Uchiha Ataki's main Jakaya Sharingan released Amaterasu, it was powerful and known as the strongest flame that could burn everything, but as long as it was not hit, there was no need to be too afraid. Mr. Ataki, I didn't expect you to be a spy. After a fight, the bamboo hat on Hoshigaki Kisame's head had fallen off, revealing the dark blue long hair hidden behind the quilt, golden pupils and a face similar to a shark. When he spoke, he also showed a pair of very sharp teeth, which made him look more like a shark. Nissan. As the battle started, Suzuki ran to Zhang Yan's side very cleverly. Seeing blood flowing from Uchiha Ataki's eyes, he immediately called out with concern. It's okay. Uchiha Ataki stretched out his hand to indicate that he was fine, and then he was about to attack again. But this time he did not succeed. No need to fight, Ataki. You should give me Shisui's main Jakaya first. Zhang Yan has come to Uchiha Ataki and stretched out his hand to stop him from continuing. Uchiha Ataki didn't know about Hoshigaki Kisame's revenge and ideas, but he knew it very well. Hoshigaki Kisame was one of the few members of Akatsuki who knew that the real identity of Uchiha Obito's disguised Afei was Uchiha Madara. He also knew most of the Moon Eye plan and highly recognized it. So this kind of person is a staunch hostile faction with his own ideals. For such a person, Zhang Yan said, isn't it okay to secretly use Kota Amatsukami to change its will and make him become himself? As for the side effects of Kota Amatsukami, he has a high-level sage body and doesn't care at all. He believes that he can recover quickly after using it once. Even if the high-level sage body is not powerful enough and cannot be recovered in a short time, he will recover quickly after he collects 30,000 points and evolves a wave of perfect sage bodies. So, there is no problem using Kota Amatsukami on Hoshigaki Kisame. Shisui's eyes, Kota Amatsukami? Itaki Uchiha's pupils shrank. He was shocked by many things today, but he still couldn't help being surprised. No third person knew that Uchiha Shisui gave Kota Amatsukami to him. How did Zhang Yan know? But what he was more concerned about now was what Zhang Yan wanted Kota Amatsukami to do. Are you going to use it on Kisame? Itaki Uchiha asked with a frown. It's not that he was reluctant to give Kota Amatsukami to Zhang Yan, he just felt that it would be a waste to use Kota Amatsukami on Hoshigaki Kisame, after all, the cooling world would take too long. Zhang Yan nodded and said lightly, so let's let the most honest man in Akatsuki leave now. Kisame Hoshigaki? What does it mean to be the only honest man in Akatsuki? Kisame Hoshigaki's expression froze. He has many nicknames, such as Mist Shadow Man and Tailed Beast. What kind of title is the only honest man in Akatsuki? Itaki Uchiha also cast a puzzled look at Zhang Yan. He was puzzled by the title of the only one in Akatsuki. Seeing this, Zhang Yan chuckled and said, isn't Kisame the only ninja in Akatsuki who can cast hand seals in battle? Don't you think he is very honest? Itaki Uchiha. Kisame Hoshigaki. Suzuki Uchiha, don't you need to cast hand seals when using ninjutsu? In the Union Group. Acting President Su Hangsu, although I know this joke, I still laugh every time I hear it. Detective Black Cat, I don't understand why Kisame Hoshigaki is the only honest man in Akatsuki. Greybara AI, you don't even understand this, you are so stupid. Let me ask you, what are the members of Akatsuki good at? Gokoruri frowned and thought about it. But before he could figure it out, the Union had already given the answer. The pinnacle of martial arts, Six Paths Pain is good. The Six Paths ability he uses seems to be used only when he summons spirits in the Hungry Ghost realm to play with hand seals. The Widower wants to rule, Conan is a paper man, playing with paper escape. The little tyrant of Jiangdong, Ju can just move around, sneak attack and scout. Yan Lingji, Scorpion plays with puppets, not hand seals. Yin Xinyu, Deodara plays with clay, and it explodes. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, I learned it from the angle it's the secretary's resentment, transplanting the chakra attribute heart, and using the trick directly. The yellow-haired good man, Phaeton is playing with self-mutilation. The old man is a marquis, Uchiha Itaki is playing with the Mangekaya Sharingan, and I think he made a seal to give face to Hoshigaki Kisame. I have many sons, Holala, the truth is revealed, maybe this is why Hoshigaki Kisame likes to team up with Itaki. Gaijin Ruri. I have learned a lot, this Hoshigaki Kisame is a real honest ninja. In the Naruto world, Zhang Yan explained the reason on the spot. Suzuki said that these people are really awesome, and he will not be a ninja boss who can't make a seal in the future. Uchiha Itaki and Hoshigaki Kisame were speechless for a while, and the latter did not speak, and ran directly towards the outside of Konoha village. Although he didn't know the reason why Zhang Yan let him leave, it did not affect his departure. He was not confident that he could defeat Uchiha Itaki and this fifth Hokage. Seeing Hoshigaki Kisame leave, Uchiha Itaki frowned, but did not stop him in the end. However, he did not take out Shisui's eyes immediately, but asked seriously, Five-Generation Lord, do you mind telling me why you did this? Of course, no problem. Zhang Yan knew that Uchiha Itaki was referring to the reason why he directly exposed his identity. In fact, it's like this. Because he wanted to develop Itaki into a future subordinate, Zhang Yan patiently explained. For example, the significance of the existence of the Akatsuki organization, who is the masked man behind it, and what the Moon Eye plan is. As for saying it now, it is naturally to use Kota Amatsukami on Hoshigaki Kisame, so he is not afraid that he will know Itaki's true identity. I see. After confirming that Zhang Yan did know more than himself and knew everything about him, Uchiha Itaki no longer had any concerns and planned to hand over Shisui's eyes. For him, as long as it is beneficial to Konoha village, he is willing to do it. Anyway, he, the god of the gods, can only give the reputation of protecting Konoha village. But before that, he has another question to ask. But before he asked on May 9th, a message suddenly came to his mind. This is the exclusive secretary of the leader of Akatsuki, Pain, the magic body technique, the blood limit technique of the Samsara Eye. God, Pain is contacting me. If you want to rewrite the will of Hokage Kisame, you have to do it as soon as possible. Uchiha Itachi told Zhang Yan about his situation as soon as possible. Hey, so fast. Zhang Yan frowned slightly. He had learned from Joseph that Kimura Kentaro had successfully threatened Uzumaki Nagato to attack Konoha village in advance. Now that Pain has contacted Uchiha Itachi, it means that they are about to gather. Gathered. Have Orochimaru also dealt with it? Uchiha Madara. It seems that a battle more exciting than the Fourth Ninja World War is about to begin. Chapter 81 Fusion of Koda Amatsukami, Secretly Controlling Hokage Kisame. 1/5 Subscribe. Give me Shisui's eyes first, and all problems will be solved naturally. Zhang Yan extended his hand to Uchiha Itachi. Yes, Uchiha Itachi was also unambiguous, and immediately formed seals with both hands and summoned a summoning beast crow. The left eye of this summoning beast crow is installed with the real left eye of Uchiha Shisui. Puff. Uchiha Itachi took off the Sharingan and put it in Zhang Yan's hand, but he did not forget to ask the doubts in his heart, it's just the 5th generation, is it really worth using this Koda Amatsukami against Kisame? Uchiha Itachi asked this because Shisui's right eye is very special, and it has issued an illusion instruction, to protect Konoha. This was the illusion that Shisui wanted to cast on the Uchiha clan before his death, but because of the incident with Danzo, he chose to use death to fulfill Uchiha Itachi's wish to protect the village and the family. Itachi finally chose to protect his brother and the village by exterminating the clan, because he also knew the fate of the Uchiha clan from Uchiha Fugaku. Considering that the Uchiha clan would be exterminated if they rebelled, and the village would be severely damaged and destroyed, Uchiha Itachi chose to exterminate the clan just to save his brother. It is precisely because the eye of Shisui in Uchiha Itachi's hand has already been instructed that it can be used without wearing it. In the original work, Uchiha Itachi put this eye in Naruto's body, and as long as the latter met Sasuke, he would use illusions, and Naruto didn't need to do anything himself. So Uchiha Itachi's current mission is to issue an illusion to protect Konoha to Hokage Kisame, which is definitely not very useful. After all, even if the illusion is successful, only Hokage Kisame will not participate in the battle, and Pain and other members of Akatsuki will still participate. That's because I can turn this eye into my own. Zhang Yan smiled at Uchiha Itachi, and did not hide anything, because there was no point in hiding. He took out Shisui's right eye in front of Uchiha Itachi, and then he silently chanted, "System, fuse and extract Koda Amatsukami for me." Ding! It takes 5 points to purify Koda Amatsukami's technique and integrate it into the existing Eternal Mangekyo. Sharingan. Do you want to execute it? The system's voice sounded immediately. Zhang Yan certainly wouldn't refuse this. You know, the price of any kind of Mangekyo. Sharingan's ability in the system points mall is 5,000 points. Now he only needs 500 points to make it his own. Why not? Shua. The next moment, a ray of light descended on the 2 eyes in Zhang Yan's hand, and after fusion and extraction, it shot directly into his eyes. Following, his eyes, which had originally returned to black, rotated again, and there was a blood-red cross wrapped in a golden halo. Eternal Mangekyo. Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi's pupils suddenly contracted after seeing Zhang Yan's eyes clearly at close range. Although Zhang Yan's Mangekyo Sharingan is somewhat different from that of Uchiha Itachi's clan, he still recognized it and concluded that it was not a Mangekyo, but an eternal Mangekyo. Only eternity can have a special aperture. This is the record of the Uchiha clan. How could Zhang Yan have an eternal Mangekyo? Is he actually from the Uchiha clan? Ignoring the thought in Uchiha Itachi's mind, and Zhang Yan patted him on the shoulder, left a sentence and disappeared. Remember, don't let a third person know about Koda Amatsukami's affairs. Zhang Yan hopes to get rid of Uchiha Itachi. No one should know about the effect of Koda Amatsukami. Otherwise, this strongest illusion will be used much less. Koda Amatsukami is called the strongest illusion, and its effect is to manipulate others at will without knowing it, and permanently and completely change people's thoughts and will. This move is very strong, but there are key points to pay attention to. Although this move is very domineering, it is still an illusion. What is an illusion? Only fake ones are called illusions. So you can't let people know that he has been under an illusion. Therefore, Koda Amatsukami must be used when the other party is unaware to achieve the greatest effect. Just like in the original work, during the 5-Kage summit, Danzo used Kota Amatsukami hidden under a bandage to secretly cast a continuous illusion Kota Amatsukami on Mifune. Mifune didn't know that he was under an illusion, so he was controlled. But after being discovered by the blue eyes of Mizukage's subordinate Ching Mei, Danzo immediately stopped using it. Later, after Mifune knew that he was under an illusion, many things including his will were rewritten back. From here, it can be seen that the so-called change of will must be done without the other party's knowledge. In Zhang Yan's opinion, Kota Amatsukami's so-called forced change of will did change other people's minds. As for Uchiha attack as being untied by Kota Amatsukami during the Fourth War, it was because he didn't want to untie it. Another example is now. Shua. Before Uchiha Ataka could react, Zhang Yan had already disappeared. Although Hoshigaki Kisame's strength was good, he was not strong enough to leave the range of Zhang Yan's observation haki in a short while, and he did not even leave the range of Konoha. And Konoha, for Zhang, it was his own backyard, and he could appear anywhere in an instant, so catching up with Hoshigaki Kisame was just a matter of his thoughts. Otoama. Zhang Yan hid in the back of Hoshigaki Kisame, who was unaware of it, and issued an order that the Moon Eye plan is very unreliable. I will follow Uchiha Ataka to join Zhang Yan to unify the ninja world. Shua. Hoshigaki Kisame, who was jumping in the woods, suddenly stopped and frowned. His mind kept flashing through the bits and pieces of his usual interactions with Uchiha Ataka. He found that this partner was really good to him except that he did not reveal his identity as a spy. There was also Zhang Yan, who gave him an unfathomable feeling. Can that Uchiha Madara really realize the so-called Moon Eye plan? He suddenly felt that it was not very reliable. In comparison, if Uchiha Ataka followed the mysterious fifth Hokage, he would definitely not be willing to be lonely, and might launch a war to unify the ninja world at that time. If the ninja world can be unified, then there will be no disputes, and won't his ideal world appear? And it will appear in reality, not an illusory dream. After a witty analysis by himself, Hoshigaki Kisame decided to join Zhang Yan with Uchiha Ataka. Shua. Hoshigaki Kisame suddenly returned to the original route and rushed in the direction of Uchiha Ataka. When he left, Zhang Yan, who was hiding in the dark, came out, nodded secretly, and couldn't help but praise, "What a god, worthy of being the strongest illusion. The strongest illusion is enough to be real." As long as the person who is being treated with the illusion does not know that his change is due to the illusion, he will never doubt his own thoughts. In fact, this person has not changed at all, but has an extra idea of his own and acts according to this idea. In fact, it is okay if the other party does not use the other party in secret, as long as the other party does not know the existence of the other party, or does not know the effect of the other party. In summary, as long as the other party does not know that he is under the illusion, Zhang Yan can use the other party to change his will in any way he wants. Even if he cooperates with his own hypnosis method, he can force the change, but it requires that the other party's mental power is weaker than his. If it is done in secret, the other party's mental power is weaker than Zhang Yan's. Even the stronger ones can be controlled. Tisk. Then the next step is to set up a good game and wait for the big fish to come to the door. Chapter 82 Uchiha Ataka pledges loyalty and plots against the entire Uchiha clan. Please subscribe. When Zhang Yan caught up with Hoshigaki Kisame using the Kota Amatsukami technique, only Uchiha Ataka and Uchiha Sasuke were left on the riverbank near the Uchiha clan's territory. Looking at his brother's excited expression, Uchiha Ataka was not too happy. Instead, he frowned and asked in confusion, "Sasuke, do you know the whole truth?" Uchiha Ataka felt that Sasuke might not know the whole truth. It is very likely that Zhang Yan pushed everything onto Danzo. Otherwise, why would Sasuke forgive him? Even if he had many unspeakable secrets, even if Sasuke might not have deep feelings for other clan members, he did kill his parents with his own hands, and they were also Sasuke's parents. Parents' revenge. Forgive? Of course I know the whole truth. Uchiha Sasuke seemed to know what Uchiha Ataka was thinking, and he restrained his expression and said seriously, "Nissen, you want to say that you did kill many clan members and your parents, right?" "Of course I know. And even if I knew your difficulties, it would be hard for me to forgive you. Does Uchiha Ataka want to exterminate the clan? If there is a way, he doesn't want to exterminate the clan. Who doesn't want to have both? But Uchiha Ataka can't do it." At that time, Konoha village was attacked by the Nine Tails, and the fourth Hokage died in battle. Many people suspected that it was the Uchiha clan's trick. Some people speculated, some were afraid, and Danzo deliberately spread the news to guide public opinion. This made the Uchiha clan hostile to many people, from family forces to civilians. In addition, with the guidance of the top leaders, the policy of the second Hokage, the situation of the Uchiha clan can be imagined. The Uchiha clan, as the founding clan of Konoha, has considered itself the #1 clan in the ninja world since the decline of the Senju clan. Most of the clan members are arrogant, well you can say they are tsundere. In addition, Uchiha Itachi is still a member of the Konoha Guard, which is thankless and despised. For so many reasons, the negative emotions of the Uchiha clan have accumulated to a point, and they can no longer control their ambition to be villains. Even Shisui feels that Kota Amatsukami may not be able to change this situation. After Shisui's death, the Uchiha clan was on the verge of a subsequent explosion. But at this time, Uchiha Itachi had already understood the village's combat power. And Uchiha Fugaku also used his Mangekyou to see the future of the Uchiha clan. It is no exaggeration to say that the Uchiha clan has a 70% chance of failure in a debate, and will eventually be exterminated. The best case scenario is that both sides will suffer losses. There is almost no possibility of winning. But once this battle begins, the strength of Konoha village will at least drop by half, and when the fourth generation died in battle, Konoha geniuses died in various ways, and the third generation left the village. What will be the fate of Konoha village? Therefore, the final result of the Uchiha clan after the villain is actually only one: Konoha village is destroyed, and the Uchiha clan is exterminated. Uchiha Itachi is unable to change these, and he has great love in his heart, and even greater love for Sasuke, so he decided to attack the Uchiha clan in exchange for a chance to give Sasuke a life. It must be said that Uchiha Itachi really loves Sasuke. Even later, he joined Akatsuki and became a spy for Sarutobi Hiruzen to obtain intelligence from Akatsuki, which was also a constraint on Danzo, so that he dared not attack Sasuke. Why did Uchiha stop and rush back to Konoha after Sarutobi Hiruzen died? It was also for Sasuke. Later, he also let Hai go for Sasuke, just wanting to completely get rid of Maru and not let Sasuke see the truth. Uchiha Itachi has let down many people, but he definitely deserves Sasuke. After knowing this, Sasuke said he was not moved. Because it is not impossible for him to stay away from Uchiha Itachi. After all, this is his favorite Nissan. The Uchiha clan brothers are not called the loving clan for nothing. Of course, Sasuke may not forgive, at least he will hate the village and the members of the Hokage line, and no one knows what he will do. In the original work, Sasuke's thoughts are constantly changing. So Uchiha Itachi has a backup, Kota Amatsukami. It's just that this backup was used on himself in the end. In the back, Sasuke still loves his brother Itachi, and after talking with the 4 Hokage, he actually chooses to be the Hokage. Although it is not clear what the Uchiha clan thinks, this is the fact. As for now, Uchiha Sasuke's original attitude towards Uchiha Itachi was also very contradictory, knowing that Zhongyan gave him a promise, so that he only needs the original Uchiha Itachi. Then why do you? Uchiha Itachi frowned. He didn't understand why Uchiha Sasuke could forgive him. Even if he could forgive, it would be impossible to do it without any estrangement like now, right? And Sasuke didn't show any hatred towards the village. He seemed to admire Zhongyan, the Hokage. Could it be that Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi were the same kind of people? Stupid? Because of my promise. Without waiting for Sasuke to answer, Zhongyan's voice suddenly sounded in Uchiha Itachi's ears. Uchiha Itachi turned his head suddenly, his pupils suddenly shrank. He found that Zhongyan had appeared and that he was beside him, and he didn't notice it at all. If Zhongyan was going to attack him, Uchiha Itachi couldn't believe it. As for Zhongyan's ability to appear beside Uchiha Itachi so suddenly and quickly, it was naturally because when he patted Itachi's shoulder before leaving, he left a small flying thunder god spell on his neck. His surname is Zhong, and his heart is dirty. Sasuke's forgiveness is mainly due to my credit. Zhongyan put one hand on Uchiha Itachi and explained, "That's because I promised to help resurrect some members of the Uchiha clan. For example, Shisui, your parents, some people who are more friendly to Konoha village, and Uchiha Izumi." When the name Uchiha Izumi came out, Uchiha Itachi's heart was pounding. How could he forget the woman who made him fall in love with Sansekumaru, the woman who was sincere to him? Godame-sama, are you serious? Uchiha Itachi tried his best to control his emotions. Even though he had experienced too many incredible things today, it was not as shocking as the one in front of him. This is resurrecting the dead. I don't seem to have any reason to lie to you brothers, right? Itaki. Zhang Yan smiled easily. Of course he was not lying. Before joining the Union, he had a plan to resurrect some Uchiha people and turn them into power in his hands. Now that he has joined the Union, he has more choices. And now that his strength has grown to this point, he really has a lot of ways to resurrect people. The Uchiha clan is a good knife if used well. And with such a favor of resurrection, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke will definitely be loyal. I believe it. Uchiha Itachi was not an impulsive and careless person, but this time, although what Zhang Yan said was absolutely incredible, he believed it. Thank you, Lord 5th Generation, Uchiha Itachi is willing to sacrifice his life for the village. Uchiha Itachi knelt on one knee and swore seriously. Okay. Zhang Yan nodded with satisfaction. Although Uchiha Itachi did not say that he was loyal to him, he only said that he was loyal to the village. But this is enough. Because in the future, the entire ninja world is Konoha, the 5 major countries are Konoha, and the whole world is Konoha. He, Zhang Yan, represents Konoha. Itachi, wait a minute, Hoshigaki Kisame will come back and loyally join me with you. Of course, you have to act, don't let others see that we already knew about the punishment. I'll go take care of that interesting woman first. Chapter 83 Multiple new members join, Ling Menjian's complaints, please subscribe. Acting. Uchiha Itachi was stunned. But he soon reacted and understood what Zhang Yan meant. It seems that Zhang Yan has given Hoshigaki Kisame the task of protecting Konoha village, but the latter did not realize that he was under the illusion and planned to join Konoha village. After figuring out the matter, Uchiha Itachi immediately accepted the order. Yes, Lord Godame. Zhang Yan nodded and handed Uchiha Shisui's eyes to Itachi. Keep this, if you revive Shisui in the future, you will return it to him. This pair of Manjakaya. Sharingan is still Manjakaya. Sharingan, but the power of Kota Amatsukami has disappeared and was extracted and fused into his own eyes by Zhang Yan. So even if Uchiha Shisui revives and reintegrates this pair of eyes in the future, he will not be able to use Kota Amatsukami technique, and can only develop the power of Susanoo at most. This is the information Zhang Yan got from the Union system, so he will return so simply. And if he does this, there will be very obscure benefits. In this world, apart from Zhang Yan, only Uchiha Shisui, Danzo, and Itachi know the effect of Kota Amatsukami. Now, Danzo has passed away, and Zhang Yan has returned Kota Amatsukami to Itachi, or the outsider Shisui. In the future, as long as the other abilities of the Manjakaya Sharingan can still be used, they will only think that Kota Amatsukami has entered the cold zone device, or that it can only be used once and then become ineffective. But in fact, this eye technique now belongs to Zhang Yan. 313. In this case, even if Zhang Yan uses Kota Amatsukami openly, as long as the other party does not know the existence of the eye technique of Kota Amatsukami, they will not realize that they are under the illusion. This can maximize the effect of Kota Amatsukami. Okay, I'm leaving first. You must guide Hoshigaki Kisame to join our Konoha. Leaving a meaningful sentence, Zhang Yan's figure disappeared in an instant. But no one noticed the strange light that flashed in his eyes when he disappeared, and the eternal Manjakaya Sharingan that was opened. Each Kota Amatsukami can be used once. Zhang Yan used his right eye to change the will of Hoshigaki Kisame, and now he can use his left eye to influence Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke without any problem. He didn't feel sorry for using up Kota Amatsukami. He had already felt it. With the power of his current high-level sage body and the pupil power of the eternal Manjakaya. After using Kota Amatsukami once, it only takes 1 day to recover and use it again. Join Konoha? It means being loyal to the Hokage. Uchiha Itachi's eyes flashed with enlightenment, under the influence of an invisible force. He came to a conclusion himself. As long as Zhang Yan doesn't do anything that harms the existence, Zhang Yan represents the village. Mr. Itachi. Not long after Zhang Yan left, Hoshigaki Kisame returned to Konoha. After finding it, I met Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke who were walking on the riverbank. Kisame. Uchiha Itachi showed a proper doubt on his face. He took out 2 shurikens and asked vigilantly, "Are you coming back to eliminate me, the traitor of the organization?" "No, Mr. Itachi." Kisame Hoshigaki's eyes changed, and he said seriously, join Konoha with Mr. Itaki and be loyal to the Hokage. Ding, the live broadcast is over. Ding, it is detected that the acting president Zhang Yan has greatly changed the drama. 1. Shiha Itaka's effect, changing the future destiny. 2. Shiha Suzuki will join Orochimaru again. 3. Kisame Hoshigaki's loyalty changes the future destiny. Reward, 3000 points. While Uchiha Itaka's acting skills were subtly influencing Hoshigaki Kisame, Zhang Yan had already used Kamui to return to his own space. Before that, he had also turned off the live broadcast. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected surprise. Last time, he changed 5 details slightly and got 1000 points. This time, he changed 3 plots significantly, which gave him 3000 points. Another 3000 points, not bad. Zhang Yan smiled with satisfaction. At this time, Ling Menjian, who had noticed the appearance of the Kamui vortex in the space early in the morning, looked at Zhang Yan nervously and asked directly, "Are you from Earth?" Her tone was full of expectations. "Earth, what is that?" Zhang Yan pretended to be at a loss. "You don't know?" Ling Menjian was a little surprised and a little disappointed. How much she hoped to meet a fellow countryman. "Then where are you from?" Ling Menjian asked again, this time her tone was more certain. She had already determined the fact that Zhang Yan was a time traveler, otherwise there would not be so many changes in the Naruto world. However, time travelers are not necessarily only found on Earth, and it is not necessarily only Earth that knows about the Naruto world, so her first question was uncertain. But Zhang Yan's answer was once again beyond his expectations. "Time traveler, what is that?" Zhang Yan frowned and asked back, "Is it a reincarnation like you? Aren't you a time traveler?" Ling Menjian was very surprised. She was very confident in her speculation, how could she be wrong? She said in disbelief, "If you are not a time traveler, how could you know that I am a reincarnation?" Reincarnationists cannot reveal their identity as reincarnationists to the natives of the world, otherwise they will be wiped out by the main god space. Ling Menjian was the fastest and almost said it out. "Of course this is the reason." Zhang Yan curled his lips and was about to say the excuse he had prepared long ago. After learning from Joseph that one of their missions in the Naruto world this time was to recruit Uchiha, he had a different idea about the reincarnation space where Ling Menjian was. He planned to make some arrangements, and before that, he did not intend to reveal his identity, but decided to fabricate an identity of a native reborn person in the Naruto world. After that, there were naturally other plans. But the superdimensional union seemed to like to destroy Zhang Yan's original plan. Like now. Ding! New member Kirin Talent joins the union. New member romance novelist Kazumi Shiko joins the union. New member, the bunny girl senior who doesn't want to be noticed, joins the union. 3 system prompts sounded in the minds of all union members. Zhang Yan. 3 members joined at once. Doesn't that mean that the number of union members has reached 20 at once? Well, let's settle the matter of the president first. Realizing that something more important has happened, Zhang Yan restrained his expression and waved to Ling Menjian opposite him, "I'll talk to you later. I need to deal with something first." Ling Menjian. Stop at the critical moment, you're teasing me. Aren't you emotional? Hey. ZM. Why do I feel that these words are a bit strange? Chapter 84. I haven't done anything yet, and I became the president. Please subscribe. Acting President Su Hangxiu, welcome newcomers, warmly welcome. Yan Lingji, wow, 3 new members came in at once. Detective Black Cat, hee, new members, you come to be my assistants, I am the new era of Sherlock Holmes. Greyhara AI, Black Cat, private chat, I'll test you. Detective Black Cat, AI-chan, I was wrong. I have many sons, haha, come be my sons and daughters, I, Whitebeard, will protect you. Tang family Ziosin, just about to fall asleep, I saw 3 new people joining, good afternoon. The widow wants to rule, I don't know what the newcomers are. Kurwo, I hope they are still not human, otherwise I will be too lonely. Izome. Ichigo Kurosaki? Whitebeard. What should they say? Shouting that you are not a human? Isn't that scolding yourself? Kylan Talent, I have a general understanding of this union. If it is really as stated in the announcement, connecting the heavens, it is too magical that the 10,000 worlds ignore the dimension. There is also a memory copy. I wonder if the two acting presidents also know my identity? Among the newcomers who joined this time, one of them spoke soon. And his words immediately attracted the attention of Eisen, Stark, and others. From this person's speech, it can be seen that this is definitely a smart person. He knows to study the union and the memory copy at the first time, and directly find the acting president to verify. This is the most direct way. After seeing the speech of this netizen named Kiran Talent, the other two new members reacted and became interested. If the acting president really knows the identity of this Kiran Talent, will he also know them? They are very interested in this. However, they all had no doubts about the authenticity of this guild. Because this kind of black technology that invades the brain is not simple at first glance. Who would be so bored to use such black technology to enter the brains of these two ordinary girls? Regarding the question of the Kiran Talent, Su Hangxiu gave a response, but her speech was not an answer, but an inexplicable proposal. This proposal made the entire guild inexplicably quiet. Acting President Su Hangxiu, it's okay to guess. I roughly know your identity, but before that, I think we can do something else first. Why don't we elect a president? Elect a president? All the members who were originally interested in the identities of the new members of the guild frowned. None of them expected that Su Hangxiu would actually propose to run for the president at such a time. What does she want to do? Various thoughts emerged in the minds of the members. Comparatively speaking, the three new members were confused and had not figured out the situation yet. They could only choose to wait and see. Zhang Yan frowned. He did not expect Su Hangxiu to be so urgent. Just then, Su Hangxiu spoke again. Acting President Su Hangxiu, that's it. I think, from the perspective of strength, contribution to the union, help to members, understanding of the union, and benefit to the development of the union, it is most appropriate to choose Zhang Yan as the official president, so I want to vote for Zhang Yan. Boom! If Su Hangxiu's initial proposal to elect the president only surprised everyone, then now it definitely shocked them. As the only member who is currently qualified to compete with Zhang Yan for membership, Su Hangxiu actually chose to support Zhang Yan. Isn't this leading the rebellion? That's a joke. But in fact, Su Hangxiu made this decision after careful consideration for a long time. First of all, she thought that her personality was not suitable for leading the union forward. She knew very well that she was not a leader, and it was difficult for her personality to establish enough dignity. Even if Zhang Yan did not join the union, yes, she thinks she will not be the president most likely, and she does not think she can outsmart those members with high IQ. Secondly, she thinks the longer this matter is delayed, the more it will affect the relationship between union members. It is like a delicious cake that has been left there, and everyone wants it. The longer it takes, the hungrier and more eager they become. Over time, fighting and quarreling are inevitable. But if the decision is made now, some members may have thought about competing for the president, and even have corresponding plans, but after all, there is no substantial friction between them, and it does not affect everyone's relationship. As long as Zhang Yan is determined as the president, this matter cannot be changed. Then, everyone will accept their fate. And all members will not have conflicts. The past thoughts are gone. It must be said that although Su Hangxiu is introverted, she is very smart and knows a little about human nature. Finally, she actually has her own selfish desires. Please give me flowers. She knew that she was not suitable to be the president, and she felt that it would be bad if this matter was delayed for a long time, so she naturally wanted to get it done quickly, so she thought of Zhang Yan, her fellow villager. Zhang Yan did not hide his thoughts from the beginning. He wanted to be the president. And Zhang Yan became Hokage by his own planning, and his methods can be imagined. The most important thing is that Zhang Yan is still willing to share the memory copy points with her evenly despite his superior strength, which makes her decide that this fellow villager is a very good person. If she tries her best to promote Zhang Yan to become the president, then Zhang Yan will definitely not treat her unfairly, right? Combining so many reasons, she will propose to let Zhang Yan be the president at this time. Su Hangxiu, great wisdom appears foolish. In the world of God Slayer, Luo Hao in a thatched cottage suddenly opened her eyes, feeling a little emotional. She knew that her idea of becoming the president no longer needed to exist, but if I am a Yanhuang man, it's not bad. It seems that I need to find my new position. Eisen took off the glasses on his nose, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Zhang Yan's words are not bad. Stark glanced at Thor, who picked up the hammer again not far away, and then thought about his future with the Avengers, and suddenly realized that it was good to have a reliable president. It's not easy to be a leader. In the union, everyone who was full of a little bit understood Su Hangxiu's intention in an instant. After a little thought, they all felt that they didn't raise any objections. In the unlikely situation of becoming a leader as the president, if it is Zhang Yan, they are more likely to approve of him. And people like Yan Xinyu, Huiwen Ai, Yan Lingji, and Groudon are absolutely loyal to Zhang Yan. In addition, Su Hangxiu, the acting president, took the lead in surrendering, so there is no need to bother to make trouble now. Don't be too smart. Just accept your fate. Soon, all the members reached a consensus. Let Zhang Yan become the president. Zhang Yan. I have so many plans, various ideas, various layouts, various back UPS, and even mastered a lot of good things to win people's hearts. In the end, you tell me, I just became the president by lying down? Can there be a plan that gives people a sense of accomplishment? Will Zhang Yan be willing to accept such a position of president that is too easy to get? Stop being funny. Ding, acting president Zhang Yan applies to become the president of the Super-Dimensional Guild. Please start voting. _ Chapter 85 Kashomajayaka Utah, isn't the vice president just a secretary? Please subscribe. Yan Xinyu, if it's handsome Zhang Yan, I have no objection. As Zhang Yan's exclusive fan, Yan Xinyu is definitely a fan of his looks, so she naturally supports Zhang Yan to become the president. The only thing she may worry about is Su Hangxiu's feelings. And now, Su Hangxiu has taken the lead in rebellion, so she no longer has any concerns. Yan Lingji, I support it too. Yan Lingji has no feelings for Zhang Yan yet, but she is very grateful because Zhang Yan promised to help her change her fate. Like Yan Xinyu, her only concern is Su Hangxiu, but Su Hangxiu. Greybara AI, I support it too. Greybara AI has moved to Zhang Yan's house in the Naruto world, and with the incident with Hattori Heiji, she naturally supports Zhang Yan. Gruwo, I definitely support it. As Zhang Yan's spirit, Groudon doesn't have so many concerns. Losing money and becoming the richest man, I support it too. After Tony saw his future through the memory copy, his mentality became somewhat Buddhist. It's not good to have a backer. The yellow-haired good man, as long as he doesn't know Aizen, I support him. Ichigo Kurosaki stood up and showed his presence. Aizen. Can he support it too? Finally, the other members also expressed their support one by one. At this point, Zhang Yan's position as the president is undisputed. It's stupid not to express your opinion. Looking at this unanimous support, the three newcomers were speechless. They didn't know what was going on, and they didn't dare to ask. Zhang Yan was absolutely too easy to get the position of president, and he was a little unhappy, but his body was very honest, and he immediately applied. At this time, if you still refuse or shirk, it would be hypocritical and not worth the loss. Anyway, he didn't hide his desire to be the president, so there's no need to think too much. Ding! Acting President Zhang Yan applies to become the president. Please vote. If 2/3 of the members agree, the vote will be passed. Anonymous voting will begin now. 1 second later. Ding! Voting is over. 19 people agree. The vote is passed. Ding! Union system notification, from now on, Zhang Yan becomes the only immutable president of the Super Dimension Union. As the system prompt sounded several times, Zhang Yan became the president. However, what surprised him was that the vote was passed by all members. It was not surprising that the old members agreed. After all, these people knew his strength and some of his background. These three new members. Very smart. Zhang Yan narrowed his eyes and quickly understood. He guessed most of the identities of these three new members by just looking at their online names. If his guess was correct, then with the intelligence of these three people, after seeing the unanimous opinion of the old members of the Union, they would definitely not sing a different tune. Otherwise, too many people would be offended. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the president of the Dimensional Guild. From now on, you have the highest authority in the guild and can kick out, punish, and mute all members. Ding! From now on, you will enjoy the privilege of 10% off points for purchasing items in the mall, and 50% off points for consumption of enhanced functions. You will be bound to the only exclusive fusion system. Ding! The guild has opened a virtual battle platform. After the president or vice president agrees, guild members can enter the full power simulated PK. Ding! The president has the privilege of inviting members. For every 10 additional members, he can have an invitation privilege. The president can invite the members in front of him to join the guild, and now you have 2 chances. A series of guild prompts sounded only in Zhang Yan's mind. After listening, he said that this wave was indeed worth it. First of all, the president has the right to kick and punish people. If someone else became the president, would he be at ease? There is also a 10% discount on purchasing items and a 50% discount on enhancements. There are too many points left. If he had been a member early, he would have a perfect immortal body and samsara eye now. As for the newly activated function, this can be studied later. The invitation right is very good. He can invite some people he likes to join the union. He can invite once for every 10 additional members, which is great. Since he has become the president, Zhang Yan only needs to get the job induction. President Zhang Yan, thank you for your support. I just want to say that it is fate that everyone can join. Everyone should think of each other as family. There will be unhappiness and quarrels among family members, but please don't cross the line. You don't have to worry about your own protagonist, villain, etc. position, as long as you don't do anything unscrupulous and destroy your worldview after joining the union, it doesn't matter. Su Hangxiu, okay, President. Yan Xinyu, President is awesome. You are so handsome. Yan Lingji, okay, Brother President. Tang Family Mistress, President looks familiar. I want to govern, please help me quickly. Zhang Yan's speech made many members feel relieved. It's not a good feeling to have an extra restriction on their heads. But this is inevitable sooner or later. Now Zhang Yan is the president. Looking at his speech, it feels good. I can only hope that he can keep it up. I hope the union can really have a family atmosphere, then Zhang Yan can be the head of the family, it's okay. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, President, please, absolutely, definitely, don't use the hidden rules on me, I won't give in. Members. They want to have it. Someone here is hinting at something. They all have evidence. President Zhang Yan, well I will do it. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, wow tisk President you are not a man. Zhang Yan. Is he a fake president? He just took office and was provoked by the witch Wan Wan? Humph is a president with a temper, he decisively chose to ignore it. See if you are angry. President Zhang Yan, well since I am the Hokage and usually busy, I let Hangxiu be the acting president. In the future, if there is no special situation, you can ask her for things like uploading memory copies. If she can't handle it, she can come to me. Ding! Member Su Hangxiu is set as vice president by the president. Members. This is the first time I see someone talk about laziness so refreshingly. Hokage? Do you think we don't know that you have set up a cabinet? This is lazy. However, despite the complaints, everyone still envies Su Hangxiu for being appointed as vice president. No need to think, the privileged class will definitely have privileges. 5.9. Who doesn't want this? But they also know that this is Zhang Yan's return of favor. At this time, Su Hangxiu heard a series of vice president privileges in her mind and excitedly waved her fist. It was indeed a very wise decision for her to rely on Zhang Yan, her fellow villager. Just at this time, a newcomer spoke up. Kazumishiko, tisk I saw such a flesh and blood transaction after entering the union, it's really interesting. Vice President? It should be the secretary. The secretary does it when there is something to do, and the one who does it when there is nothing to do? It turns out that there is no lack of such power and hidden rules anywhere. Members? Who is this lady? She is so bold, isn't she? I like your courage. When Zhang Yan saw Kazumishiko's speech, he was 100% sure of her identity. President Zhang Yan, Ms. Kazumijayakashiu, it's not too late to apologize now. Chapter 86 Ling Menjian joins the union, and members of the Akatsuki organization gather together. 1/5 Please subscribe. Kazumishiko, wow, what a powerful president, he really knows my identity and now starts to use his power to pressure people. I'm so scared. It turns out that men are in power to make it convenient for women. Members. Isn't this lady too tough? Zhang Yan. President Zhang Yan, I found an interesting little function, let me demonstrate it to you. Ding President Zhang Yan is going to broadcast a small memory copy fighting Groudon. While sorting out the functions of the president, Zhang Yan found that all the live broadcasts in the guild can be captured and uploaded as memory copies. Although these memory copies are small memory copies, they can be regarded as a considerable source of points when accumulated. Seeing Zhang Yan upload the copy, all members of the guild downloaded it, even the 2 new members who had not started to catch up. What? Why 2? Because a new member named Kylan Talent has silently watched all the memory copies and has a general understanding of all members in the guild. 3 seconds later. Detective Black Cat, wow, it's the video of the battle between the President and Groudon. It's really cool no matter how many times I watch it. President Zhang Yan, Liu Lai-chan, even if you say so, I won't let you go to the Conan world if AI-chan doesn't agree. Habara AI? Did you do some dirty deal behind my back? Kazuma Jayaka Utah silently liked AI-chan's speech, which really spoke out her thoughts. Groudon, he is handsome, but I am the Lord of the Earth who was beaten the whole time, which is not pleasant. I have many sons, holala, I didn't expect this can be uploaded. President Zhang Yan, I have opened permissions for everyone. Everyone can upload their own live memory copies. As long as someone downloads and views them, they can also get points. Detective Black Cat, really? If this detective goes to Conan's world to solve a case and then uploads the memory copy, can't he make more money? Greyhara AI, you said that and I suddenly want to go back. Detective Black Cat, AI-chan, look at my eyes. Greyhara AI, don't worry, I won't fight with you. You can eat meat by following our president. Detective Black Cat, thanks AI-chan, but AI-chan, you really won by following the president. For example, this time when the reincarnation invaded, you could stay in the Naruto world and do nothing, but you could still get points. Greybara AI, the goddess of luck will occasionally take a nap, and then it will be my turn to get the bargain. Members. Black Cat didn't say that they hadn't discovered it, but it seems to be the case. Greybara AI is lying down and counting points. But you can't let Greybara AI leave the Naruto world because of this, right? You can only say that she has foresight to come to the Naruto world. Are you serious about your self-deprecating tone? If I didn't know your experience, I would suspect that you are taking advantage of others, okay? Ding, my son uploaded a small live memory copy Blast Blackbeard. Ding, Huiwen AI uploaded a small live memory copy Clear the Time Traveler. Yan Lingji, AI-chan, you really don't miss any opportunity to earn points. Huiwen AI, can't miss any opportunity. Xia Shizi. Kylan Talent. The bunny girl senior who doesn't want to be noticed. At this time, the 3 new members have finished watching the small live memory copy of Zhang Yan and the other 2, and also supplemented other memory copies. They have a comprehensive understanding of the strength of all the members in this union. Then they summarized one conclusion is that all 3 of them are weaklings. Moreover, Zhang Yan is also a power dog. In the world of passers-by, Kazuma Jayaka Utah, who was taking off her black stockings, was distracted and tore a seam in her beloved black stockings due to excessive force. But seeing Zhang Yan's live broadcast. Is this a threat? This is indeed a threat. And as soon as Zhang Yan called out her name, it was clear that Zhang Yan knew her well. So you still have to restrain your sharp tongue, well, try your best. At the same time. In the Naruto world, Zhang Yan returned to the Shinwei space again. When Ling Menjian saw him, she opened her mouth to say something, but suddenly heard a voice in her mind, Ding Zhang Yan, the president of the Super Dimension Union, invites you to join the Super Dimension Union. That's right. Zhang Yan used the president's invitation authority to Ling Menjian. Originally, he was very curious about the main god space behind Ling Menjian and planned to explore it. But the main god space has an absolute confidentiality mechanism, which does not allow reincarnations to reveal their own existence, so how to communicate with Ling Menjian is a huge problem. For this reason, Zhang Yan made some plans. But even if this plan is implemented, there will still be uncertainties. The biggest problem is that after Ling Menjian returns to the main god space, she may be out of his control. Fortunately, he has now become the president of the Super Dimension Union and has the invitation authority. He learned about Ling Menjian from Joseph and knew that this girl had just been deceived into joining the Abyss team, and this girl also wanted to use Uchiha attack as power to get rid of this Abyss team. It can be seen that her 3 views have not been completely destroyed. Then wouldn't it be better to develop Ling Menjian into a member of the Union? If you have any questions, you only need to ask through the Union in private chat. And if Ling Menjian becomes a member of the Union, his understanding of the main god space will be more comprehensive, and he can even invade with layout and develop it into a back garden. At worst, he can destroy the main world space. Even dealing with the reincarnation can get points, so what about destroying the main god space? Zhang Yan has always been an ambitious person. Let's take a step back and say that if Ling Menjian has no use value, he can kick her out in time. The invitation opportunity of the president is not purely consumable. If it is a member invited by the president to join the union, after being kicked out, the invitation opportunity will return to the president. So, no matter how you do it, you won't lose. By the way, the invited person can't refuse. Zhang Yan has already thought of the scene when inviting Kaguya Otsutsuki or Madara Uchiha to join the union later, and a 313 penalty is thrown over. He is invincible. At the same time, the system prompt sound of the union rang in the ears of all members. Ding President Zhang Yan invites new member reincarnation Ling Menjian to join the union. The members were confused for a moment. Are there new members joining? The new members are reincarnations? What the hell? Or the president invited them in, what is he doing? The reincarnation Ling Menjian, super-dimensional union? What the hell? At the same time, in the largest mansion of the Uchiha clan. Hehe. Uchiha Sasuke, wearing an apron, hummed a pleasant tune and cooked in the kitchen. In Uchiha Itake's former bedroom, Uchiha Itake and Hoshigaki Kisame exchanged glances, and at the same time formed seals, releasing thought waves converted from chakra, and transmitted them through the rings on their hands. Shua. In an unknown place, Pain, as the signal commander, received the thought waves of Uchiha Itake and the two. The thought waves were amplified and phantoms appeared in specific places. Uchiha Itake and Hoshigaki Kisame looked around and found the other members have all arrived. The fantasy Pain, who only showed his samsara eye at the head, looked at Uchiha Itake and Hoshigaki Kisame and said in a deep voice, "Now that everyone is here, let's get down to business. This time, our goal is to destroy Konoha and seize the Nine Tails." Chapter 87 Activate Hidden Tasks, Strength Levels of Each World. Attack Konoha and seize the Nine Tails. Pain's words startled everyone present, and the other members looked at Uchiha Itake and Hoshigaki Kisame. The Nine Tails of Konoha Village is the mission of Uchiha Itake and Hoshigaki Kisame. Why do they suddenly want everyone to act together? Is Konoha really that strong? And why does the leader want to destroy Konoha? The existence of their Akatsuki organization is to subdue the tailed beasts and complete the Moon Eye plan, not to start a war, right? Of course, there is no problem in starting a war, they like to rush this matter. The Nine Tails of Konoha Village, Kisame and I are sure to take it down. Uchiha Itake suddenly spoke up, saying that no one needed to intervene. Pain looked at Uchiha Itake quietly, ignored him, and continued, "This time it's because of a special reason. According to the information I got, Konoha now has at least 5 cage-level ninjas. Such combat power has seriously threatened the balance of major countries and is not conducive to the development of our Akatsuki organization's plan. The purpose of launching a war this time is mainly to seize the Nine Tails and eliminate 1 or 2 cage-level strongmen in Konoha at the same time." Pain naturally couldn't tell about Konan's affairs. In his base camp, the Hidden Rain Village, Konan was actually bound to life by an outsider with some kind of contract. This made him feel very embarrassed and would also affect his prestige. He was determined to get the Nine Tails. In order to absolutely guarantee Konan's safety, now it was just a plan in advance, no problem. Then let's do it. Deidara was the first to respond, saying, "Haha, the old man at home said how powerful Konoha village is. This time, let Konoha feel some of my art. Art is explosion, I have no objection." Scorpion responded indifferently. In the end, all members said that there was no problem with this matter. Itake Uchiha saw that he was powerless to change it, so he didn't say anything more, and said in a deep voice, "Then Kisame and I will meet you outside the village." "Hey, Konoha's new Hokage is really strong." Hoshigaki Kisame said something inexplicably, but it aroused the interest of all the members. It can be said that all the people present were geniuses who became cage-level beings at a young age, and they were all crazy. Being called a very strong Hokage by Hoshigaki Kisame made them interested. "Hey, then leave the Hokage to me, I want him to see my art." "No, give it to me, I think I should have one more collection," and, Deidara, eternity is art. Brother Scorpion, explosion is art, instant beauty is art. Humph. Ha, if you can't handle it, give me a drop of his blood, I'll let him feel the baptism of the evil god. Haiden, don't interfere, then we can completely rob Konoha's warehouse, I hope there will be a lot of money. Pain, okay, from now on, everyone rush to Konoha as quickly as possible, tomorrow morning, launch a general attack. For Pain, attacking Konoha has never been a difficult thing. This can be seen from the original work that he dared to attack Konoha alone. If it weren't for the danger involving Konan this time, and if Uzumaki Nagato also valued this only partner very much, he would not have taken action personally. All members of the Akatsuki organization were dispatched, which was enough to flatten any place in the ninja world in Uzumaki Nagato's view. What's more, there are mysterious people like Kimura Kentaro. While the Akatsuki organization was in a meeting, on the other side, Zhang Yan suddenly remembered the system notification sound of the Super Dimension Union. Ding! Congratulations to the President for activating the hidden task. Arrange an undercover in the lower level main god space. Complete the task card and you will get a points reward, 10,000. Publish a long-term hidden task, destroy the main god space. Special note, the main god space is divided into 3 levels, lower, middle, and upper, which can invade the small world, the middle world and the big world respectively. Union member Reincarnation Ling Menjian joins the main god space as the lower level main god space. Eliminate this main god space and the President can get a points reward, 100,000. Hearing these 2 Union prompts, Zhang Yan's eyes lit up instantly, I didn't expect that this could really be done. The Union also gave the task directly. Lower level main god space, small world? 100,000 points. Interesting. Union, can you explain how the so-called small world, middle world, and big world are divided? As the president of the Super Dimension Union, Zhang Yan believes that everything the system knows will not be concealed from him. And this is the fact. Hearing his question, the system prompt sounded immediately, Dear President, the Union divides the 3,000 worlds according to the strength of the world's strongest. Some worlds exist in the form of planets, and some worlds exist in the form of planes. This is mainly related to the density of the world. Generally speaking, for worlds of the same level, the world with a round sky and a square earth, plane, is more powerful. Among them, the ceiling strength of the small world is the peak of the first level. With full output, it can destroy the world. Naruto, One Piece, Shinshi, Conan, etc. It is a small world. The President's current strength is between the first level 7 and 8, and can exert the destructive power of the 8th level. Middle world, similar to Duppo, Wudong, most of them are worlds of the future. The strongest can control the world and destroy the world with a thought. They can be rated as the peak of the 4th level in the Union. The big world, such as Dragon Ball, the world of the Great Lord, and the sky, such as the single world of Fengshen, Journey to the West, can be rated as the peak of the 9th level in the Union. Above the big world, there are stronger ones, such as the real mythological world, in which there are mythical Daluojingxian, who understand everything. Even the powerful big world can see the past, present, and future, and can perform time and space, birth and death, and reincarnation. When the mind moves, the way of heaven changes, infinite and immeasurable, without birth and death, returning to the quiet void, can gather and disperse, without birth and death, invincible, transcending time and space. Cause and effect do not touch him, he wanders outside the material world, he is not based on the cycle of time and space, he exists forever. Zhang Yan. He found that he shouldn't ask this question. He thought he was strong enough and could stir up trouble in the Naruto world. His next goal was to be able to travel in the universe and destroy stars with one blow. Unexpectedly, he was still a pitiful first-level strongman, not even at the peak. There were 2nd to 9th levels above him, and there was Daluo above the 9th level. Weak, he was really weak. But he was more proud. This time, he was determined to achieve his goal. He wanted to use the hands of the Union members to unify the Naruto world with an absolutely strong attitude, and find a way to truly master this world after becoming the master of the world. After that, he would use this world as a base point, the superdimensional Union as a bridge, and the Union members as assistants to dominate the world and master the whole world. Finally, he became Daluo. Immortal, indestructible, transcending time and space. Chapter 88 Ling Menjian decisively surrendered, and the curtain of the group battle was opened. Please subscribe. The goal is the goal. But you must never be too ambitious. Everything must be done step by step. Zhang Yan converged his eyes, put away all his ambitions, and turned to look at the Union chat group. In the group, Ling Menjian had recovered from the shock, and learned about the Union from Su Hangxiu and the members. Then she studied the Union announcement, memory copies, etc., and had an idea in her mind. Reincarnation Ling Menjian, so, this Union is indeed a powerful Union spanning the quasi-heavens and myriad worlds, and you all really exist. Vice President Su Hangxiu, that's right, fellow countrymen, that's the case. Reincarnation Ling Menjian, speaking of fellow countrymen, our president is too evil. He actually lied to me that I was reborn in the Naruto world. I almost believed it, and he pulled me into the Union again. Bad taste? All the members nodded in tacit understanding. Although they have only known each other for 2 days, they have seen Zhang Yan's dark performance many times. This is indeed what the president would do. However, Zhang Yan never acts darkly casually. There is a hidden meaning behind his dark behavior. For example, there may be some special reason for letting Ling Menjian join the Union now. It must not be just for dark purposes to hide his identity at the beginning. Vice President Su Hangxiu, I didn't expect that you, my fellow villager, actually joined the main god space. It's amazing. Reincarnation Ling Menjian, this is also a kind of luck. What I didn't expect is that there is such a superdimensional union. It seems to be in a hostile relationship with the main god space. How can I join it? Yin Xinyu, here should President Zhang Yan. President Zhang Yan, before explaining, let me send something to everyone. Rating of Union member strength, rating of Union members worlds, level of 10,000 worlds. A group of Union members immediately chose to accept. The richest man, oh, damn, how could the great shit Stark be level 1? The famous detective Black Cat, Mr. Tony, you are not wearing the iron armor, right? The richest man, oh that's right, I have level 5 strength after wearing it, which is normal. The little bitches in Sahang Jingzai, I didn't expect that I am only level 4, even better than Mr. Tony. Vice President Su Hangxiu. Su Hangxiu looked at her level 3 rating and felt like crying. But when she thought carefully, she was just an ordinary person. Level 3 strength was the achievement she achieved in the first half month after joining the Union. This seemed not bad. After all, she didn't know much about the Yishan world, and the task system was only opened when there were 15 people. She didn't have any special advantages except for earning a little points by memory copies and sign-ins. And she still had some points left. It would not be difficult to become a level 4 expert if she used them all. Reincarnator Ling Menjian, hey, this level assessment is the same as that of the main god space. I'm still level 4. Geraldo, hey, I'm only level 8. Only? Geraldo may not have learned the language well? Didn't you see that the old Marquis and Eisen were only at level 8? Ying Zheng, Tang Xiaosan, Sun Ce, Gajan Liulai, Yin Xinyu, and 3 newcomers looked at their level 1 strength and said they didn't want to talk. President Zhang Yan, we will discuss the issue of strength later. Now answer Ling Menjian's question. The main god space you joined is just the lowest level of the lower main god space. It can only invade the small world, while the super dimension union can span the world. The two are not in the same order of magnitude. Zhang Yan actually used the power of the president to slightly change the strength level of the union members. Because Luo Hao already has the strength of level 9, don't look at her cute appearance, if he fully activates the power he already has, the heaven is dead, he can cause the power of solar and lunar eclipses. If a lot of mana is consumed, it can last for a week or several months or even years. This is the power to change the celestial phenomena. Imagine a world that is sunny or dark for several years. It is not difficult to destroy the world. Comparatively speaking, Zhang Yan's strength rating is still 7, but he has many means, so he can barely be considered level 8. In order to facilitate leadership, he set himself a level 9. Tags. Although he doesn't really have such strength, it's enough to deceive people temporarily. Anyway, it didn't take him long to reach level 8 from level 5, and I believe it will be very soon to reach level 9. Besides, people of the same level are also divided into different levels. For example, Luo Hao is the weakest among level 9. For example, Zhang Yan himself is the weakest among level 8. As for Whitebeard, he is level 7, but if his body can be restored to its heyday and he studies the tremor fruit more, it will not be difficult to reach level 8. These people are the pyramid of strength in the Union now. Reincarnation Ling Menjian, Well, actually I understood it when I saw the world explanation. Aizen said, I'm still so weak. Small world, interesting. Realizing that he is still an ant-like existence in the 10,000 worlds, Aizen felt that his heart, which had been silent for many years, finally beat. The top warrior, my world is actually the middle thousand world. President Zhang Yan, the disobedient god you killed is an existence whose power was weakened countless times after he descended into the world. There are also parallel worlds, magical realms, etc. The water in your world is very deep, and the memory copy is not much. We can talk about it later when we have a chance. The top warrior, okay. President Zhang Yan, tell me the reason why Ling Menjian joined the Union. On the one hand, it is to deal with the soon-to-come reincarnations and Akatsuki organization. On the other hand, because she is a reincarnation, we can indirectly control the resources of the main god space. Zhang Yan did not tell the hidden task. Some things that should be concealed still need to be concealed. This is the way to deal with the world. Otherwise, it would be too stupid. However, he believes that revealing the control of the resources of the main god space can make countless members excited. Although it may not be possible to earn points, imagine Ling Menjian going to other worlds to perform tasks in the future, and the situation of these members in the past. As long as you are smart enough, you can naturally get some resources from that world. For example, the world of Naruto, ninjutsu, bloodline, etc. The members of the Union are all smart people and reacted immediately. At the same time, Ling Menjian has decided to completely join Zhang Yan. It is not difficult to make a decision. After all, the Super Dimension Union is facing the heavens and the worlds. Not only is the upper limit higher, but it is also more powerful than the main god space. The most important thing is that after joining the Super Dimension Union, you don't have to worry about being wiped out by the main god space if you can't complete the task. And Su Hangxiu and Zhang Yan, two fellow villagers, make her feel very close. Whether it is from the perspective of closeness, or from her own future, or simply considering her life, she will definitely choose Zhang Yan. In fact, just to prevent her life from being restricted by the main god space, she will also choose to join the Super Dimension Union. It was at this time that Su Hangxiu found that her communicator rang. Half a minute later. Reincarnation Su Hangxiu, President, the team received a message through the watch. All members of the Akatsuki organization have begun to gather towards Konoha village. In addition, Orochimaru and Jinhao signed a contract. The former's hands are now restored, and Uchiha Madara and the third Hokage have been reincarnated. Tomorrow morning, they will launch a general attack. Acting President Zhang Yan, I have learned about this from Arthur. By the way, Kimura Kentaro is the real captain of your team. You should be careful. Tomorrow I will release Arthur. You take him to Kimura Kentaro. It's best to find out his plan to threaten pain so that I can deal with it. Everyone pay attention. Tomorrow morning, the show will begin. Let them see how powerful our super-dimensional union is. Chapter 89 New Member Identity, World Barrier Battlefield Card, please subscribe. Reincarnation Ling Menjian, Tisk, look at our union's lineup, I want to mourn for Kimura Kentaro for 3 seconds, so pitiful. One Luo Hao is afraid that he can catch Kimura Kentaro and Xiao in one fell swoop, plus Aizen, Waban, Whitebeard, and others. The outcome of this battle is no longer suspenseful. Vice President Su Hangxiu, Sister Ling, the mission failed, won't you be wiped out? Reincarnation Ling Menjian, it stands to reason that I will be wiped out, but I have 2 failure exemption cards, no problem. President Zhang Yan, don't be nervous, the main god space wants to kill you, the Union will stop it, so you will be eliminated as a reincarnation by the main god space. Reincarnation Ling Menjian replied, I understand. I will be more careful and not let the main god space find out. The main god space has become a powerful prop in Ling Menjian's eyes. President Zhang Yan, well now let's talk about the identities of the 3 new members. I think Hangxiu only knows 2. Vice President Su Hangxiu, well the Kirin talent must be Zhang Zomilang, the top of Lanja list. I have read the novel and looked at some data. I cried a lot at that time. Of course I know. Vice President Su Hangxiu, as for Kashumi Shiko, I also know that she is senior sister Kashoma Jayakashiu. After all, the word senior sister originally represented her. Kashoma Jayakashiu. With the title of senior sister, could she be the senior sister of the male protagonist in a certain anime or light novel? It must be said that Kashoma Jayakashiu, the love novelist, is still very thoughtful. Vice President Su Hangxiu, only the last bunny girl senior sister who doesn't want to be noticed, I don't know. Vice President Su Hangxiu, by the way, Sister Ling, do you know? You should know something about anime, right? Reincarnation Ling Menjian, Sister Hangxiu, I didn't even know you recognized these two friends. Vice President Su Hangxiu, how could that be? Su Hangxiu was very surprised. Lanja Bang was very popular back then. If it was a young person, even if they didn't like it, they must have heard of it, or seen related content on the internet. As for Kazuma Xiu, it's understandable if Ling Menjian doesn't like anime, but if she likes anime, she will definitely know about it. But the next moment, Zhang Yan answered Su Hangxiu's doubts. President Zhang Yan, Hangxiu, I guess Ling Menjian's time node of crossing is earlier than yours. Su Hangxiu suddenly realized that if this is the case, it is really possible. Reincarnation Ling Menjian, I crossed over on New Year's Day in 2015. Vice President Su Hangxiu, no wonder Lanja Bang and Passerby Heroine are 15-year dramas and TV shows, Sister Ling just missed it. Su Hangxiu lost her breath when she learned about Ling Menjian's time travel. Zhang Yan knew more than her, so she had nothing to say about sharing the memory copy points, but Ling Menjian knew less than her, and joined the union later, so she was not eligible to share the points earned from the memory copy. However, Ling Menjian can still make a profit from the reincarnation space, so she shouldn't care too much about these. At the same time, in a room in a certain world, a silver-haired girl wearing black tights, black stockings on the lower body, a black butterfly collar on her neck, and a black bunny on her head showed a gloomy look in her eyes. She is the one who joined the Super Dimension Union, one of the 3 new members, the only one Su Hangxiu didn't recognize. Sure enough, I have been gradually forgotten. Even the vice president of this magical union doesn't know my identity. The woman sighed deeply, her words full of sadness. Originally, she thought her fate would change after joining the Super Dimension Union, but now it seems that the ending is still the same. Just when she felt sorry for herself and even decided to give up the attempt she had originally planned to make, the mysterious union president spoke. President Zhang Yan, it's normal that you don't know, because the origin of this new member is the 18-year anime. This is the second beauty that comes to mind after Kazuma Yuta when mentioning senior sister. Zhang Yan certainly knew the identity of the last member. It must be the popular S-girl, Mai Sakurajima. Mai Sakurajima is a popular actress who debuted as a child star, but she retired from the entertainment industry for unknown reasons after graduating from junior high school. She is known as one of the few beautiful girls with absolutely perfect body proportions and waist-length silver hair. Her beautiful face is very popular among boys. She was confessed by boys and became the envy of countless girls. The reason why she retired from the entertainment industry was that she didn't want to be overly concerned, but she didn't expect to suffer from the urban legend puberty syndrome, and was gradually forgotten by everyone. In order to test this symptom, he even walked around in the library in a sexy bunny girl costume, but was still ignored. From here, Zhang Yan guessed that Mai Sakurajima should have just been preparing to do an experiment, otherwise she would not have been given the title of Bunny Girl Senior by the union. Zhang Yan's words surprised the union members. After all, if the president calls her a beauty, then this new member must be really beautiful. However, when it comes to beautiful looks, many members complain about the aesthetics of the super-dimensional union. The members are all weird, and the female members are all beauties. A certain union has a special aesthetic distinction. Union? Nonsense, I am obviously seeking benefits for the president. Zhang Yan. President Zhang Yan, really? Miss Sakurajima Mai. Sakurajima Mai, President, you actually know me. Sakurajima Mai is very excited. She thought that her problems could not be solved by joining this magical union, but now it seems that there is still a ray of hope. President Zhang Yan, of course I know you. Don't worry, we won't forget you if you join the union. Mai Sakurajima, really? President. President Zhang Yan, of course, speaking of it, although the world you are in is also an everyday world, it has a very interesting worldview setting. As he spoke, Zhang Yan chatted with a group of members. He also helped Mai Sakurajima to calm down and not worry about being forgotten. Of course, he also helped her not to go down the original life trajectory. Big no, he went to Sakurajima Mai's world to save Xiao Xiangzi. The time came to the next morning. Shua. A ray of sunlight shot down from the sky, breaking the tranquility of the earth. On the top of the wall above the main gate of Konoha, Zhang Yan, who had been sitting cross-legged for a night, suddenly opened his eyes, and a light that seemed to be real shot out of his eyes. "Start live broadcast," Zhang Yan said silently in his heart. Ding! President Zhang Yan starts live broadcast. Ding! Member Detective Li Yulai joins the live broadcast room. Ding! Senior Sister Sakurajima Mai joins the live broadcast room. Ding! Senior Sister Kazuma Jayaka Utah joins the live broadcast room. Ding! The top warrior, President, has it started yet? Zhang Yan looked at the distance quietly and smiled faintly. My observation, Haki has sensed it. They have entered the 5-kilometer range of Konoha village. Everyone get ready. War. It's about to start. At the same time, next to Tendo Pain, Kimura Kentaro raised a card in his hand and pressed it lightly. World Battlefield Barrier card activated. Ding! The card will be covered by the barrier within a 10-kilometer range. Ding! All the natives of the world will see the war situation in the barrier. Ding! Ding! Chapter 90. Is the end of the world coming? Somewhere 5 kilometers away from Konoha village. At this time, Ling Menjian and Arthur, who was completely hypnotized by Zhang Yan, had already met with Kimura Kentaro and others. Kentaro, Kimura and Arthur exchanged glances, and the latter stood in front of the team and asked with the power of the team leader, "Kimura, Jinhauer, is the matter done?" "Of course." Kimura Kentaro lowered his head, with a strange smile in his eyes. As his words fell, there was a sudden movement in the forest behind, and then a group of people wearing red clouds and black windbreakers came out from all directions. These people, led by 6 paths pains with samsara eyes. The rest were in groups of 2. Scorpion hiding in a huge puppet and Deodara sitting on a big clay bird. Haiden carrying a strange weapon on his shoulder and Kakuzu with green eyes hidden deep. Uchiha Itaki and the blue-haired Hoshigaki Kisame who opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Of course, there are also Uzumaki Nagato, Zetsu, and Afiai, Uchiha Obito, hiding in the dark. The famous Akatsuki group appeared at this moment. The leader, Tendo Pain, glanced at Kimura Kentaro, and then at Arthur in front of him, and asked with a little more vigilance, "Do you want to start now? Wait a little longer." Joseph glanced at Tendo Pain and said in a deep voice, "To be on the safe side, we have to wait for another person." "Hey!" The Akatsuki members cast probing eyes at Arthur. Originally, they were puzzled by Pain's sudden move to attack Konoha, and now they are even more puzzled. Who is this man? It seems that he is the real initiator of this attack on Konoha. Also, this person thinks too highly of Konoha. With such a large group of people, he actually said that it is not safe enough and he has to wait for someone? If Pain hadn't been there, several members with hot tempers might have tried to test Arthur's strength. At this moment, 2 voices came out from the back of the woods again, landing on the other side of Arthur and others. Orochimaru. Everyone recognized the identity of the person who came. It was one of them in the past, one of the legendary Konoha Sunin, Orochimaru. Long time no see, everyone. Orochimaru greeted everyone in the Akatsuki organization with a faint smile on his face. Seeing him, everyone in the Akatsuki organization frowned. As a traitor of the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru's relationship with them can be said to be hostile. Is he going to attack Konoha too? Orochimaru, I heard that you attacked Konoha and killed the 3rd generation, and your hands were broken. Now it seems that you are still okay. Scorpion stood up and confronted Orochimaru. The relationship between the two has always been bad. Scorpion, thank you for your concern. Orochimaru ignored Scorpion's attitude. He completed a deal with Jinhauer and got a lot of good things beyond this world. He no longer takes the people of Akatsuki seriously. After destroying Konoha this time, he will study the true path to immortality. Everyone in Akatsuki can feel the contempt hidden in Orochimaru's words, and they are all furious. They don't mind teaching Orochimaru a lesson before destroying Konoha. But Orochimaru is not afraid of them at all. With the help of Jinhauer, he has improved the impure world reincarnation in advance, and now he has a trump card in his hand. The 2 sides are facing each other, and the battle is about to break out. Just then, Tendo Pain stood up and said coldly, "Okay. Destroy Konoha first, and other things will be discussed later." After speaking, he looked at Arthur, who understood and said to Kimura Kentaro behind him, "Kimura, I have arranged the barrier beads, let's start. Okay. Kentaro Kimura understood what Arthur meant, and knew that he had arranged the equipment according to his own wishes. When take out a card and press it lightly. World Battlefield Barrier card activated. Ding. The barrier will cover the 10-kilometer range of the card. Ding. All the natives in the world will see the war situation in the barrier. Ding. The souls of the people who were killed in the barrier and the fear of all people in the world will be restrained. Kentaro Kimura is now using a special consumable that he bought in the main god space with a large sum of money, a World Battlefield Barrier card dedicated to destruction. To use this card, you need to arrange the barrier beads in a position in advance, and then activate the card to generate a barrier covering a radius of 10 kilometers with the barrier beads as the origin. After the barrier is opened, the situation in the barrier will appear in the minds of all the natives outside the barrier in the world. People in the barrier have no idea of the situation. Once this barrier is opened, it will restrain two things. One is the wronged soul. The other is negative emotions such as fear and despair. The reason why Kimura Kentaro set up the barrier in Konoha village was to completely destroy Konoha village and collect wronged souls. At the same time, when Konoha village, the center of the world, and the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto, the Naruto world will begin to be destroyed from here. His plan was to let all the natives see his heroic figure of destroying the world and at the same time restrain their despair. The more wronged souls and negative emotions this card collects, the more points can be exchanged from the Lord God. Therefore, Kentaro Kimura is really planning well. He must ensure that this time he will succeed in destroying Konoha and murdering Uzumaki Naruto. But the next moment, his expression changed. How is it possible? How can the area covered by this barrier be like this? At the same time, Zhang Yan, who was sitting on the wall at the gate of Konoha village, stood up and took a look at a barrier that had just included the outer wall of Konoha village. The corners of his mouth raised a sarcastic arc, and at the same time, he started the live broadcast and said lightly, "Everyone, get ready. The battle is about to begin. The pinnacle of martial arts, this leader can act at any time, and I hope to meet an opponent worthy of my attack. I am a marquis, I have no problem either. There has been no trouble from the god of disobedience recently, so I am free. I have many sons, Holala, dad is fine too, I can be at any time, and there are not many people worthy of attack in the thief world. Aizen, I am ready, and the president can summon me at any time." Aizen is definitely the one who is most interested in exploring the different worlds and different power systems. He also wants to meet Orochimaru. He is sure that he should be able to get a lot of interesting information from Orochimaru. Of course, he just wanted to know this information. "Groudon, Master, you can use spiritualism to find me anytime. I want to feel my body after using points to strengthen it." The several people in the Union who were invited to participate in the war expressed their willingness to respond to Zhang Yan's call at any time. Whether it was for points or to improve their impressions in front of Zhang Yan, the president, they were all very interested in this mission. Reincarnation Ling Menjian, I will be a good undercover and try my best to find out what it is. At this time, Zhang Yan had teleported to the front of the Akatsuki organization and others, stepped on the void, folded his hands on his chest, and said lightly, "Everyone. I've been waiting for a long time." Chapter 91 The major ninja villages are planning, and the world's attention is focused. 1/X Please subscribe. Everyone. I've been waiting for a long time. Above the void, Zhang Yan stood in the air, folded his hands on his chest, and the royal robe behind him was blown by the wind, which was very handsome. And his appearance naturally attracted the attention of everyone at the scene at the first time. Seeing his superior posture of stepping on the air, everyone present frowned. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Orochimaru's snake-like eyes. He licked his lips and said, "Junior brother, did you know we were coming?" He seemed to be asking Zhang Yan, but everyone could hear the affirmation in his tone. And his address to Zhang Yan also made everyone present realize the identity of the man in the air. The third-generation Hokage's last disciple, Konoha's youngest and most prestigious new fifth-generation Hokage, Zhang Yan. At the same time, in the world of Naruto, all over the world. The land of thunder, a place with warm air and mist. In the hidden cloud village, in the office of the Raikage, the fourth-generation Raikage AI was having a meeting with a group of his men. Boom! The fourth Kai AI punched the table in front of him and said angrily, "Isn't that bastard Kirabi coming yet?" It was because the Raikage was going to hold a meeting today, and his younger brother, Kirabi, who was also the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, had not arrived yet. Well, Reikage-sama, Kirabe-sama might still be in special training. A young man with brown skin, a lollipop in his mouth and short white hair came out and explained with a stiff face. The young man's name was Amwa, and he was the disciple of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Kirabe. Beside him stood a woman with a very dark complexion and red hair, who was also a disciple of Kirabe, named Karui. Humph, don't wait for him, start the meeting now. Reikage AI shouted angrily. He just took advantage of the situation to bang the table. He knew Killer Bee's character very well. As for the character of their own Reikage, everyone in the room also knew it very well. One of them was a beautiful woman who was not inferior to Tsunade in size. Her skin was different from most people in the room. She was white, had short yellow hair, and had green pupils. She opened the book in her hand and said, "Lord Reikage, are you really going to test Konoha?" The purpose of this council was to discuss whether to attack Konoha. Attacking Konoha is the eternal goal of all the major ninja villages. Even attacking the Land of Fire is an ambition that other countries will never give up. Why? Because of conflicts of interest and resource allocation. The Land of Fire, where Konoha village is located, occupies more than 60% of the fertile land in the Naruto world. It is suitable for human habitation, farming, and breeding. This is also the reason why Konoha and the Land of Fire have always been strong. The others are countries and villages of shadows. The Land of Earth is all rocky highlands, with plenty of water resources, but lacks food, etc. The Land of Wind is all sandy soil, lacking water and food, but has all kinds of resources. The Land of Water is better in the Hidden Rain village, but the weather is bad, the major islands are inconvenient for transportation, communication is difficult, and it is shrouded in thick fog, with no sun all day. The Land of Thunder is better in the Hidden Cloud village, but everything is afraid of comparison. With the Land of Fire and Konoha village present, who can wave their hands? So war, in the final analysis, is still a matter of resource competition. Why didn't Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha work harder to unify the ninja world? On the one hand, they were too confident in their own strength and didn't think that any ninja village could threaten Konoha. After all, any of them could crush all ninja villages. On the other hand, they felt that it was unnecessary. After all, who would waste their energy to conquer some land that has no use at all, and waste their own energy to manage it? As a result, the first, second, and third wars appeared, and sooner or later there will be a fourth, fifth, and so on. As long as the resource problem is not solved and the people of the major countries do not live a similar life, wars will not disappear. Even if the resources are balanced, there will still be ambitious people, so war is inevitable. For example, now, the Hidden Cloud village has always been the second most powerful ninja village under Konoha. If it weren't for the rebellion of the brothers Ginkaku and Kinkaku, the Hidden Cloud village would have accumulated enough strength. And now, the Hidden Cloud village has the strong 4th generation Reikage AI, as well as the 2-tailed Jinchuriki and the 8-tailed Jinchuriki who can perfectly control their bodies, plus some elite ninjas, and its strength is very strong. And Konoha village has just experienced the attack of Orochimaru with the Sound Ninja and the Sand Ninja, and the 3rd generation Hokage was sacrificed for this. Yesterday, news came out that the leader of the Konoha route, Danzo, was killed by the new Hokage, and there seemed to be a political struggle inside. With such internal and external troubles, Konoha seems to have only the young new Hokage left. How can the Cloud Ninja continue to suppress their ambitions? Konoha is no longer the Konoha that could easily resist 4 villages with 1 village. So now, the 4th Reikage AI has gathered people to discuss how to attack Konoha. Not only the Cloud Ninja village, but all the major ninja villages, except for the Sand Ninja who have just been taught a lesson by Konoha and have become weaker, want to get involved. The daimyos of various countries also have plans to attack the Land of Fire. Just at this time, all of them, who have different thoughts, all the natives of the Naruto world, including the villagers and ninjas of Konoha village, suddenly all of them are like souls leaving their bodies, and their consciousness comes to a dark space. And there is a huge picture in this dark space. The picture shows Zhang Yan standing on the void and confronting all the members of the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru and Arthur. Immediately afterwards, everyone's consciousness suddenly found that someone else's consciousness appeared next to them. What's going on here? Someone exclaimed. The 4th Reikage. The 3rd Tsuchikage. You little girl are, the 5th Mizukage. Cho. Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade. What's going on? Why are we here? Are you a Konoha ninja? Are you a sand ninja? Give me your life. Die for me. Hey, how did you get through? Soon, this void was filled with human consciousness. There were civilians from all over the world, ninjas, shadows, and even daimyos from all over the world. Then many people found that they were just consciousnesses and could not attack each other. At the same time, as long as they wanted, they could return to their bodies at any time. But at this moment, no one did so. Because invisibly, a powerful thought descended on everyone's mind, and that feeling was like a mother whispering to her beloved child. The source of this sound is really because of the world will that temporarily gained consciousness after Kimura Kentaro took out the world battlefield card. It is telling everyone that the world has been invaded. And telling these people why such a scene appeared. Chapter 92 Zhang Yan is the child of destiny. The layout of the chess player, please subscribe. Hiss. World invader. Is there such a person? Is there such a thing? Alien. Another world. Is our current situation caused by those invaders from another world? As long as the son of destiny, the person who is the focus of the world's will, is killed, the world may be destroyed. The obscure explanation of the world's will appeared in everyone's mind. The world's will is telling everyone that this world battlefield barrier is a means used by invaders, in order to kill the world's beloved son, the son of luck, in front of the world's creatures, causing the world to suffer heavy damage. From this, these people can destroy the world. As for what these people want to do to destroy the world's will certainly not say it. And these incredible news entered everyone's mind in such an incredible form, but no one at the scene felt that there was a problem. This is the absolute influence of the world's will on the natives of this world. Who are the people in this barrier? That is our 5th generation Hokage, he seems to be surrounded. A Konoha ninja recognized Zhang Yan's identity and exclaimed. Could he be the son of destiny mentioned by the world's will? Some people speculated. And his speculation immediately received a lot of responses. I think you have guessed a lot. If it were an ordinary person, how could he become the Hokage at this age and have such strength? That's right. Although our 5th Hokage is young, his strength is not weak at all. He also knows the 4th Hokage's famous skill Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God? Awesome! Then are all the people surrounding him invaders? No, I recognize those people with red embroidered clothes and black windbreakers. They should be members of the Akatsuki organization. Akatsuki organization? You don't know this? It's a mercenary organization composed of all S-level rebel ninjas. That, the traitor of the Konoha Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi, killed the entire Uchiha clan. That, the traitor of the Kirigakuer, Hoshigaki Kisame, assassinated the daimyo of the Land of Water. That, the traitor of the Rock Shadow Village, the apprentice of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Deidara. And damn it, why do these people want to kill the son of the world in our world? Do they want to destroy the world? Damn it, there's also this guy Orochimaru. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked unhappy. There were too many people at the strange space, and there were high-level officials from major ninja villages, Anbu, civilians, intelligence personnel, and all kinds of people. After these people immersed their consciousness in this strange space, it was very convenient for them to communicate, just like the barrage when watching live broadcasts in modern society. So it didn't take long for everyone to figure out the situation. Zhang Yan, the 5th generation Hokage, was destined to be loved by the world, and Sheng'er was loved by the world. It's best not to offend him, and the identities of other members of the Akatsuki organization were also dug out. The 3rd generation Tsuchikage, Kuratsuki, Mei Terumi, everyone else looked unhappy. Only the people of the Cloud Shinobi village breathed a sigh of relief, and they felt a little superior, because the people who participated in the siege of Zhangyan, only the ninjas from their village were not there. Sure enough, only their cloud shadow was the army of justice. But it's meaningless to think about these things now. According to the will of the world, if the children of destiny die in one generation, the world may be affected and destroyed, but they can only watch this battle here and pray that Zhang Yan can win. But is this possible? No matter how talented Zhang Yan is, he is only one person. At the age of 18, it is already against the sky to step into the cage level. Can he be stronger than the nearly 20 cage level people on the opposite side? Some people immediately shouted. Where are the ninjas of Konoha? Go quickly! Don't you see that your Hokage is surrounded? After all, it is a world that concerns the fate of the world, and everyone is very concerned. In fact, there is no need for these people to say that after the people of Konoha discovered the situation, all the ninjas in the village gathered outside the barrier, but they tried their best and could not open the barrier in front of them. Asshole, can't we get in? Uzumaki Naruto angrily punched the barrier in front of him, but he couldn't even cause a ripple. Beside him, Nara Shikaku and others all had solemn faces. The same is true for Hinata, Ino, Ui Kurane and others. It's just that the solemnity on their faces is actually more pretended, because they have been notified by Zhang Yan a long time ago and know that there will be such a commotion this morning. This matter has always been under the control of Zhang Yan. That's right, this matter is all under the control of Zhang Yan. Everything now is actually a masterpiece of his secret operation. I already knew about Kimura Kentaro's plan from Arthur, and I also knew about his plan to use the World Battlefield card to gain a lot of points. After knowing the purpose of the World Battlefield card, Zhang Yan made the current plan. He had already calculated that the explanation of the world will would not be very clear, because the world will did not have a really clear consciousness, it was more like a self-protection mechanism of the world. Then after the world will conveyed the information, everyone in the world would think that he, Zhang Yan, was the son of the world, so he would naturally have an additional identity that people would worship. More than the daimyozen of the Hokage is even more awesome, and everyone thinks he is awesome. For example, Jiraiya, now he is exclaiming that Zhang Yan must be the son of destiny mentioned by the Toad Sage, but he doesn't know that the Uzumaki Naruto next to him is the real one. With the help of the world's will, Zhang Yan has the most awesome background. In the future, if he wants to unify the ninja world, it will be very smooth in terms of reputation. At the same time, he is also ready to show off his strength, absolute strength. If you want the ninja world to achieve relative peace, it is actually very easy to do, that is, to unify the ninja world. There are two ways to unify the ninja world, one is to do it hard, suppress it with power. The other is to do it softly, to win over people's hearts and minds. At first, Zhang Yan's plan was the latter one. As a modern man, he knew too much avant-garde knowledge, such as oil, steam, trams, and cars, such as laying water pipes, easy with ninjutsu and tailed beast power, such as hybrid breeding, etc. As long as everyone in the ninja world can at least live the life of the villagers of Konoha village, it is not difficult for him to become the only shadow or even the daimyo in the ninja world. The difference is how long this process will last. Zhang Yan became Hokage at the age of 18. The original goal he set for himself was to reach this level before the age of 30. At that time, he would integrate the power of the ninja world and explore the void in turn to deal with the Otsutsuki clan. But after joining the super-dimensional union, his plan changed. He already has absolute strength, so naturally he has to conquer the ninja world with absolute strength, which can be much faster. If there are hidden dangers and disobedience, just destroy them directly. After completing these, let everyone live a good life. After hitting a stick and giving a candy, the Naruto world will be completely decided by Zhang Yan. The two methods are both hard and soft, and he will have absolute control over the ninja world. But after he became the president and knew Kimura Kentaro's plan to destroy the Naruto world, he changed his method again. He wants to become the son of the world. He wants to become the savior of the world. At the same time, he wants to show his godlike power in front of everyone in the world and make everyone convinced. This is the real layout of the chess player. And Akatsuki, the reincarnations, and even the union members. They are all Zhang Yan's chess pieces to achieve the final victory. Chapter 93 Confused Reincarnations, spoilers in front of the whole world, please subscribe. Damn, how can this barrier be like this? The natives of the Naruto world are all nervously watching Zhang Yan and Kimura Kentaro fight, but at this time, Kimura Kentaro is furious. The purpose of using the World Battlefield card is to use the power of war to harvest the souls in Konoha village. At the same time, after destroying Konoha village and killing Uzumaki Naruto, people all over the world witnessed the coming of doomsday and fell into fear, thus restraining the power of negative emotions. The more these powers are collected, the more points he can get when he sells the card back to the Lord God. This is a means of borrowing chickens to lay eggs. However, the rent of this chicken is not low. If the eggs are not laid, he will lose a lot. Originally, he made a series of plans and thought they were foolproof, but after seeing the scope of the barrier now, he was angry. Once the barrier is opened, it will last for a day and cannot be closed, but as the owner of the card, Kimura Kentaro can still have a certain grasp of the barrier through the card. So he can clearly sense the scope of the barrier. He found that the barrier did not cover the location of Konoha village at all, and there was no Uzumaki Naruto in it, only them and Zhang Yan. In other words, this barrier was used in vain. After that, even if he killed all the people in Konoha, he would not get the wronged souls, and the 313 people in the world would not be able to see the scene of the world's destruction and feel fear. Even if this mission succeeds, he has lost a lot of points. So he was extremely angry. Besides anger, there was a huge doubt. He didn't understand why this barrier was set outside Konoha village. Could it be the method of Zhang Yan, the 5th generation Hokage? Until now, Kimura Kentaro didn't realize that Arthur had betrayed him, and just thought something had happened. There was such a misunderstanding, and he was not blindly confident, but because of the existence of the main god space, the reincarnation could not surrender to the natives, nor could it reveal its own information. This is an iron rule known to all reincarnations. Otherwise, the reincarnation will be destroyed. And Arthur is still alive and well, and can communicate with him using the reincarnation team communicator. But what he didn't know was that Arthur didn't betray, but was controlled by Zhang Yan. He could never guess that Zhang Yan knew about the main god space and its nature, so he never asked Arthur about the main god space from the beginning to the end. Otherwise, Arthur would have been destroyed by the main god space. People in the barrier, even the natives of the Naruto world, cannot enter the special consciousness space, so the people of the Akatsuki organization, including Orochimaru, don't know about this matter and just think it's to destroy Konoha. Tendao Pain took a look at the barrier rising around him and didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he used the power of the 6 paths to fly to the same height as Zhang Yan and asked directly, "Are you the 5th generation Hokage?" "It's me." Zhang Yan smiled calmly and said, "Seriously, you should call me Junior Uncle." "Uncle? Master?" Tendao Pain frowned. "Isn't it?" Zhang Yan crooked his head with a faint smile on his face, and said, "You are Jiraiya's apprentice, I am Jiraiya's junior brother, so I am naturally your uncle master." Tendao Pain was stunned. He didn't expect Yan to mean this. But after thinking about it carefully, the fact seems to be the case. "You actually know the relationship between Jiraiya and me?" Tendao Pain was a little surprised. Although his relationship with Jiraiya was a fact, it was reasonable to say that Zhang Yan, who was only 18 years old, could not know him. "You know, they were accepted as apprentices by Jiraiya during World War II, and they were more accurately regarded as senior brothers of the 4th generation of Minato Namikaze. Even Minato Namikaze could not have heard of them, so where did Zhang Yan hear it from?" "I know much more than you think." Zhang Yan used the lines of Direnja. At this moment, he decided to spoil a wave. "Just kidding, he is live streaming now. If he spoils the plot in front of everyone in the world, it would be exciting to think about it." He turned his head to look at the location of a small hill and continued, "The 6 paths of pain are just 6 corpses. The chakra receivers inserted on your faces and bodies can connect signals and transmit chakra. Your samsara eyes can share the same vision. Every pain has one ability of the samsara eye, the heavenly path, the asura path, the human path, the animal path, the hungry ghost path, and the hell path. The heavenly path is Yahiko, the original leader of Akatsuki. Your Akatsuki's goal is to prevent the world from having wars, but it's a pity that Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander caused trouble and killed Yahiko. So now this so-called Moon Eye plan has been formulated. Tisk, Uzumaki Nagato, am I right?" As Zhang Yan said, the heavenly path of pain was formed from the corpse of Yahiko a long time ago, so he has no expression on his face and people can't tell anything. But Uzumaki Nagato, who was controlling Yahiko's body, had a look of shock on his face. The more Zhang Yan said, the more shocked he was. When Zhang Yan finally revealed his identity and looked towards her true body, he was even more shocked. Zhang Yan knew too much about him, even more than Jiraiya. And he knew where his true body was. How is this possible? "Nagato, what's wrong?" Beside Uzumaki Nagato, Konan, who was controlling her body with paper escape, noticed the former's expression and asked with concern. Although Konan could not move because of the contract with Kimura Kentaro, it did not mean that she could not use paper escape. She could still move by using paper escape to make special flying tools. A troublesome person has appeared. Uzumaki Nagato casually dealt with Konan, then turned to control the heavenly path pain and raised his hand, saying coldly, "How dare you talk nonsense about the power of God? I'm going to teach you a lesson." Uzumaki Nagato has noticed the changes in the expressions of Deidara and other members below. He didn't intend to let Zhang Yan continue, otherwise his secret would become known to everyone. Well, what Pain didn't know, his secret is indeed known to everyone now, and everyone in the world has heard it. Without waiting for Tendao Pain to make any move, Zhang Yan spoke again, "Are you going to attack me?" "Shinra Tensei. Forget it. Your opponent is not me, you are not worthy." Zhang Yan shook his head and asked the Union, "Who is interested in fighting Pain?" "The top of martial arts, I can do it. I am a marquis, I can do it too. I have many sons, I am not afraid, but if I deal with him, I probably won't achieve the effect you want, President." The people in the Union are very smart, and now they have roughly guessed some of Zhang Yan's goals. "But it doesn't matter." Aizen said, "Let me do it." President Zhang Yan, "Okay. Then I'll leave Pain to you, Aizen, don't solve it too quickly." Underscore. Chapter 94. Are you sure you want to fight in a group? Rebel first, please subscribe. Hey, what are you bragging about? What junior master? Let me teach you a lesson. Just when Zhang Yan agreed to let Aizen deal with Pain, Deidara, who was sitting on the clay bird, was very unhappy with her arrogant look and shouted that he wanted to attack. "Damn, what is Deidara doing?" In the rock shadow village, Kuratsuki, whose long white legs were exposed to the air, heard Deidara's words and instantly showed a speechless expression. This time he became famous, and Deidara was afraid that he would be scolded by people all over the world. This is the crime of destroying the world. Beside Kuratsuki, the third-generation Tsuchikage Onoki, whose consciousness was also immersed in a special space, was so angry that his beard flew straight. "This idiot! I don't know why the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Why would I hand over this idiot?" Onoki felt that Deidara had ruined his reputation. In fact, seeing Deidara so eager to attack Zhang Yan, many people did show displeasure, and some even curse it in their hearts. There are also people like the Raikage who are gloating. At this time, inside the barrier, Zhang Yan was attracted by Deidara's sight, raised his eyebrows, and said lightly, "You are Deidara, the apprentice of the third Tsuchikage. I've heard of you, a 16-year-old Kage, with a very good talent." Deidara is only at the age of 16, he is already at the level of Kage, which is really good. Hehe. Hearing Zhang Yan's words, Deidara smiled complacently, but he was also a little unhappy. Zhang Yan is obviously not much older than him, why does he comment on him in such a senior tone? But the next moment, he was not happy at all after hearing Zhang Yan's words. "I heard that you joined the Akatsuki organization because you were defeated by Ataki, right?" Zhang Yan touched his chin and smiled, "It's completely different from Orochimaru who quit Akatsuki because he was defeated by Ataki." "Interesting, then this time, I'll give you a chance to get back at it." Orochimaru's smile froze. He is just restrained by Uchiha Ataki, weaker than the enemy, not defeated. This little junior brother doesn't seem to be very good at talking. However, what does he mean by giving Deidara a chance to get back at it? Could it be? Boom. Orochimaru guessed a possibility, but Deidara didn't, but Uchiha Ataki, who was not far from him, had already understood Zhang Yan's hint. In this battle, the one he needed to fight was Deidara. Uchiha Ataki did not hesitate and attacked like lightning. Although Deidara didn't understand what Zhang Yan meant, he had a strong sense of crisis and a quick reaction, so he threw a handful of C1 clay the moment Uchiha Ataki attacked. Ha! Accompanied by Deidara's cold snort, an explosion occurred, and Uchiha Ataki retreated. "Itaki, what are you doing? Are you confused?" Deidara shouted in his heart that it was a close call, but his eyes looked at Uchiha Ataki very vigilantly. "Are you stupid?" Before Uchiha Ataki answered, Scorpion's disdainful voice came from the ground below, "It's obvious that Ataki is from the 5th Hokage." As he said, Scorpion also looked at Hoshigaki Kisame. Since Ataki was the 5th Hokage's man and had cooperated with the 5th Hokage in this arrangement, he didn't believe that Hoshigaki Kisame would not know about it. But Kisame didn't tell them the news. Then there is only one answer. Shua Scorpion didn't think much and attacked Hoshigaki Kisame directly. And Hoshigaki Kisame's reaction was not slow, or he knew he had to take action after hearing the task assigned by Zhang Yan to Uchiha Ataki. And now Scorpion actually found him, so he naturally went up. So soon, Uchiha Ataki and Deidara fought in a group, or Uchiha attack is suppressed Deidara unilaterally, and Hoshigaki Kisame also fought with Scorpion. Seeing this scene, the people watching the battle in the world were a little confused. First of all, the people of Konoha village. Isn't Uchiha Atake one of the people who killed Uchiha Atake's clan? He is an S-rank traitor to the village, why would he help the 5th Hokage? And judging from Zhang Yan's expression, he knew that Uchiha Atake would help him and gave him orders. And what about Hoshigaki Kisame? Mei Terumi and the ninjas of the Hidden Mist village were a little confused. Hoshigaki Kisame is a traitor to their existence, why would he help Zhang Yan? Maybe it's because they don't want the world to be destroyed either? Nissan, come on! Uchiha Sasuke's attention was on Uchiha Atake the whole time. Seeing that the latter was suppressing Deidara completely, his usually cold face actually showed a hint of excitement. This is Sasuke. Inyazuka Kaiba, Sakura, Naruto and others all looked at him with incredible eyes, thinking that Sasuke had such a scene. But then again, didn't Sasuke shout that he wanted to kill Atake every day? Why did he suddenly become a little fanboy? How did Uchiha Atake suddenly become Zhang Yan's side? And that Hoshigaki Kisame too strange. But this is finally a good thing. Just then, Tendu Pain looked at Zhang Yan and said expressionlessly, I have already received the news that Atake is a spy planted by Konoha in the Akatsuki organization, but I didn't expect Kisame to be turned by you. Because Kisame knows who to follow for a future. Zhang Yan shrugged indifferently. Humph. Tendu Pain snorted coldly, narrowed his eyes and said, even if Atake and Kisame are your people, so what? Even if I don't take action, we still have so many people on our side. Tendu Pain gestured to the crowd behind him. The people in the Akatsuki organization who have not taken action yet are Faden, Engel, and Uchiha Obito and Zetsu hiding in the dark, not to mention Kimura Kentaro and the other 5 and Orochimaru. Especially Orochimaru, who can be relied on by Kimura Kentaro, is definitely not simple. Such a lineup also made countless people who were watching the battle despair. They now wished they could join the battlefield and ensure the victory of this battle. They also wished they could scold the people of Akatsuki to wake them up. However, Zhang Yan's expression remained calm. He blinked his eyes and suddenly showed a weird smile, so, you are going to compete with me in terms of number of people. Then, Zhang Yan shouted to the live broadcast room, the authority has been opened, Luo Hao, Whitebeard, you and Aizen come together. Don't let others see your president clearly. The top warrior, okay, I will come to play. I am a marquis, I hope they can resist the beating better than the god of disobedience. Aizen said, it's better to let them all see my Shikai, but it counts. I'm coming. My son is very rich, I'm coming too. Lord of the Earth, Master, I'll wait for you to communicate with me. Shua. Behind Zhang Yan, as his voice fell, a dark space vortex appeared out of thin air. The next moment, 4 figures stood out of thin air and landed on the ground. Chapter 95 Members appear, the invisible 5th generation Hokage, please subscribe. Shua. 4 dark space vortices appeared out of thin air behind Zhang Yan. Following that, under everyone's gaze, 4 figures stepped out one after another. The one on the far left was a gentle man with short brown hair, black framed glasses on his nose, brown pupils, a sword on his waist, and a smile on his face. But for some reason, seeing the faint smile on this man's face, everyone couldn't help but feel palpitations in their hearts. Anyone with a little bit of eyesight can see that this person is not simple. And this man's appearance always feels like I've seen him somewhere before. It's the 5th Hokage. Everyone looked at Zhang Yan and found that he was much more handsome than the man who came out now, and his posture was more chic, with a faint smile on his face, which made people feel more gentle. However, look at Uchiha Atake and Hoshigaki Kisame who are fighting. Look at the 4 dark energy vortexes behind her. At this moment, everyone can feel how unfathomable this smile is. This man who stepped on the void, although he was only 18 years old, was really mysterious and powerful. President, do I need to attack him now? Aizen fixed his eyes on Tendo Pain, stretched out his hand and pushed the frame of his glasses on his nose. His voice was very light and soft, but it sounded very domineering to others. It was as if pain was just an interesting thing in his eyes. Tendo Pain narrowed his eyes, and infinite anger surged in his heart, wanting to use Shinra Tensei. Wait for everyone to arrive. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. Just then, a figure stepped out of the huge black energy vortex beside Aizen. Shua. Gulala, is this the world of the president? Haha, it's really interesting. Accompanied by a hearty laugh, a figure appeared, instantly attracting the attention of countless people present. Because the owner of this figure is too tall. Aizen is not short, he is 1.84 meters tall, and Zhang Yan is also over 1.8 meters tall. But these two men who are considered tall in the eyes of ordinary people look very short in front of the new man, and they can only reach the thigh. This person is naturally Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who is said to have the blood of the giants and is known as the strongest man in the pirate world. His height is easy to remember, which is 666 centimeters, nearly 4 times the height of Zhang Yan and Aizen. Whitebeard is already 72 years old this year. Although he originally still has the power to make the other 3 the power that the Emperor, the 3 admirals of the Navy and Garp and others fear, but because of his age, his physical health is not as good as before. He is usually on the ship with 4 drips and oxygen tubes all over his body, and is taken care of by doctors and nurses on board. However, after joining the Union, he has recovered part of his body with the help of points. Although this is not enough to restore his peak strength, it is enough to get rid of these things. These points also allow him to master the moon step directly, and he can also stay in the air. Whitebeard is also an old man with ideas. If everyone can fly, he will definitely not fall to the ground stupidly. Looking at Whitebeard, everyone in the Naruto world widened their eyes, including members of the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru and others, and the cage of the major cage villages all pupils shrank. Unlike Aizen, Whitebeard was a very powerful being, and his aura could not be faked. Just his aura and the murderous aura that would only condense after killing many people could make ninjas below the level of cage lose the desire to fight. This was a powerful man who gradually integrated the domineering aura into himself. Of course, what shocked everyone the most was Whitebeard's words, the world of the president. Doesn't this mean that he is not from this world? The 5th Hokage is so powerful that he can even invite people from another world to help him fight. The cages and ninjas of each village were all worried. While they were still staring at Konoha, their eyes had already been set on other worlds. How else can this be compared? But in fact, the ninjas of Konoha village were even more confused. They had never thought that their Hokage could be so powerful and could command people from other worlds. I am really proud of it. Shua! Shua! After Whitebeard appeared, Luo Hao and Waban appeared at almost the same time. Compared to Whitebeard, who looked powerful at first glance, they seemed to be much weaker. Especially Luo Hao, who was a woman who fully interpreted the word cute. If she could not step on the void, no one would believe that she was a master. On the contrary, Waban looked like an old man who was not easy to mess with. However, the conversation between the two made everyone confused. The cute woman was naturally Luo Hao. She opened the fan-covered half of her face, and she smiled sweetly, anyone who sees my beauty should have their eyes gouged out. But this time I'm in the president's world, so I'll be more restrained. As she said that, she suddenly looked at Waban beside her, squinted her eyes and said, Waban, we haven't seen each other for almost 100 years, I didn't expect to meet again in another world. How about it? How about we fight first? I haven't killed a god for a long time. I'm afraid my hands are not good enough. Let's kill all those guys below. The president has said that we should capture them all alive. Hearing Luo Hao's words, Waban was panicked, but he said coldly, Luo Hao, I will accompany you if you want to fight. But if we fight with all our strength, the aftermath of the fight will kill these guys. It will be difficult to explain if we fail to meet the president's instructions. Waban is very afraid of Luo Hao and Zhang Yan, the only 2 9th-level strong men in the Union. If Aizen fuses the Hagyaku, he can also be level 9. The conversation between the two people sounds very ordinary, but the meaning revealed shocked everyone. First, these two people are also from other worlds, but they are from the same world. Second, these two people met 100 years ago, which means that no matter the girl who looks only 17 or 18 years old and very cute, or the old man who looks only about 40 years old, they have lived for at least 100 years. Is it immortality? Many people who pursue immortality, such as Orochimaru, Angle, etc., have shown interested expressions. At the same time, they also draw a conclusion from the conversation between the two people, these two people, actually killed gods? And judging from the situation, killing gods is definitely not once or twice. They are actually afraid that the aftermath of the fight will kill the Akatsuki organization and the world invaders. This is definitely not a joke. But everyone thinks of their current 5.9 situation, even the world will and the son of the world have come out, what is there to be surprised about? But what surprised them the most was the way Luo Hao and Waban addressed Zhang Yan in their conversation, and Eisen and Whitebeard also hinted that Zhang Yan was the leader. Obviously, Zhang Yan was the leader of these people. If these four people were very strong, then how strong was Zhang Yan, their boss? Is this the method of the fifth Hokage? At this moment, countless people could not help but worship Zhang Yan. But what they didn't know was that the shocking things had just begun. Zhang Yan glanced at the face of Tendo Pain in front of him, and said calmly, I have a suitable opponent, so I won't take action. Eisen will deal with Pain 6 paths. Whitebeard will teach the remaining two members of the Akatsuki organization a lesson, and leave them a breath. Waban, Luo Hao, help to deal with the 5 reincarnations. Then, let's get started. Chapter 96 The members of the Union took action, spoiling the history of the ninja world. 1/X Please subscribe. Shua. As Zhang Yan finished speaking, Eisen was the first to take action. Currently, Eisen is in the most ordinary state, just like an ordinary captain in the world of Death God. If you don't count the hypnosis method of Kagami Water Moon, his strength in direct combat is a little worse than Zhang Yan. Eisen is strong because he still has the state of fusion of Hojioku. The first state refers to the period when Eisen embeds the new Hojioku into his chest and uses his own strength and Hojioku power to fight at the same time. His strength can definitely reach level 8, 6 paths, and it is not weak. After that, he fuses Hojioku into the second state, and his strength will soar to the peak of level 8. In the third state of fusion of Hojioku, Hojioku has become a part of Eisen's body. His body is wrapped in milky white entity spiritual pressure, but his head is exposed. Although his strength has not exceeded the dimension of Death God, that is, his right hand has not been fused with Zanpakuta. And there are no holes like hollow holes on his body. But his strength has reached the pinnacle of Death God or hollow power, and he is only one step away from qualitative change. At this time, he has already stepped into the 9th level, enough to compete with Luo Hao now. When he reached the 4th level and fully integrated with the Hagyaku, Eisen's strength had already surpassed a dimension. At that time, it was not difficult for him to destroy the planets in the general world. He was no longer a first-level existence. So, in his heyday, Eisen could be called the number 1 in the current union. Well, ignore the peak strength of the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo in the later period. But now Eisen is just the most ordinary Eisen. Ignoring the special power of Jinghua Shuiyu, he is not that strong. But he is not strong compared to Luo Hao and others. In fact, he is definitely not weak. The peak strength of the Quasi 6-path level allows him to gallop in the current ninja world. Swish! The bones of beasts, spires, red crystals, and steel wheels scattered all over the place, moving is wind, and stopping is empty, and the sound of long spears hitting each other fills the empty city. With Eisen's powerful strength, even in the present world, he can still attach the spiritual power factor to his feet and easily perform the method of walking in the air. He chanted while moving, and then stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Hada. Number 63, Thunder Roar Cannon. With his strength, he can also launch this Hada attack without chanting. He did this when he dealt with Kurosaki Ichigo in the original work. But if he chants, the power can be a little stronger. Eisen has seen the strength of Tendo Pain in the memory copy, so although it was just a test, he did not underestimate it. Boom! A golden giant like a huge electromagnetic cannon it enveloped Tendo Pain, accompanied by a huge explosion and thunder. Tendo Pain keenly felt the powerful force of this move, and dared not neglect it, raising his hand. Shinra Tensei! Bang! A powerful repulsive force was launched from Tendo Pain, and it bounced around. Shua! Eisen fired the Thunder Roar cannon as if he had entered a vacuum field, and it scattered around, but he did not continue to attack Tendo Pain. Boom! The lightning scattered, and fell on the surrounding trees, directly blowing up the trees, and the ground was cracked by the lightning. Good, so strong. The two of them just met like this, and countless people who were watching the battle were shocked. This is much more exciting than watching a blockbuster. There are movies in the Naruto world, although they should be very lame. No matter whether they are civilians or ninjas, even the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village who are famous for their lightning escape are very shocked at this time. No one expected that Eisen, such an unremarkable man, could perform such a powerful lightning technique at will. It can be seen that this person is now at ease against the enemy, and there are definitely more powerful means. What level is his strength at? Onaki, the 4th generation Reikage AI, Mei Terumi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, anyone who has reached the level of Kage can feel the threat brought to them by Aizen. Kakashi said that his strongest lightning escape does not have such destructive power. What kind of monsters are these? As for those who are weaker than them, they are only shocked in their hearts. Such a powerful strength. I am an elite Jonin, and my strongest means are not so destructive, and they just used random means, and that Tendo Pain's means, is it a blood limit? Rin-Egan, didn't you hear what the 5th Hokage said? Whitebeard fell from the sky and landed on the ground. He raised his hands and clenched his fists, condensed the energy of the tremor fruit, and punched the ground. Boom! A strange wave passed through Whitebeard's arm and into the ground. The next moment, a strong vibration came out of the ground and spread rapidly to the surroundings. Bang! Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that the ground within a few kilometers in front of Whitebeard began to shake, shatter, and collapse, mainly limited to Haiden and Kakuzu. Oh my god! Haiden and Kakuzu lost their composure instantly, and immediately gathered chakra on their feet to climb the tree, trying to escape, but there was no way. The area they were in was shaking, and the ground was shaking too violently. Gudu! Countless people swallowed their saliva, unable to believe what they saw. Just by throwing 2 punches casually, they actually caused such a powerful earthquake, directly changing the topography of a certain area for more than several kilometers in a straight line? Is this an effect that can be achieved by human power? But what the real strong people care about is that Whitebeard controls this attack range. There are many people around Haiden and Kakuzu, such as the reincarnations, even Orochimaru, were not far away. With the means Whitebeard used, he could have covered them within the attack range. But he didn't do that. His attack was only aimed at Haiden and Kakuzu. He was doing exactly what Zhang Yan wanted, only attacking those who were not in the duo. Such a powerful force can be controlled so delicately, which further illustrates the power of this Whitebeard giant. That's when Luo Hao and Waban attacked. As if to show more sociability, the two also showed a more visually effective power. Fight in the south of the city, die in the north of the city, die in the wild without burial, crows can eat. Say to the crows for me, be a guest hero. Dead in the wild without burial, how can the rotten meat escape? The sound of water is surging, the reeds are dark, the owl cavalry died in battle, and the poor horse wandered and cried. Luo Hao recited the spiritual words, stretched out his hand, and sent a palm. Boom! A huge golden palm with a coverage area of more than 100 meters covered Kimura Kentaro and his companions. Waban directly transformed into a 30M solid black dragon, and spit out a huge fire shadow from his mouth. All the spectators. At this time, Zhang Yan watched the battles start everywhere on the battlefields, looked at Orochimaru, and then looked at a position behind Orochimaru. Suddenly, he sat cross-legged in the void, looked up, as if he could see all the natives of the Naruto world in front of the screen, and grinned. My opponent hasn't come out yet. Just watching, don't you think it's boring? Let me tell you a story. At the beginning of the story, before the birth of ninjas, there was only one country in the ninja world called Zuzhigyo. One day, a woman came from outer space. The name of this person is, called Kagaya Otsutsuki. Chapter 97 Impure World Reincarnation Technique, the originator of Uchiha's pretense. 2/X Please subscribe. This is the origin of the ninja clan. This is the origin of the nine-tailed beasts. This is the origin of the ninja world and ninjas. This is the reason why the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan are so powerful. This is the whole of the so-called Moon Eye plan pursued by the Akatsuki organization. In the void, Zhang Yan seemed to be telling a story, telling the past of the Naruto world starting from Kagaya Otsutsuki. When Kagaya Otsutsuki came to the world, she was worshipped as a fairy. The emperor of the ancestral country wanted to kill her but failed to win her love, but she killed him and destroyed the country. Later, she swallowed the fruit and used humans as nutrients. Finally, she created the two brothers Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo with the power of yin and yang. There are many differences between the settings of the comics and the anime, so here we follow the comics. After introducing Kagaya Otsutsuki, Zhang Yan introduced after introducing these two, he introduced Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. After introducing these two, he introduced Otsutsuki Hagoromo's two sons Indra and Ashura, and also introduced their descendants, the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. By the way, there is also the relationship between the Hyuga clan and Otsutsuki Hamura. To put it bluntly, all ninjas with bloodline limits in the ninja world actually have a common ancestor. As Zhang Yan narrated, many people were unconsciously attracted, and even didn't bother to watch the battles that broke out on the scene. Facts in the past, these battles were really nothing to watch. Itaki Uchiha completely suppressed Deidara, and he could also assist Hoshigaki Kisame to suppress Scorpion. Whitebeard was completely suppressing the immortal duo alone, and the latter two were completely exhausted. Pain Tendo's methods were good, but unless he used some big moves, he would be suppressed by Aizen even if they were combined. As for Luo Hao and Waban's cooperation, they completely suppressed several reincarnations. Arthur was directly scared to death and turned into a dead bat. The remaining three were not in a good situation either, so they still relied on Ling Menjian's means barely held on. This made Kimura Kentaro have a different recognition of Ling Menjian, and Arthur had given him reliable information about Ling Menjian before his death, so he was no longer wary of Ling Menjian. It is no exaggeration to say that the situation at the scene was that Zhang Yan's side crushed the reincarnationists and members of the Akatsuki organization. Although such a scale of war is rare, for the natives of the Naruto world, it is not as attractive as the secrets revealed by Zhang Yan. At least now, most people are not calm. Kagaya Otsutsuki? Divine Tree Fruit? Fruit Chakra 10 Tails. The 10 Tails Chakra is divided into 9 parts, which are the 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world. The legendary Six-Path Sage was actually created by Kagaya Otsutsuki with escape techniques. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan are actually direct descendants of the Six-Path Sage. Are the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan related? The goal of Akatsuki is to gather the tailed beasts, revive the 10 tails, and then carry out the Moon Eye plan so that everyone can have a beautiful dream. Wait a minute. Everyone suddenly reacted. If Zhang Yan hadn't told them about Kagaya Otsutsuki, they wouldn't have realized anything. But now that they think about it carefully, wouldn't the Moon Eye plan be to turn everyone in the ninja world into nutrients again? Tendo Pain, who was at the scene, naturally reacted at the first time. Originally, he was suppressed by Aizen and was very unhappy. In addition, his own people were completely at a disadvantage, so he planned to use Super Shinra Tensei or Chibaku Tensei to intimidate the opponent and show his means as a god. But according to Zhang Yan's words, the Moon Eye plan he wanted to achieve was completely different from the information he knew. If it was implemented, would it destroy all humans in the world? How is this possible? Are you telling the truth? Tiandao Pain put down his raised hand and looked at Zhang Yan with a heavy look. He didn't want to believe what Zhang Yan said, but seeing the means Zhang Yan showed now, he couldn't find any reason for Zhang Yan to deceive him. What is going on? Moreover, he felt a conspiracy, a huge conspiracy. Almost instinctively, except for Tiandao Pain, all the remaining Pain clones rushed towards the location of Nagato's original body. At this point, Nagato was sure that Zhang Yan had discovered the location of his original body. In this case, it didn't matter if he was exposed. The key point is to protect the safety of the original body and Konan. In fact, Tiandao Pain's question is also the question that everyone in the Naruto world wants to ask. Although the world was invaded and all of them gathered together to watch the show, the truth told by Zhang Yan still made people feel incredible. Of course it's true. Zhang Yan stopped sitting and stood up again, looking in a certain direction, and said lightly, I have just said that the Samsara Eye is the product of the extreme yin power and the extreme yang power. Even the Six-Path Sage spent a lot of effort to open it. How can you be born with it? To put it bluntly, little nephew, although you call yourself a god, the Samsara Eye you have is actually something that others put on you. You are just a small chess piece. That's right, Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara. Absolute. Every time Zhang Yan exploded, every time he mentioned a name, the people on the scene were shocked. No, everyone was shocked. Shua. Countless people followed Zhang Yan's gaze and found that he was looking at the position behind Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Orochimaru walked away silently. As a scientist, he was busy digesting the things and news revealed by Zhang Yan. Just at this moment, a space vortex suddenly appeared in the void behind Orochimaru, and then a man wearing a mask with only one eye exposed walked out of it. Following that, a man wearing a black tights, scarlet eyes with special patterns, his hands on his chest, and blood-red armor all over his body walked out of a big tree, and his long hair behind him moved in the wind. This person was covered with strange cracks all over his body, and was obviously in the state of reincarnation. This person was the legend of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, who pacified the warring states together with Hashirama Senju and established Konoha village and the cage level system. Behind Uchiha Madara, there appeared another man with half-white face and half-black face wrapped in pitcher plants. The man's expression was not good at this time. Because Zhang Yan revealed too much information. He was afraid that Zhang Yan would know his true identity. "Junior, you know a lot." Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and looked up at Zhang Yan in the air with interest. Seemingly disliking the feeling of looking up at someone, he injected a large amount of chakra in his body into his eyes, and then, countless powerful chakras emerged around his body. A blue chakra giant rose from the ground. Chapter 98 Uchiha Madara pretends to be cool, and his plan to ascend to heaven in one step. 3/X. Boom! A blue giant made entirely of chakra rose from the ground, and did not stop until it rose to the height of Zhang Yan standing. Uchiha Madara was at the forehead of the giant, looking at Zhang Yan quietly. This is naturally the power of Susanoo. Zhang Yan is now about 70 meters above the ground, which means that Uchiha Madara's Susanoo is at least more than 80 meters. This confirms Zhang Yan's thoughts. Uchiha Madara can freely control the size of the complete Susanoo. The lower limit is 50 meters, and the upper limit depends on the amount of chakra of the caster. Hiss! Seeing Uchiha Madara's posture at this time, the hands of both sides who were fighting stopped unconsciously. Although Susanoo's huge body is not equivalent to strength, the tailed beasts are also big, but they can be dealt with well. But Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo's deterrence is too strong, which inevitably makes people feel shocked. Except for the members of the Super-Dimensional Union who have seen the memory copy and Zhang Yan's use of the complete Susanoo, everyone is a little uneasy. Looking at the complete Susanoo like this, how many people can block it with a random knife? Is this the ability of Indra, the son of the Six-Path Sage, to turn around? This is the method of the legendary Uchiha Madara. Then how powerful is the god of ninja world, Senju Hashirama, who always suppresses Uchiha Madara? After the Third Ninja World War, the ninja world has been peaceful for so many years, and Konoha's reputation has gradually subsided, but now, countless people are shocked and have a deep understanding of Konoha's initial strength. Speaking of Hulai, can Zhang Yan resist the strength of Uchiha Madara? Can the helpers he found resist? This chakra giant should not be strong on the outside but weak on the inside, good looking but useless, right? Oh, this is too big. Deidara saw Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo, then looked at Uchiha Itachi opposite and asked, "Hey, Itachi, do you know how to do this?" Yes, Uchiha Itachi glanced at Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo and said in a deep voice, "But I haven't mastered it that well yet. At most, I can make a Susanoo that is more than 10 meters high, and it's not complete yet." Deidara. Isn't it big enough? He doesn't use the means of mutual destruction, can it work? Sure enough, the people of the Uchiha clan are all monsters. Let's not fight for the time being. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Deidara and said lightly, "You should have heard what the 5th generation said, the Moon Eye plan is a scam." Okay, pause first. Deidara compromised decisively. He could feel that he was not Uchiha Itachi's opponent yet, at most he would use some means to see if he could die with Uchiha Itachi. Besides, he is different from most people in Akatsuki because he joined after being defeated by Itachi and seeing that the members of Akatsuki are very strong, in order to see his own art. He doesn't care about Akatsuki's pursuit. Now that Itachi has spoken, he has no reason to give him face. On the other side, Scorpion, who has completely exposed his true identity, exchanged a look with Hoshigaki Kisame after hearing what Uchiha Itachi said, and both sides stopped tacitly. If the Moon Eye plan is really a scam, then Akatsuki is probably a joke. Tisk. Zhang Yan also crossed his arms and looked at Uchiha Madara from a distance, smiling. It's hard for you to keep calm when Uchiha Madara is played around by others. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and said unhappily, "Although what you said is well-founded, do you think I will believe your one-sided words?" Why was Uchiha Madara successfully attacked by Black Zetsu? Because he was too confident and thought he was in control of everything. As a chess player, she was overconfident. Then, I'll tell you the truth. Zhang Yan's expression was indifferent, and he decided to continue spoiling the plot. He has always used the haki of observation, so he knows that Uchiha Madara is not the only one resurrected by Orochimaru through the impure world reincarnation. Ling Menjian also sent him a message privately, telling him that this time the impure world reincarnation of Uchiha Madara and others is different, and Kimura Kentaro has taken out the last trump card. This guy is very cautious. When Orochimaru used the impure world reincarnation, he added a special contract to the human medium, thus contracting several people who were resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. In other words, even though Uchiha Madara is so powerful now, he has become someone else's puppet without knowing it. But this Uchiha Madara's strength is not fake. With Hashirama's cells, he can open the Samsara Eye at any time, and he is also ahead of impure world reincarnation. Zhang Yan believes that he can't beat him. In his current situation, with a high-level sage body and an eternal Mangekyo, he is equivalent to a low-profile version of Uchiha Madara. Although Luo Hao and others were present, if it was not a general-to-general, king-to-king battle, then his strength as the president would be questioned, and his prestige would be damaged. Smart people in power all know that they must have enough strength and maintain enough mystery and deterrence to sit firmly on the Diao Yute. So he must personally deal with the strongest Uchiha Madara on the opposite side. Once Uchiha Madara is defeated, many of his plans will be implemented immediately, and the benefits he can get at that time. Therefore, he would waste some world spoilers here when others are fighting. Spoilers are fun on the one hand, but he is more for life spoilers to earn points. This is also one of the purposes of his use of the world battlefield barrier. The live broadcast can earn points by changing the plot depending on the importance of the affected people in the original world, luck value. Getting everyone to listen to spoilers is more or less meat, right? Anyway, it will definitely not be leaked. At that time, he can ascend to heaven in one step and become a true First Order 9th level. It should be almost done. However, just in case, and with them present, I'd better earn a few more points. After calculating the number of points he could get by turning off the live broadcast, Zhang Yan decided to earn as many as he could so that he could have more cards. Thinking of this, he looked at Pain not far away, and then at Uchiha Madara, and said lightly, "You gave Nagato Uzumaki's Samsara Eye to revive you." Swish! As soon as these words came out, Uchiha Madara's eyes moved slightly. Although he had guessed that the boy knew the secret from Zhang Yan's tone before, he was still surprised when he really heard it. After all, even Nagato Uzumaki didn't know about the Samsara Eye. Including him, only Obito and Zetsu knew about it. Shua! Tiandao Pain looked at Uchiha Madara with sharp eyes and asked, "My Samsara Eye, is it really from you?" Chapter 99 Madara was slapped in the face by Luo Hao, the trump card of the Samsara. 4/X Please subscribe. Of course. In the complete form of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara, who was in the forehead, turned around calmly and admitted it without hesitation. This straightforward look was a bit beyond Zhang Yan's expectations. What Zhang Yan didn't know was that Uchiha Madara was not only confident in his own strength, but also received an invitation from Kimura Kentaro, and knew the existence of the main god space and the Samsara, and even knew the existence of the 3,000 small worlds. Because it was a mission, it could be revealed to Uchiha Madara. Knowing the outside world, Uchiha Madara already had a bigger goal, and his spirit became higher. He looked at everyone as if he was looking at a frog in the well. But Zhang Yan was a little different in his eyes. On the one hand, it was because Zhang Yan knew too much, and on the other hand, it was because Zhang Yan could also find strong people from other worlds to enter the Naruto world. In fact, Uchiha Madara was a little skeptical about what Kimura Kentaro and Jin Hao said, but after seeing the means of Whitebeard and others, he completely believed it. That is why he did not hide the question about Tendo Pain. The stone tablet of my Uchiha clan records, the two forces that repel each other become one, and the universe is born. It means that the ultimate fusion of yin and yang can get the Samsara Eye. Uchiha Madara affirmed Zhang Yan's words, and then went to Uzumaki Nagato and said, "Your Samsara Eye is given to you by me. Nagato, I only value your Uzumaki clan's constitution with a lot of chakra. The outer path demon statue is also given to you by me. You are just a chess piece of mine." Uchiha Madara's words were like a heavy hammer hitting Uzumaki Nagato's heart, and he was filled with boundless anger. He always regarded the Samsara Eye as misfortune. He believed that if it wasn't for the Samsara Eye, Yahiko might not have been killed by Hanzo. At the same time, after his bloodiness was aroused, he always claimed to be a god. But what they didn't expect was that everything was a scam. His existence was like a joke. Hiding place. Puff! Uzumaki Nagato spurted out a breath of blood, and even more anger. Nagato. Konan looked at Uzumaki Nagato nervously. He, Nagato, and Yahiko depended on each other for life. Yahiko was already dead, and she didn't want her only partner to have an accident. Just at this time, Uchiha Madara seemed to feel that what he said was not enough. He lowered his head to look at Uchiha Obito on the tree and said lightly, Obito, you are so useless. After so many years, you haven't completed the Moon Eye project yet. Let me tell you, I designed the death of Rin, and you are also my chess piece. You are all my chess pieces. You are just the chess pieces I used to open the Moon Eye. Uchiha Madara raised his head, showing a vicissitudes of life as if he was the boss behind the scenes. Now he thinks he has a broader sky, and it doesn't matter whether the Moon Eye project is realized or not, so he doesn't mind telling the truth to let the world know his wisdom. Madara. Hate emerged in Obito's eyes. He had already investigated the truth of the year, so he had never thought of resurrecting Uchiha Madara from the beginning, but to complete the Moon Eye plan by himself and create a beautiful thing with Lin. But Uchiha Madara's alternative resurrection now broke his plan. But he knew better that he could not be Madara's opponent now. There was not even the power of a tailed beast in the outer path demon statue. He couldn't even be the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. But at this moment, after Uchiha Madara's slightly second-year voice fell, Luo Hao, who had returned to Zhongyan, fanned the fan and couldn't help but said, You are just a chess piece being used. I don't know where your achievements are. And you calculate others because you are strong, but you are weak and pitiful when calculating people. This leader has always felt that you are the most pitiful person, and I don't know where the sense of accomplishment comes from now. Luo Hao was not at all wrong to Uchiha Madara. As for the peak power shown by Uchiha Madara in the memory copy, she can completely deal with it. What do you mean? Uchiha Madara frowned and looked at Luo Hao. Although Luo Hao looked young, he could feel the sense of crisis from this person. This means that this woman may threaten him. Of course it means literally. Thinking of the miserable appearance of Uchiha in the memory copy, Luo Hao suddenly smiled and said, Do you think you are very smart? After opening the Eternal Mangekaya, you saw the truth recorded on the Uchiha clan monument. After opening the Samsara Eye, you are more confident, right? In fact, it was just a trap set by Black Zetsu for you. Looking at Uchiha Madara's increasingly ugly expression, Luo Hao was indeed getting more and more excited. She told Black Zetsu the true identity of Black Zetsu, how to modify the content on the Uchiha clan monument, and how to trick Uchiha Madara into getting Hashirama's power to awaken the Samsara Eye, and then arranged the so-called Moon Eye plan. In fact, the Moon Eye project was nothing more than Black Zetsu's plan to revive Kaguya and turn the ninja world into nutrients for her to become stronger. Hey, got it, poor wretch. Luo Hao sneered and said, You thought Black Zetsu was the product of your will, but in fact he is your reincarnated father. He is not strong but he plays you to death. How pitiful. Luo Hao's words were like a sharp knife piercing Uchiha Madara's heart. Please give me flowers. But it made Uzumaki Nagato and Uchiha Obito show a trace of sympathy. If what Luo Hao said was true, then Uchiha Madara was really miserable. He was calculated from beginning to end, but he still believed that he was the mastermind behind the scenes. How pitiful. It's not just the two of them. In fact, everyone in the Naruto world knew Uchiha Madara's plan, and knew how terrible the Moon Eye plan was. At the same time, they also felt that Madara was really pitiful. Who would have thought that a man who dedicated everything to his dream would find out that this dream was actually a false one made up by others in the end? Humph. Uchiha Madara turned and looked at Black Zetsu below. With a thought, the complete Susanoo immediately swung out a sword, and the chakra and air ninja slashed out. He didn't even give Black Zetsu a chance to explain. He believed Luo Hao's words and attacked Black Zetsu like lightning. Shua. At this moment, Black Zetsu no longer hid. He separated from White Zetsu and disappeared into the infiltration location. Boom! The chakra blade slashed along the ground, directly splitting the earth and spreading forward, splitting several mountains in half along the way. Seeing this scene, countless people who were still watching the excitement jumped in their hearts. Only then did they remember that they were watching a joke and a pitiful guy, but the legendary reincarnation of the eldest son of the Six-Path Sage opened the Eternal Mangekaya. And the existence of the Samsara Eye. Uchiha Madara is so powerful that he has surpassed them by a dimension. I just don't know if Zhongyan and the visitors from the other world around him have any means to deal with them. Humph. Uchiha Madara didn't continue to attack after he attacked once. He had plenty of ways to find Black Zetsu and deal with him later. Now he is more interested in Zhang Yan, Luo Hao and others. There are also those reincarnations who invited him to join some main god space. I don't know what he thought of. He suddenly lowered his head and said to Kentaro Shimomura, since you want to invite me to join that place, let me see how strong you are. If you can't even beat this kid in front of you, I think I have a better choice. Uchiha Madara's meaning is very clear. If Kimura Kentaro can't beat Zhang Yan, and Zhang Yan can obviously travel through different worlds, he should consider changing his partner. Asshole! Kimura Kentaro cursed Uchiha Madara for being arrogant in his heart, but Uchiha Madara's powerful strength made he didn't dare to show anything, but fortunately he did have a trump card. Orochimaru, fulfill the contract. Let those beings come out to help the corpse. Chapter 100. The successive cages of each ninja village appear, and the chess game begins. 1/5. Please subscribe. Orochimaru, it's time, you should act quickly. Kimura Kentaro turned around and shouted at Orochimaru. Uchiha Madara was too powerful, and he was the aboriginal who was designated by the main god space to be dug away. Kimura Kentaro didn't think about how much he could do from the beginning, as long as he was willing to leave this world. Kentaro Kimura exchanged some information about the Naruto world from the reincarnation space, and his most ideal partner was Orochimaru from the beginning. This Orochimaru's method of reincarnation made him very important, and this person's ideal of immortality was the basis for seeking cooperation. Kentaro Kimura did it, and signed a contract with Orochimaru. As long as Orochimaru can recover his hands and get away to live forever, he must recruit some thugs for Kimura Kentaro's impure world reincarnation. And these thugs are also controlled by the special contract that Kimura Kentaro joined. These contracts and the world battlefield barrier consumed all the foundation accumulated by Kimura Kentaro in dozens of abyss missions. But this time it is an upgrade mission. As long as he passes it, his gains will be huge. The world battlefield barrier card is now in vain, so he pays more attention to the mission. He doesn't know what's going on with Zhang Yan, and he doesn't know what's going on with the people around Zhang Yan, but he knows that if he defeats these people, his mission may fail. And if the mission fails, it means death. Got it. Orochimaru frowned slightly and began to make seals reluctantly. After seeing Zhang Yan's methods, he didn't want to be an enemy of this junior brother even more. However, the power of the contract restrained him invisibly. He knew that if he violated the terms of the contract, he would die. And he would never be able to revive his death with his own means. Little junior brother, don't blame me. Orochimaru took a deep breath, squatted on the ground, and pressed his hands on the ground. Boom! A wooden coffin rose from the ground and then opened. This scene attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone was curious about what means Orochimaru, who was regarded as the last resort by Kimura Kentaro, would show. Following this, figures came out of the coffins one after another. When they saw the true faces of these figures, everyone who was watching this battle was not calm. First, the four people on the far left. Seeing these four people, the fifth Mizukage Mei Terumi and the Mist Shadow ninjas on the scene shouted in shock. The first Mizukage, Lord Byakuran. The second Mizukage, Lord Hojiki Gengetsu. The third Mizukage. The fourth Mizukage, Lord Yagura. That's right, all the Mizukages of the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water were resurrected by Orochimaru, and the aura of each of them is very strong. After all, this is the cage of a certain period of the Hidden Mist Village. His strength is also unmatched among the cage level, and he is one of the best. It wasn't just the people of the Hidden Mist Village who were surprised. The ninjas of the Sand Village looked at the four figures beside the successive Mizukages and shouted anxiously, the first Kazekage, Ritu-sama. The second Kazekage, Shaman-sama. The third Kazekage, Lord. The fourth Kazekage, Lord Raza. That's right, just like the Hidden Mist Village, the successive Kazekages were also resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. And the two people beside the four Kazekages made the third Tsuchikage Onoki look very unhappy, the first Tsuchikage, Lord Ishigawa, the second Tsuchikage, Musama. Onoki didn't expect to meet his two seniors in this way. Compared to Onoki, the Raikage's expression was even uglier, because the successive Raikages all used the same name, Ai. And now, the other three A's have also appeared. The first Raikage. The second Raikage. The third Raikage. The first three Raikages appeared at the same time, all of them were big muscular men, which was very intimidating. But no matter whether it was the successive Mizukage, Reikage, Tsuchikage, or Kazekage, none of them were more intimidating than the last four. Not only the people of Konoha village, but also countless people from all over the world who had been to Konoha and seen the Konoha Hokage rock, or the old antiques who had survived from a long time ago, all had their faces changed wildly at this time. The first Hokage. The second Hokage. The third Hokage. The fourth Hokage. It turned out to be the most famous Hokage. The man on the far left was dressed very similarly to Uchiha Madara, wearing a black tights and a red armor on the outside. Hashirama. Seeing this figure, Uchiha Madara was the first to get excited. This person also noticed Uchiha Madara at the first time, and shouted directly, "Madara, Ban, are you playing tricks?" The leader is the Hokage with the title of God of Ninja World, Senju Hashirama. At the same time, everyone now knows his other identity, the reincarnation of Ashura, the youngest son of the Six Paths Sage. Bullshit, Hashirama, you only know how to wrongly accuse me. Uchiha Madara curled his lips and said unhappily, "This time it has nothing to do with me, I am just a spectator, it's a show." Uchiha Madara really just wanted to watch the show. He knew the true intention of the Moon Eye plan, and it was absolutely impossible for him to do it again, unless he was 100% sure to deal with Kagaya Otsutsuki. But this is not necessary, and the matter of torturing Black Zetsu to death will end here. His main concern now is to go to the main god space. Of course, if Zhang Yan can defeat Kimura Kentaro and other guys, he doesn't mind getting some news about other worlds from him after defeating Zhang Yan. Thinking of this, he suddenly shouted to Hashirama Senju, "Hashirama, follow me to explore other worlds. We are only in a small world, which is too boring." New world? Hashirama Senju was a little confused and scratched his head. He didn't have the domineering aura of the first generation Hokage at all. He suspected that Uchiha Madara's brain was broken. Uchiha Madara didn't know Hashirama Senju too well. He guessed what he was thinking with a small action of the latter, and curled his lips and said, "Hashirama, I'll explain it to you later. Now you should work for others." Work? Hashirama Senju scratched his head. The second generation Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who was wearing blue armor, couldn't stand it, crossed his arms and said coldly, "Brother, we are now in the state of impure world reincarnation." "Ah? Oh." Tobirama Senju looked at his body, finally reacted, and then said disdainfully, "Tobirama, I told you not to invent any ninjutsu such as impure world reincarnation, but you didn't listen. Mess with things. Senju Tobirama? Is this my real brother?" At this time, Zhang Yan looked at the successive cages who appeared below, not only without any fear, but even wanted to laugh. Finally, these people appeared. Then the real chess game can begin. To intimidate the ninja world, unify the world of Naruto, and control all these cages in his own hands to become a force. Start from now.